Step into the world of intrigue and suspense with The Perfume of the Lady in Black by Gaston Leroux. This thrilling sequel to The Mystery of the Yellow Room reunites us with journalist Joseph Rouletabille as he confronts a new enigma. A baffling case unfolds when Mathilde Stangerson, thought to be safe at last, finds herself once again in the grip of an unseen menace. Strange occurrences, cryptic clues, and the scent of a familiar perfume led Rouletabille on a desperate quest to unravel the truth. Prepare for a masterful detective story where nothing is as it seems. Chapter, which begins where most romances end. The marriage of M. Robert Darzac and Mallet. Mathilde Stangerson took place in Paris, at the Church of Saint Nicolas du Chardonnay on April 30, everything connected with the occasion being conducted in the quietest fashion possible. A little more than 2 years had rolled by since the events which I have recorded in a previous volume, events so sensational that it is not speaking too strongly to say that an even longer lapse of time would not have sufficed to blot out the memory of the famous Mystery of the Yellow Room. There was no doubt in the minds of those concerned that, if the arrangements for the wedding had not been made almost secretly, the little church would have been thronged and surrounded by a curious crowd, eager to gaze upon the principal personages of the drama which had aroused an interest almost worldwide, and the circumstances of which were still present in the minds of the sensation-loving public. But in this isolated little corner of the city, in this almost unknown parish, it was easy enough to maintain the utmost privacy. Only a few friends of M. Darzac and Professor Stangerson, on whose discretion they felt assured that they might rely, had been invited. I had the honor to be one of the number. I reached the church early, and naturally my first thought was to look for Joseph Rouletabille. I was somewhat surprised at not seeing him, but having no doubt that he would arrive shortly, I entered the pew already occupied by Henri Robert and M. André Hesse, who, in the quiet shades of the little chapel, exchanged in undertones reminiscences of the strange affair at Versailles, which the approaching ceremony brought to their memories. I listened without paying much attention to what they were saying, glancing from time to time carelessly around me. A dreary place enough is the Church of Saint Nicolas du Chardonnay, with its cracked walls, the lizards running from every corner, and dirt, not the beautiful dust of ages, but the common, ill-smelling, germ-laden dust of today everywhere. This church, so dark and forbidding on the outside, is equally dismal within. The sky, which seems rather to be withdrawn from than above the edifice, sheds a miserly light which seems to find the greatest difficulty in penetrating through the dusty panes of unstained glass. Have you read Renan's Memories of Childhood and Youth? Push open the door of Saint Nicolas du Chardonnay, and you will understand how the author of the life of Jesus longed to die, when as a lad he was a pupil in the little seminary of the Abbé du Planloup, close by, and could only leave the school to come to pray in this church. And it was in this funereal darkness, in a scene which seemed to have been painted only for mourning and for all the rites consecrated to sorrow, that the marriage of Robert Darzac and Mathilde Stangerson was to be solemnized. I could not cast aside the feeling of foreboding that came over me in these dreary surroundings. Beside me, Henri Robert and M. André Hesse continued to chat, and my wandering attention was arrested by a remark made by the former. I never felt quite easy about Robert and Mathilde, he said, not even after the happy termination of the affair at Versailles, until I knew that the information of the death of Frederick Larsan had been officially confirmed. That man was a pitiless enemy. It will be remembered perhaps by readers of The Mystery of the Yellow Room that a few months after the acquittal of the professor in Sorbonne, there occurred the terrible catastrophe of La Dordogne, a transatlantic steamer running between Havre and New York. In the broiling heat of a summer night upon the coast of the New World, La Dordogne had caught fire from an overheated boiler. Before help could reach her, the steamer was utterly destroyed. Scarcely 30 passengers were able to leap into the lifeboats, and these were picked up the next day by a merchant vessel, which conveyed them to the nearest port. For days thereafter the ocean cast up on the beach hundreds of corpses, and among these they found Larsan. The papers, which were found carefully hidden in the clothing worn by the dead man, proved beyond a doubt his identity. Mathilde Stangerson was at last delivered from this monster of a husband to whom, through the facility of the American laws, she had given her hand in secret, in the unthinking ardor of girlish romance. This wretch, whose real name, according to court records, was Ballmeyer, and who had married her under the name of Jean Roussel, could no longer rise like a dark shadow between Mathilde and the man whom she had loved so long and so well, without daring to become his bride. In The Mystery of the Yellow Room, I have related all the details of this remarkable affair, one of the strangest which has ever been known in the annals of the Court of Assizes, and which, without doubt, would have had a most tragic denouement, had it not been for the extraordinary part played by a boy reporter, scarcely 18 years old, Joseph Rouletabille, who was the only one to discover that Frederic Larsan, the celebrated Secret Service agent, was none other than Ballmeyer himself. The accidental, one might almost say providential, death of this villain had seemed to assure a happy termination to the extraordinary story, and it must be confessed that it was undoubtedly one of the chief factors in the rapid recovery of Mathilde Stangerson, whose reason had been almost overturned by the mysterious horrors at the Glandier. "You see, my dear fellow," said Monsieur Henri Robert to Monsieur Andre Hesse, whose eyes were roving restlessly about the church, "you see, in this world one can always find the bright side. See how beautifully everything has turned out, even the troubles of MLA. Stangerson. But why are you constantly looking around you? What are you looking for? Do you expect anyone?" "Yes," replied M. Hesse, "I expect Frederic Larsan." And Monsieur Henri Robert laughed, a decorous little laugh, in deference to the sanctity of the surroundings. But I felt no inclination to join in his mirth. I was 100 leagues from foreseeing the terrible experience which was even then approaching us. But when I recall that moment and seek to blot out of my mind all that has happened since, all those events which I intend to relate in the course of this narrative, letting the circumstances come before the reader as they came before us during their development, I recollect once more the curious unrest which thrilled me at the mention of Larsan's name. "What's the matter, Saint-Clair?" whispered me Henri Robert, who must have noticed something odd in my expression. "You know that Hesse was only joking." "I don't know anything about it," I answered, and I looked attentively around me as Mem Andre Hesse had done. And indeed we had believed Larsan dead so often when he was known as Ballmeyer that it seemed quite possible that he might be once more brought to life in the guise of Larsan. "Here comes Rouletabille," remarked Monsieur Henri Robert. "I'll wager that he isn't worrying about anything." "But how pale he is!" exclaimed Mem Andre Hesse in an undertone. The young reporter joined us and pressed our hands in an absent-minded manner. "Good morning, Saint-Clair." "Good morning, gentlemen. I am not late, I hope." It seemed to me that his voice trembled. He left our pew immediately and withdrew to a dark corner, where I beheld him kneel down like a child. He hid his face, which was indeed very pale, in his hands, and prayed. I had never guessed that Rouletabille was of a religious turn of mind, and his fervent devotion astonished me. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with tears. He did not even try to hide them. He paid no attention to anything or anyone around him. He was lost completely in his prayers and, one might imagine, in his grief. But what could be the occasion of his sorrow? Was he not happy at the prospect of the union so ardently desired by everyone? Had not the good fortune of Mathilde Stangerson and Robert Darzac been in a great measure brought about by his efforts? After all, it was perhaps from joy that the lad wept. He rose from his knees and was hidden behind a pillar. I made no endeavor to join him, for I could see that he was anxious to be alone. And the next moment Mathilde Stangerson made her entrance into the church upon the arm of her father, Robert Darzac, walking behind them. Ah, the drama of the Glandier had been a sorrowful one for these three. But strange as it may seem, Mathilde Stangerson appeared only the more beautiful for all that she had passed through. True, she was no longer the beautiful statue, the living marble, the ancient goddess, the cold pagan divinity, who, at the official functions at which her father's position had forced her to appear, had excited a flutter of admiration whenever she was seen. It seemed, on the contrary, that fate, in making her expiate for so many long years an imprudence committed in early youth, had cast her into the depths of madness and despair, only to tear away the mask of stone, which hid from sight the tender, delicate spirit. And it was this spirit which shone forth on her wedding day, in the sweetest and most charming smile, playing on her curved lips, hiding in her eyes filled with pensive happiness, and leaving its impress on her forehead, polished like ivory, where one might read the love of all that was beautiful and all that was good. As to her gown, I must acknowledge that I remember nothing at all about it, and am unable even to say of what color it was. But what I do remember is the strange expression which came over her visage when she looked through the rows of faces in the pews without seeming to discover the one she sought. In a moment she had regained her composure, and was mistress of herself once more. She had seen Rouletabille behind his pillar. She smiled at him and my companions, and I smiled in our turn. She has the eyes of a mad woman. I turned around quickly to see who had uttered the heartless words. It was a poor fellow whom Robert Darzac, out of the kindness of his heart, had made his assistant in the laboratory at the Sorbonne. The man was named Brignoles, and was a distant cousin of the bridegroom. We knew of no other relative of M. Darzac, whose family came originally from the Midi. Long ago he had lost both father and mother. He had neither brother nor sister, and seemed to have broken off all intercourse with his native province, from which he had brought an eager desire for success, an exceptional ability to work, a strong intellect, and a natural need for affection, which had satisfied itself in his relations with Professor Stangerson and his daughter. He had also, as a legacy from Provence, his native place, a soft voice and slight accent, which had often brought a smile to the lips of his pupils at the Sorbonne, who, nevertheless, loved it as they might have loved a strain of music, which made the necessary dryness of their studies a little less arid. One beautiful morning, in the preceding spring, and consequently a year after the occurrences in the Yellow Room, Robert Darzac had presented Brignoles to his pupils. The new assistant had come direct from Aix, where he had been a tutor in the natural sciences, and where he had committed some fault of discipline which had caused his dismissal. But he had remembered that he was related to M. Darzac, the famous chemist, had taken the train to Paris, and had told such a piteous tale to the fiancé of Mulp, Stangerson, that Darzac, out of pity, had found means to associate his cousin with him in his work. At that time the health of Robert Darzac had been far from flourishing. He was suffering from the reaction following the strong emotions which had nearly weighed him down at the Glandier and at the court of assizes. But one might have thought that the recovery now assured of Mathilde and the prospect of their marriage would have had a happy influence both upon the mental and physical condition of the professor. We, however, remarked on the contrary, that from the day that Brignoles came to him, Brignoles, whose friendship should have been a precious solace, the weakness of M. Darzac seemed to increase. However, we were obliged to acknowledge that Brignoles was not to blame for that, for two unfortunate and unforeseen accidents had occurred in the course of some experiments which would have seemed, on the face of them, not at all dangerous. The first resulted from the unexpected explosion of a Gessler tube, which might have severely injured M. Darzac, but which only injured Brignoles, whose hands were badly scarred. The second, which might have been extremely grave, happened through the explosion of a tiny lamp against which M. Darzac was leaning. Happily he was not hurt, but his eyebrows were scorched, and for some time after his sight was slightly impaired, and he was unable to stand much sunlight. Since the Glandier mysteries I had been in such a state of mind that I often found myself attaching importance to the most simple happenings. At the time of the second accident I was present, having come to seek M. Darzac at the Sorbonne. I myself led our friend to a druggist and then to a doctor, and I rather dryly, I own, begged Brignoles, when he wished to accompany us, to remain at his post. On the way, M. Darzac asked why I had wounded the poor fellow's feelings. I told him that I did not care for Brignoli's society, for the abstract reason that I did not like his manners, and for the concrete reason, on this special occasion, that I believed him to be responsible for the accident. Darzac demanded why I thought so, and I did not know how to answer, and he began to laugh, a laugh that was quickly silenced, however, when the doctor told him that he might easily have been made entirely blind, and that he might consider himself very lucky in having gotten off so well. My suspicions of Brignoli's were doubtless ridiculous, and no more accidents happened. All the same, I was so strongly prejudiced against the young man that, at the bottom of my heart, I blamed him for the slow improvement in Darzac's physical condition. At the beginning of the winter, Darzac had such a bad cough that I entreated him to ask for leave of absence and to take a trip to the Media Prayer, in which all his friends joined. The physicians advised San Remo. He went thither, and a week later he wrote us that he felt much better, that it seemed to him as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his breast. "I can breathe here," he wrote. "When I left Paris, I seemed to be stifling." This letter from Darzac gave me much food for thought, and I no longer hesitated to take Rouletabille into my confidence. He agreed with me that it was a most peculiar coincidence that Monsieur Darzac was so ill when Brignoli's was with him, and so much better when he and his young assistant were separated. The impression that this was actually the fact was so strong in my mind that I would on no account have permitted myself to lose sight of Brignoli's. No, indeed. I verily believe that if he had attempted to leave Paris, I should have followed him. But he made no such attempt. On the contrary, he haunted the footsteps of Stangerson. Under the pretext of asking news of Darzac, he presented himself at the house of the professor almost every day. Once he made an effort to see Mlle. Stangerson, but I had painted his portrait to Mrs. Darzac's fiancée in such unflattering terms that I had succeeded in disgusting her with him completely, a fact on which I congratulated myself in my innermost soul. Darzac remained 4 months at San Remo and returned home at the end of that time almost completely restored to health. His eyes, however, were still weak, and he was under the necessity of taking the greatest care of them. Rouletabille and myself had resolved to keep a close watch on Brignoli's, but we were satisfied that everything would be right when we were informed that the long-deferred marriage was to occur almost immediately, and that Darzac would take his wife away on a long honeymoon trip far from Paris and from Brignoli's. Upon his return from San Remo, Darzac had asked me, "Well, how are you getting on with poor Brignoli's? Have you decided that you were wrong about him?" "Indeed, I have not," was my response, and Darzac turned away, laughing at me, and uttering one of the Provençal jests which he affected when circumstances allowed him to be gay, and which found on his lips a new freshness, since his visit to the Midi had accustomed him again to the accents of his childhood. We knew that he was happy, but we had formed no real idea of how happy he was, for between the time of his return and the wedding day, we had had few chances to see him, until we beheld him walking up the aisle of the church, his face fairly transformed. His slight erect figure bore itself as proudly as though he were an emperor. Happiness had made him another being. Anyone could guess that he was a bridegroom, tittered Brignoli's. I left the neighborhood of the man who was so repulsive to me, and stepped behind poor Stangerson, who stood through the entire ceremony with his arms crossed on his breast, seeing nothing and hearing nothing. I was obliged to touch him on the shoulder when all was over to arouse him from his dream. As they passed into the sacristy, André Hesse heaved a deep sigh. "I can breathe again," he murmured. "Why couldn't you breathe before, my friend?" asked Henri Robert. And André Hesse confessed that he had feared up to the last moment that the dead man would reappear. "I can't help it," was the only response he would make when his friend rallied him. "I cannot bring myself to the idea that Frederic Larsan will stay dead for good." And now we all, a dozen or so persons, were gathered in the sacristy. The witnesses signed the register, and the rest of us congratulated the newly wedded pair. The sacristy was yet more dismal than the church, and I might have thought that it was on account of the darkness that I could not perceive Joseph Rouletabille, if the room had not been so small. But assuredly he was not there. Mathilde had already asked for him twice, and M. Darzac requested me to go and look for him. I did so, but returned to the vestry without him. He had disappeared from the church. "How strange it is," exclaimed M. Darzac. "I can't understand it." "Are you sure that you looked everywhere?" "He may be in some corner dreaming." "I looked everywhere, and I called his name," I told him. But M.C. Darzac was still not satisfied. He wanted to look through the church for himself. His search was better rewarded than mine, for he learned from a beggar, who was sitting in the porch with a tambourine, that Rouletabille had left the church a few minutes before and had been driven away in a hack. When the bridegroom brought this news to his wife, she appeared to be both pained and anxious. She called me to her side and said, "My dear M. Sinclair, you know that we are to take the train in 2 hours. Will you hunt up our little friend and bring him to me, and tell him that his strange behavior is grieving me very much?" "Count upon me," I said, and I began a wild goose chase after Rouletabille. But I appeared at the station without him, neither at his home, nor at the office of his paper, nor at the Café du Barreau, where the necessities of his work often called him at this hour of the day. Could I lay my hand on him? None of his comrades could tell me where I might chance to find him. I leave you to think how unwillingly I turned my steps in the direction of the railroad station. M. Darzac was greatly disturbed, but as he had to look after the comfort of his fellow travellers, for Professor Stangerson, who was on his way to Menton, was to accompany his daughter and her husband to Dijon, changing cars there, while the Darzacs continued their trip to Culoz and Mount Sinisses, he asked me to break the bad news to his bride. I performed the commission, adding that Rouletabille would, without doubt, present himself before the train started. At these words Mathilde began to cry softly and shook her head. "No, no," she whispered. "It is all over. He will never come again." And she stepped into the railway carriage. It was at this point that the insufferable Brignolese, seeing the emotion of the newly made bride, whispered again to Andre Hesse, "Look, look, hasn't she the eyes of a maniac? Ah, Robert has done wrong. It would have been better for him to wait." M. Hesse gave him a disdainful glance and bade him be silent. I can still see Brignolese as he spoke those words, and can recall as vividly as though it were yesterday the feeling of horror with which he inspired me. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that he was an evil and a jealous man, and that he would never forgive his relative for having placed him in a position which might be considered subordinate. He had a yellow face and long features that looked as if they had been drawn down from forehead to chin. Everything about him seemed to diffuse bitterness, and everything about him was long. He had a long figure, long arms, long legs, and a long head. However, to this general rule of length, there were exceptions, the feet and the hands. He had extremities small and almost beautiful. After having been so rudely silenced for his malicious words by the young lawyer, Brignolese immediately took offence and left the station, after having paid his respects to the bride and bridegroom. At least I believe that he left the station, for I did not see him again. There was 3 minutes yet before the departure of the train. We still hoped that Rouletabille would appear, and we looked across the quay, thinking once or twice that we saw the form of our young friend approaching, among the hurrying throng of travellers. How could it be that he would not advance, as we were so used to seeing him, in his quick, boyish fashion, rushing through the crowd, paying no heed to the cries and protestations that his method of pushing his way usually evoked, while he seemed to be hurrying faster than anyone else? What could he be doing that detained him? Already the doors were closed. The bell on the engine began to sound its first slow strokes, and the calls of hack drivers began to arise. "Carriage, monsieur, carriage," and then the quick last word which gave the signal for the departure. But no Rouletabille. We were all so grieved and moreover so surprised that we remained on the platform, looking at Mem. Darzac, without thinking to wish her a pleasant journey. Professor Stangerson's daughter cast a long glance upon the quay, and at the moment that the speed of the train began to accelerate, Certain now that she was not to see her little friend again, she threw me an envelope from the car window. "For him," she said, and almost as though moved by an irresistible impulse, her face wearing an expression of something that resembled terror, she added in a tone so strange that I could not help recalling the horrible speeches of Brignoles, "Au revoir, my friends," or "Adieu," chapter, in which there is question of the changing humours of Joseph Rouletabille. In returning alone from the station, I could not help feeling some surprise at the singular sensation of sadness which oppressed me, and of the cause of which I had not the least idea, since the affair at Versailles, with the details of which my existence had become so strangely intermingled, I had enjoyed the closest intimacy with Professor Stangerson, his daughter, and Robert Darzac. I ought to have been completely happy on the day of this wedding, which seemed in every way so satisfactory. I wondered whether the unexplained absence of the young reporter did not account in some measure for my strange depression. Rouletabille had been treated by the Stangersons and by M. Darzac as their deliverer, and especially since Mathilde had left the sanitarium, in which, for several months, her shattered nervous system had needed and received the most assiduous care, since the daughter of the famous professor had been able to understand the extraordinary part which the boy had played in the drama that, without his help, would inevitably have ended in the bitterest grief for all those whom she loved, since she had read by the light of her restored reason the shorthand reports of the trial, at which Rouletabille appeared at the last moment like some hero of a miracle. She had surrounded the youngster with an affection little less than maternal. She interested herself in everything which concerned him. She begged for his confidence. She wanted to know more about him than I knew, and perhaps more even than he knew himself. She had shown an unobtrusive but strong curiosity in regard to the mystery of his birth, of which all of us were ignorant, and on which the young man had kept silence with a sort of savage pride. Although he fully realized the tender friendship which the poor soul felt for him, Rouletabille maintained his reserve, and in his dealings with her affected a formal politeness which astonished me, coming from the boy whom I had known so exuberant, so whole-hearted, so strong in his likes and dislikes. More than once I had mentioned the matter to him, and he had answered me in an evasive manner, laying great stress, however, upon his sentiments of devotion for a lady whom he esteemed beyond anyone in the world, and for whom he would have been ready to sacrifice his all, if fate or fortune had given him anything to sacrifice for anyone. He would take strange whims at such times. For instance, after having made in my presence a promise to take a holiday and remain all day with the Stangersons, who had rented for the summer, for they did not wish to live at the Glandier again, a pretty little place at Chenevière, on the borders of the Marne, and after having shown an almost childish joy at the prospect, he suddenly and without any reason refused to accompany me, and I was obliged to set out alone, leaving him in his little room, in the corner of the Boulevard Saint-Michel and the Rue Monsieur le Prince. I wished, as I departed, that he might experience as much pain as I knew that he would cause Memele. Stangerson, one Sunday, she, vexed at the lad's behaviour, made up her mind to go with me to his den in the Latin Quarter and surprise him. When we reached his lodgings, Rouletabille, who had answered our knock with an energetic "come in," sat working at a little table. He arose as we entered, and turned so pale that we believed that he was about to fall in a faint. "Good heavens!" cried May, Stangerson hastening toward him. But he was quicker than she, and before she reached the table on which he leaned, he had thrown a cover over the papers which were spread over the surface, hiding them entirely. Mathilde had, of course, noticed the action. She paused in amazement. "We are disturbing you," she said. "Oh, not at all," replied Rouletabille. "I have finished my work. I will show it to you sometime. It is a masterpiece, a piece in 5 acts, for which I am not able to find the denouement." And he smiled. Soon he was again entirely master of himself, and made us 100 droll speeches, thanking us for having come to cheer him in his solitude. He insisted on inviting us to dinner, and we 3 ate our evening meal in a Latin Quarter restaurant for yachts. It was a happy evening. Rouletabille telephoned for Robert Darzac, who joined us at dessert. At this time Monsieur Darzac was not ill, and the amazing Brignoles had not yet made his appearance in Paris. We played like children. That summer night was so beautiful in the solitude of the Luxembourg. Before bidding adieu to Melee, Stangerson, Rouletabille begged her pardon for the strange humor which he evinced at times, and accused himself of being at bottom a very disagreeable person. Mathilde kissed him, and Robert Darzac put his arm affectionately around the lad's shoulders, and Rouletabille was so moved that he never uttered a word while I walked with him to his door. But at the moment of our parting, he pressed my hand more tenderly than he had ever done before. Poor little fellow! Ah, if I had known! How I reproach myself in the light of the present for having judged him with too little patience. Thus, sad at heart, assailed by premonitions which I tried in vain to drive away, I returned from the railway station at Lyons, pondering over the numerous fantasies, the strange caprices of Rouletabille during the last 2 years, but nothing that entered my mind could have warned me of what had happened, or still less have explained it to me. Where was Rouletabille? I went to his rooms in the Boulevard Saint-Michel, telling myself that if I did not find him there, I could at least leave Mom. Darzac's letter. What was my astonishment when I entered the building to see my own servant carrying my bag. I asked him to tell me what he was doing and why, and he replied that he did not know, that I must ask Monsieur Rouletabille. The boy had been, as it turned out, while I had been seeking him everywhere, except naturally in my own house, in my apartments in the Rue de Rivoli. He had ordered my servant to take him to my rooms, and had made the man fill a valise with everything necessary for a trip of 3 or 4 days. Then he had directed the man to bring the bag in about an hour to the hotel in the Boule Mich. I made one bound up the stairs to my friend's bedchamber, where I found him packing in a tiny hand satchel an assortment of toilet articles, a change of linen and a nightshirt. Until this task was ended, I could obtain no satisfaction from Rouletabille, for in regard to the little affairs of everyday life, he was extremely particular, and despite the modesty of his means, succeeded in living very well, having a horror of everything which could be called bohemian. He finally deigned to announce to me that we were going to take our Easter vacation, and that since I had nothing to do, and the Epoch had granted him a 3 days holiday, we couldn't do better than to go and take a short rest at the seaside. I made no reply, so angry was I at this high-handed method, and all the more because I had not the least desire to contemplate the beauties of the ocean upon one of the abominable days of early spring, which, for 2 or 3 weeks, every year, makes us regret the winter. But my silence did not disturb Rouletabille in the least, and taking my valise in one hand, his satchel in the other, he hustled me down the stairs and pushed me into a hack which awaited us before the door of the hotel. Half an hour later we found ourselves in a first-class carriage of the Northern Railway, which was carrying us toward Treppeau by way of Amiens. As we entered the station, he said, "Why don't you give me the letter that you have for me?" I gazed at him in amazement. He had guessed that Mme. Darzac would be greatly grieved at not seeing him before her departure, and would write to him. He had been positively malicious. I answered, "Because you don't deserve it," and I gave him a good scolding, to which he interposed no defense. He did not even try to excuse himself, and that made me angrier than ever. Finally, I handed him the letter. He took it, looked at it, and inhaled its fragrance. As I sat looking at him curiously, he frowned, trying, as I could see, to repress some strong feeling. But he could no longer hide it from me when he turned toward the window, his forehead against the glass, and became absorbed in a deep study of the landscape. His face betrayed the fact that he was suffering profoundly. "Well," I said, "aren't you going to read the letter?" "No," he replied, "not here, when we are yonder." We arrived at Treppeau in the blackest night that I remember, after 6 hours of an interminable trip and in wretched weather. The wind from the sea chilled us to the bone and swept over the deserted quay with weird sounds of lamentation. We met only a watchman wrapped in his cloak and hood, who paced the banks of the canal. Not a cab, of course. A few gas jets, trembling in their glass globes, reflected their light in the mud puddles formed by the falling rain. We heard in the distance the clicking noise of the little wooden shoes of some Trepo woman who was out late. That we did not fall into a huge watering trough was due to the fact that we were warned by the hoofs of a stray horse, which passed that way to drink. I walked behind Rouletabille, who made his way with difficulty in this damp obscurity. However, he appeared to know the place, for we finally arrived at the door of a queer little inn, which remained open during the early spring for the fishermen. Rouletabille demanded supper and a fire, for we were half-starved and half-frozen. "Ah, now, my friend," I said when we were settled after a fashion, "will you condescend to explain to me what we have come to look for in this place, aside from rheumatism and pneumonia?" But Rouletabille, at this moment, coughed and turned toward the fire to warm his hands again. "Oh, yes," he answered. "I am going to tell you. We have come to look for the perfume of the lady in black." This phrase gave me so much to think about that I scarcely slept at all that night. Besides, the wind howled continuously, sending its wails over the water, then swallowing itself up in the little streets of the town, as if it were entering corridors. I heard someone moving about in the room next to mine, which was occupied by my friend. I arose and tried his door. In spite of the cold and the wind, he had opened the window, and I could see him distinctly waving kisses toward the shadows. He was embracing the night. I closed the door again and went quietly back to bed. Early in the morning I was awakened by a changed Rouletabille. His face was distorted with grief, as he handed me a telegram which had come to him at the Bourg, having been forwarded from Paris, in accordance with the orders that he had left. "Here is the dispatch. Come immediately without losing a minute. We have given up our trip to the Orient and will join M. Stangerson at Mentone, at the home of the Rances at Roches Rouges. Let this message remain a secret between us. It is not necessary to frighten anyone. You may pretend that you are on your vacation, or make any other excuse that you like. But come, telegraph me general delivery, Mentone. Quickly, quickly, I am waiting for you. Yours in despair, Darzac. Chapter, The Perfume." "Well," I cried, leaping out of bed, "it doesn't surprise me." "You never believed that he was dead?" demanded Rouletabille, in a tone filled with an emotion that I could not explain to myself, for it seemed greater even than was warranted by the situation, admitting that the terms of M. Darzac's telegram were to be taken literally. "I never felt quite sure of it," I answered. "It was too useful for him to pass for dead to permit him to hesitate at the sacrifice of a few papers, however important those were which were found upon the victim of the Dordogne disaster. But what is the matter with you, my boy? You look as though you were going to faint. Are you ill?" Rouletabille had let himself sink into a chair. It was in a voice which trembled like that of an old man that he confided to me that, even while the marriage ceremony of our friends was going on, he had become possessed with a strong conviction that Larsan was not dead. But after the ceremony was at an end, he had felt more secure. It seemed to him that Larsan would never have permitted Mathilde Stangerson to speak the vows that gave her to Robert Darzac if he were really alive. Larsan would only have had to show his face to stop the marriage, and, however dangerous to himself such an act might have been, he would not, the young reporter believed, have hesitated to deliver himself up to the danger. Knowing as he did the strong religious convictions of Professor Stangerson's daughter, and knowing, too, that she would never have consented to enter into an alliance with another man while her first husband was alive, even had she been freed from the latter by human laws. In vain had everyone who loved her attempted to persuade her that her first marriage was void, according to French statute. She persisted in declaring that the words pronounced by the priest had made her the wife of the miserable wretch who had victimized her, and that she must remain his wife so long as they both should live. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, Rouletabille remarked, "Sainclair, can you ever forget Larsan's eyes? Do you remember, the presbytery has not lost its charm or the garden its brightness." I pressed the boy's hand. It was burning hot. I tried to calm him, but he paid no attention to anything I said, and it was after the wedding, just a few hours after the wedding, that he chose to appear, he cried. "There isn't anything else to think, is there, Sainclair? You took M. Darzak's wire just as I did. It could mean nothing else except that that man has come back? I should think not, but M. Darzak may be mistaken. Oh, M. Darzak is not a child to be frightened at bogies. But we must hope, mustn't we, Sinclair, that he is mistaken? Oh, it isn't possible that such a fearful thing can be true. Oh, Sinclair, it would be too terrible. I had never seen Rouletabille so deeply agitated, even at the time of the most terrible events at the Glandier. He arose from his chair and walked up and down the room, casting aside any object which came in his way, and repeating over and over, "No, no, it's too terrible, too terrible." I told him that it was not sensible to put himself in such a state merely upon the receipt of a telegram, which might mean nothing at all, or might be the result of some delusion. And there, too, I added, that it was not at this time, when we needed all our strength and fortitude, that we ought to give way to imaginary fears which were particularly inexcusable in a lad of his practical temperament. Inexcusable. I am glad you think so, Sinclair. But, my dear boy, you frighten me. What is there you know that you have not told me? I am going to tell you. The situation is horrible. Why didn't that villain die? And after all, how do you know that he is not dead? Look here, Sinclair, don't talk, be quiet, please. You see, if he is alive. I wish to God that I were dead. You are crazy. It is if he is alive that you have all the more reason to live to defend that poor woman. Ah, that is true. That is true. Thanks, old fellow. You have said the only thing that makes me want to live. To defend her. I will not think of myself any longer, never again. And Rouletabille smiled, a smile which almost frightened me. I threw my arm around him and begged him to tell me why he was so terrified, why he spoke of his own death, and why he smiled so strangely. Rouletabille laid his hand on my shoulder, and I went on. Tell your friend what it is, Rouletabille. Speak out, relieve your mind. Tell me the secret that is killing you. I would tell you anything. Rouletabille looked down and steadily into my eyes. Then he said, You shall know all, Sinclair. You shall know as much as I do, and when you do, you will be as unhappy as I am, for you are kind and you are fond of me. Then he straightened back his shoulders, as though he had already cast off a burden, and pointed in the direction of the railway. We shall leave here in an hour, he said. There is no direct train from EU to Paris in the winter. We shall not reach Paris until o'clock. But that will give us plenty of time to pack our trunks and take the train that leaves the Lyons station at 9 o'clock for Marseille and Mentone. He did not ask my opinion on the course which he had laid out. He was taking me to Mentone, just as he had brought me to Trepot. He was well aware that in the present crisis I could refuse him nothing. Besides, he was in such a state of mental strain that even if he had wished it, I should scarcely have left him. And it was not hard for me to accompany him, for we were just beginning our long vacations, and my affairs were so arranged that I felt entirely at liberty. Then we are going to EU, I inquired. Yes, we will take the train from there. It will scarcely take half an hour to drive over. We shall have spent only a little time in this part of the country, I remarked. Enough, I hope enough for me to find what I am looking for. I thought of the perfume of the lady in black, but I kept silence. Had he not said that he was going to tell me everything? He led me out to the jetty. The wind was still blowing a gale, and we were almost taken off our feet. Rouletabille stood for an instant as if lost in thought, closing his eyes as if in a dream. It was here, he said, that I last saw her. He looked down at the stone bench beside which we were standing. We were sitting there. She held me to her heart. I was a very little fellow, even for 9 years old. She told me to stay there on this bench, and then she went away, and I never saw her again. It was night, a soft summer evening, the evening of the distribution of prizes. She had not assisted at the distribution, but I knew that she would come that night full of stars and so clear that I hoped every moment that I would be able to distinguish her face. But she covered it with her veil and breathed a heavy sigh, and then she went away, and I have never seen her since. And you, my friend? I? Yes, what happened to you? Did you sit on the bench for very long? I would have, but the coachman came to look for me, and I went in. Where? Into the school. Is there a boarding school at Trepot? No, but there is one at EU. I went to the school at EU. He motioned me to follow him. We will go there, he said. I can't talk here. There is too much of a storm. In another half-hour we were at EU. At the foot of the Rue des Marronnières, our carriage rolled over the pavements of the big, cold, empty place, as the coachman announced his arrival by cracking his whip, filling the dead town with the noise of the snapping leather. Soon we heard the sound of a bell, that of the school, Rediscover told me, and then everything was quiet again. We alighted, and the horse and carriage stood motionless upon the street. The driver had gone into a saloon. We entered the cool shades of a high Gothic church which faced upon the square. Rediscover cast a glance at the castle, a red brick structure, crowned with an immense Louis XIII roof, a mournful facade, which seemed to weep over the glory of departed princes. The young reporter gazed sorrowfully at the square battlements of the city hall, which extended toward us the hostile lance of its soiled and weather-beaten flag, at the Café de Paris, at the silent houses, at the shops and the library. Was it there that the boy had bought those first new books for which the lady in black had paid? Nothing has changed. An old dog, colourless and shaggy upon the library steps, stretched himself lazily on his frozen paws. "Cham, Cham," called Rediscover. "Oh, I remember him well. It is Cham, it is my old Cham." And he called him again, "Cham, Cham." The dog got upon his feet, turned toward us, listening to the voice that called him. He took a few steps, wagged his tail, and stretched himself out in the sun again. "He doesn't remember me," said Rediscover sadly. "He drew me into a little street which had a steep down grade and was paved with sharp pebbles. As we went down the hill he took my hand, and I could feel the fever in his. We stopped again in front of a tiny temple of the Jesuit style, which raised in front of us its porch, ornamented with semicircles of stone, the reversed consoles, which are the characteristic features of an architecture which contributed nothing to the glory of the 17th century. After having pushed open a little low door, Rediscover bade me enter, and we found ourselves inside a beautiful mortuary chapel, upon the stone floor of which were kneeling, beside their empty tombs, magnificent marble statues of Catherine of Cleves and Guise le Balafre. "The college chapel," whispered Rediscover. There was no person in the chapel. We crossed the room hastily. On the left wall, Rediscover tapped very gently a kind of drum, which gave out a queer, muffled sound. "We are in luck," he said. "Everything is going well. We are inside the college, and the concierge has not seen me. He would surely have remembered me. What harm would that have done?" Just at that moment, a man with bare head and a bunch of keys at his side passed through the room, and Rediscover drew me into the shadow. "It is Père Simon. Ah, how old he has grown. He is almost bald. Listen, this is the hour when he goes to superintend the study hour of the younger boys. Everyone is in the classroom at this time. Oh, we are very lucky. There is only mere Simon in the lodge, that is, if she is not dead. At any rate, she can't see us from here. But wait, here is Père Simon back again." Why was Rediscover so anxious to hide himself? Decidedly, I knew very little of the lad whom I believed that I knew so well. Every hour that I had spent with him of late had brought me some new surprise. While we were waiting for Père Simon to leave us a clear field once more, Rediscover and I managed to slip out of the chapel without being seen, and hid ourselves in the corner of a tiny garden, laid out in the middle of a stone court, behind the shrubbery of which we could, leaning over, contemplate at our leisure the grounds and buildings of the school. Rediscover hung onto my arm as though he were afraid of falling. "Good heavens," he murmured, in a voice broken with emotion. "How things are changed. They have torn down the old study where I found the knife, and the leather hangings where the money was hidden have doubtless been destroyed. But the chapel walls are just the same. Look, St. Clair, lean over the hedge. That door that opens in the rear of the chapel is the door of the infant classroom. But never, never did I leave that classroom so gladly, even in my happiest play hours, as when Père Simon came to fetch me to the parlour where the lady in black was waiting for me. Ah, suppose that they have destroyed the parlour." And he cast a quick look toward the building behind him. No, it is all right beside the mortuary. There is the same door at the right through which she came, We shall go there as soon as Père Simon is out of the way." And he set his teeth. "I believe that I am going crazy," he said with a short laugh. "But I can't help my feelings. They are stronger than I. To think that I am going to see the parlor where she waited for me. I had been living only in the hope of seeing her, and after she had gone, although I had promised to be good and sensible, I fell into such a despondent state that after each of her visits they feared for my health. They were only able to save me from utter prostration by telling me that if I fell ill, they would not let me see her any more. So from one visit to another, I had her memory and her perfume to comfort me. Never having seen her dear face distinctly, and being so weak that I was ready to swoon with joy every time she pressed me to her heart, I lived less with her image than with the heavenly odor. Often on the days after she had come and gone, I would escape from my comrades during the recreation hours and steal to the parlor, and when I found it empty, I would draw deep breaths of the air which she had breathed and remain there like a little devotee, and leave with a heart filled with the sense of her presence. The perfume which she always used, and which was indissolubly associated in my mind with her, was the most delicate, the most subtle, and the sweetest odor I have ever known. And I never breathed it again in all the years which followed, until the day I spoke of it to you, St. Clair. You remember the day we first went to the Glandier. You mean the day that you met Mathilde Stangerson? That is what I mean, responded the lad in a trembling voice. Ah, if I had known at that moment that Professor Stangerson's daughter, as the result of her first marriage in America, had had a child, a son, who would have been, if he had lived, the same age as Rouletabille. Perhaps I would have at last comprehended his emotion and grief, and the strange reluctance which he showed to pronounce the name of Mathilde Stangerson there at the school to which, in the past, had come so often the lady in black. There was a long silence which I finally broke. "And you have never known why the lady in black did not return?" "Oh," cried Rouletabille, "I am sure that she did return. It was I who was not here." "Who took you away?" "No one, I ran away." "Why, to look for her?" No, to flee from her, I tell you, St. Clair. But she came back, I know that she came back. She may have been broken-hearted at not finding you." Rouletabille raised his arms toward the sky and shook his head. "I don't know, how can I know? Ah, what an unhappy wretch I am. But hush, St. Clair, here comes Père Simon. Now he's gone again. Quick to the parlor." We were there in 3 seconds. It was a commonplace room enough, rather large, with cheap white curtains in front of the shadeless windows. It was furnished with 6 leather chairs placed against the wall, a mantel mirror, and a clock. The whole appearance of the place was sombre. As we entered the room, Rouletabille uncovered his head with an appearance of respect and reverence which one rarely assumes except in a sacred place. His face became flushed. He advanced with short steps, rolling his travelling cap in his hands as if he were embarrassed. He turned to me and said in low tones, far lower than he used in the chapel, "Oh, St. Clair, this is it, the parlor. Feel how my hands burn. My face is flushed, is it not? I was always flushed when I came here, knowing that I should find her. I used to run. I felt smothered. I do now. I was not able to wait. Oh, my heart beats just as it used when I was a little lad. I would come to the door, right here, and then I would pause, bashful and shamefaced. But I would see her dark shadow in the corner. She would take me in her arms and hold me there in silence. And before we knew it, we were both weeping as we clung together. How dear those meetings were. She was my mother, St. Clair. Oh, she never told me so. On the contrary, she used to say that my mother was dead, and that she had been her friend, but she told me to call her Mama, and when she wept as I kissed her, I knew that she really was my mother. See, she always sat there in the dark corner, and she came always at nightfall, when the parlor had not yet been lit up for the evening, and every time she came she would place on the window sill a big white package tied with pink cord. It was a fruit cake. I have loved fruit cake ever since, St. Clair." The poor lad could no longer contain himself. He rested his arms on the mantel and wept like a little child. When he was able to control himself a little, he raised his head and looked at me with a sad smile, and then he sank into a chair as though he were tired out. I had not had the heart to say one word to him during his reminiscences. I knew well that he was not talking with me but with his memories. I saw him draw from his breast the letter which he had placed there in the train and tear it open with trembling fingers. He read it slowly. Suddenly his hand fell, and he uttered a groan. His flushed face grew pallid, so pallid that it seemed as though every drop of blood had left his heart. I stepped toward him, but he waved me away and closed his eyes. He looked almost as though he were sleeping. I walked across the room, moving as softly as one does in the chamber of death. I looked up at the wall, where hung a heavy wooden crucifix. How long did I stand gazing on the cross? I have no idea, nor do I know what we said to someone belonging to the house, who came into the parlor. I was pondering with all my strength of concentration on the strange and mysterious destiny of my friend, on this mysterious woman who might or might not have been his mother. Rouletabille had been so young in those school days. He longed so for a mother that he might have imagined that he had found one in his visitor. Rouletabille. What other name did we know him by? Joseph Josephine. It was without doubt under that name that he had pursued his early studies here. Joseph Josephine, the queer appellation of which the editor of the Epoch had said to him, "It is no name at all." And now what was he about to do here? Seek the trace of a perfume? Revive a memory in illusion? I turned as I heard him stir. He was standing erect and seemed quite calm. His features had taken on the serenity which comes from assurance of victory. "We must go now, St. Clair. Come, my friend." And he left the parlor without even looking back. I followed him. In the deserted street, which we regained without meeting anyone, I stopped him by asking anxiously, "Well, did you find the perfume of the lady in black?" He must have seen that all my heart was in the question, and that I was filled with an ardent desire that this visit to the scenes of his childhood might have brought a little peace to his soul. "Yes," he said very gravely. "Yes, St. Clair, I found it." And he handed me the letter from Professor Stangerson's daughter. I looked at him, doubting the evidence of my own senses, not understanding, because I knew nothing. Then he took my two hands and looked into my eyes. "I am going to confide a secret to you, St. Clair, the secret of my life, and perhaps someday the secret of my death. Let what will come, it must die with you and me. Mathilde Stangerson had a child, a son. He is dead to everyone, except to the two of us who stand here." I recoiled, struck with horror under such a revelation. Rouletabille, the son of Mathilde Stangerson, and then suddenly I received a still more violent shock. In that case, Rouletabille must be the son of Larsan. Oh, I understood now all the wretchedness of the boy. I understood why he had said this morning, "Why did he not die? If he is living, I wish to God that I were dead." Rouletabille must have read my thoughts in my eyes, and he simply made a gesture which seemed to say, "And now you understand, St. Clair?" Then he finished his sentence aloud. The word which he spoke was silence. When we reached Paris, we separated to meet again at the train. There, Rouletabille handed me a new dispatch, which had come from Valence, and which was signed by Professor Stangerson. It said, "Darzac tells me that you have a few days' leave. We should all be very glad if you could come and spend them with us. We will wait for you at Arthur Rance's place, Rochers Rouge. He will be delighted to present you to his wife. My daughter will be pleased to see you. She joins me in kindest greetings." Just as the train was starting, a concierge from Rouletabille's hotel came rushing up and handed us a third dispatch. This one was sent from Mentone and signed by Mathilde. It contained two words, "Rescue us." Chapter 4. En route. Now I knew all. As we continued on our journey, Rouletabille related to me the remarkable and adventurous story of his childhood, and I knew, also, why he dreaded nothing so much as that Mimi, Darzac, should penetrate the mystery which separated them. I dared say nothing more, give my friend no advice. Ah, the poor unfortunate lad. When he read the words "rescue us," he carried the dispatch to his lips, and then, pressing my hand, he said, "If I arrive too late, I can avenge her at least." I have never heard anything more filled with resolution than the cold determination of his tone. From time to time a quick movement betrayed the passion of his soul. but for the most part he was calm, terribly calm. What resolution had he taken in the silence of the parlor, when he sat motionless and with closed eyes in the shadow of the corner where he had used to see the lady in black? While we journeyed toward Lyons and Rouletabille lay dreaming, stretched out fully dressed in his berth, I will tell you how and why the child that he had been ran away from school at EU, and what had happened to him. Rouletabille had fled from the school like a thief. There was no need to seek for another expression, because he had been accused of stealing. This was how it happened. At the age of 9, he had already an extraordinarily precocious intelligence, and could arrive easily at the solution of the most perplexing problems. By logical deductions of an almost amazing kind, he astonished his professor of mathematics by his philosophical method of work. He had never been able to learn his multiplication tables, and always counted upon his fingers. He would usually get the answers to the problems himself, leaving the working out to be done by his fellow pupils, as one will leave an irksome task to a servant. But first, he would show them exactly how the example ought to be done. Although as yet ignorant of the rudiments of algebra, he had invented for his own personal use a system of algebra carried on with queer signs, looking like hieroglyphics, by the aid of which he marked all the steps of his mathematical reasoning, and thus he was able to write down the general formulae so that he alone could interpret them. His professor used proudly to compare him to Pascal, discovering for himself without knowledge of geometry the first propositions of Euclid. He applied his admirable faculties of reasoning to his daily life, as well as to his studies, using the rules both materially and morally. For example, an act had been committed in the school, I have forgotten whether it was of cheating or tale-bearing, by one of 10 persons whom he knew, and he picked out the right one with a divination which seemed almost supernatural, simply by using the powers of reasoning and deduction which he had practiced to such an extent. So much for the moral aspect of his strange gift, and as for the material, nothing seemed more simple to him than to find any lost or hidden object or even a stolen one. It was in the detection of thefts especially that he displayed a wonderful resourcefulness, as if nature, in her wondrous fitting together of the parts that make an equal whole, after having created the father a thief of the worst kind, had caused the son to be born the evil genius of thieves. This strange aptitude, after having won for the boy a sort of fame in the school, on account of his detection of several attempts at pilfering, was destined one day to be fatal to him. He found in this abnormal fashion a small sum of money, which had been stolen from the superintendent, who refused to believe that the discovery was due only to the lad's intelligence and clearness of insight. This hypothesis, indeed, appeared impossible to almost everyone who knew of the matter, and, thanks to an unfortunate coincidence of time and place, the affair finished up by having Rouletabille himself accused of being the thief. They tried to make him acknowledge his fault. He defended himself with such indignation and anger that it drew upon him a severe punishment. The principal held an investigation and a trial, at which Josephine was accused by some of his youthful comrades in that spirit of falsehood which children sometimes possess. Some of them complained of having had books, pencils, and tablets stolen at different times, and declared that they believed that Joseph had taken them. The fact that the boy seemed to have no relatives, and that no one knew where he came from, made him particularly likely, in that little world, to be suspected of crime. When the boys spoke of him, it was as that thief. The contempt in which he was held preyed upon him, for he was not a strong child at best, and he was plunged in despair. He almost prayed to die. The principal, who was really the most kind-hearted of men, was persuaded that he had a vicious little creature to deal with, because he was unable to produce an impression on the child, and make him comprehend the horror of what he had done. Finally, he told the lad that if he did not confess his guilt, it had been decided not to keep him in the school any longer, and that a letter would be written to the lady who interested herself in him. Darbel was the name which she had given, to tell her to come after him. The child made no reply, and allowed himself to be taken to his little room, where he had been kept a prisoner. Upon the morrow he had disappeared. He had run away. He had felt that the principal, to whose care he had been entrusted during the earliest years of his childhood, for in all his little life he could remember no other home than the school, and who had always been so kind to him, was no longer his friend, since he believed him guilty of theft. And he could see no reason why the lady in black would not believe it, too, that he was a thief. To appear as a thief in the sight of the lady in black, he would far rather have died. And he made his escape from the place by climbing over the wall of the garden at night. He rushed to the canal, sobbing, and with a prayer uttered as much to the lady in black as to God himself, threw himself in the water. Happily, in his despair, the poor child had forgotten that he knew how to swim. If I have reported this passage in the life of Rediscover at some length, it is because it seems to me that it is all important to the thorough comprehension of his future. At that time, of course, he was ignorant that he was the son of Larsan. Rediscover, even as a child of 9 years, could not without agony harbor the idea that the lady in black might believe him to be a thief, and thus, when the time came that he imagined an imagination too well founded, alas, that he was bound by ties of blood to Larsan, what infinite misery he experienced. His mother, in hearing of the crime of which he had been accused, must have felt that the criminal instincts of the father were coming to light in the son, and, perhaps thought more cruel than death itself, she may have rejoiced in believing him dead. For everyone believed him dead. They found his footsteps leading to the canal, and they fished out his cap. How had he lived after leaving the school? In a most singular fashion. After swimming to dry land and making up his mind to fly the country, the lad, while they were searching for him everywhere in the canal and out of it, devised a most original plan for traveling to a distance without being disturbed. He had not read that most interesting tale, The Stolen Letter. His own invention served him. He reasoned the thing out, as he always did. He knew, for he had often heard them told by the heroes themselves, many stories of little rascals who had ran away from their parents in search of adventures, hiding themselves by day in the fields and the wood, and travelling by night only, to find themselves speedily captured by the gendarmes, or forced to return home because they had no money and no food, and dared not ask for anything to eat along the road which they followed, and which was too well guarded to admit of their escape if they applied for aid. Our little Rediscover slept at night like everyone else, and travelled in broad daylight without hiding himself. But after having dried his garments, the warm weather was coming on, and he did not suffer from cold. He tore them to tatters. He made rags of them, which barely covered him, and begged in the open streets, dirty and unkempt, holding out his hands and declaring to passers-by that if he did not bring home any money, his parents would beat him. And everyone took him for some gypsy child, hordes of which constantly roamed through the locality. Soon came the time of wild strawberries. He gathered the fruit and sold it in little baskets of leaves. And he assured me, in telling the story, that if it had not been for the terrible thought that the lady in black must believe that he was a thief, that time would have been the happiest of his life. His astuteness and natural courage stood him well in stead through these wanderings, which lasted for several months. Where was he going? To Marseille. This was his plan he had seen in his illustrated geography views of the Midi, and he had never looked at those pictures without breathing a sigh and wishing that he might someday visit that enchanted country. Through his gypsy-like manner of living, he had made the acquaintance of a little caravan load of Romanis who were following the same route as himself and who were journeying to stay, Maries of the Sea, to render homage to a new king of their tribe. The lad had an opportunity to render them some small service, and finding him a pleasant, well-mannered little fellow, these people, not being in the habit of asking everyone whom they met for his history, desired to know nothing more about him. They believed that, on account of ill treatment, the child had run away from some troop of wandering mountebanks, and they invited him to travel with them. Thus he arrived in the Midi, in the neighborhood of Arles. He separated himself from his traveling companions, and at last came to Marseille. There was his paradise, eternal summer, and the port. The port was the favorite resort of all the gamins of the locality, and this fact was the greatest safeguard for Rouletabille. He roamed over the docks as he chose, and served himself according to the measure of his needs, which were not great. For example, he made of himself an orange fisher. It was at the time that he exercised this lucrative calling that one beautiful morning upon the quay he made the acquaintance of Monsieur Gaston Leroux, a journalist from Paris. And this acquaintance was destined to have such an influence upon the future of Rouletabille that I do not consider it out of place to transcribe here in full the article in which the editor of Le Matin recorded that first memorable interview. The little orange fisher, as the sun, piercing through the cloudless heavens, struck with its ardent rays the golden robe of Notre-Dame de la Garde, I descended toward the quay. The scene which met my eyes was one which was worth going far to see. Townfolk, sailors, and workmen were moving about, the former idly looking on, while the others tugged at the pulleys and drew up the cables of their vessels. The great merchant vessels glided like huge beasts of burden between the Tower of St. Jean and the Fort of St. Nicholas, caressing the sparkling waters of the old port in their onward motion. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, the smaller barks seemed to hold out their arms to each other, to throw aside their veils of mist and to dance upon the water. Beside them, tired with the long journey, worn out from ploughing for so many days and nights over unknown seas, the heavy-laden East Indiamen rested peacefully, lifting their great, motionless sails in rags toward the skies. My eyes, sweeping swiftly over the scene through the forest of masts and sails, paused at the tower which commemorated the fact that it was 25 centuries since the children of ancient Phoenicia first cast anchor upon this happy shore, and that they had come by the waterways of Ionia. Then my attention returned to the border of the quay, and I perceived the little orange fisher. He was standing erect, clad in the rags of a man's coat which hung down almost to his feet, bareheaded and barefooted, with blonde curly locks and black eyes, and I should think that he was about 9 years old. A string passed around his shoulder supported a big sailcloth sack. His left hand rested on his waist, and his right hand held a stick 3 times as tall as himself, which was surmounted by a little wooden hook. The child stood motionless and lost in thought. When I asked him what he was doing there, he told me that he was an orange fisher. He seemed very proud of being an orange fisher, and did not ask me for a penny, as the little vagabonds of the neighborhood are accustomed to demand toll of every bystander. I spoke to him again, but this time he made no answer, for he was too intent on watching the water. On one side of us was the beautiful steamer Fides, in from Castelmare, and on the other a 3-masted schooner from Genoa. Further off were 2 ships loaded with fruits, which had just arrived from Béliers that morning, and I saw that they were spilling a part of their cargo. Oranges were bobbing up and down upon the water, and the light current sent them in our direction. My fisher leaped into a little canoe, came quickly to the vessel, and, armed with his stick and hook, waited. Then he began his gathering. The hook on his stick brought him 1 orange, then a second, a third, and a fourth. They disappeared in the sack. The boy gathered a 5th, jumped upon the quay, and tore open the golden fruit. He plunged his little teeth in the pulp and devoured it in an instant. "You have a good appetite," I told him. "Monsieur," he replied, flushing slightly as he spoke. "I don't care for any food but fruit." "That is a very good diet," I replied as gravely as he had spoken. "But what do you do when there are no oranges?" "I pick up coal," and his little hand, diving into the sack, brought out an enormous piece of coal. The orange juice had rolled down his chin to his coat. The coat had a pocket. The little fellow took a clean handkerchief from this pocket and carefully wiped both chin and coat. Then he proudly put the handkerchief back. "What is your father's work?" I asked. "He is poor." "Yes, but what does he do?" The orange fisher shrugged his shoulders. "He doesn't do anything, he is poor." My inquiries into his family affairs did not seem to please him. He turned away from the quay, and I followed him. We came in a moment to the Shelter, a little square of sea which holds the small pleasure yachts, the neat little boats all polished wood and brass, the neat little sailors in their irreproachable toilettes. My ragamuffin looked at them with the eye of a connoisseur and seemed to find a keen enjoyment in the spectacle. A new yacht had just been launched, and her immaculate sail looked like a white veil against the blue sky. "Isn't it pretty?" exclaimed my little companion. The next moment he fell over a board covered with fresh tar, and when he picked himself up, he looked with dismay at the stain on his coat, which seemed to be his proudest possession. What a disaster! He looked as if he could have burst into tears. But quick as thought, he drew out his handkerchief and rubbed the spot. Then he looked at me piteously and said, "Monsieur, are there any other stains? Did I get anything on my back?" I assured him that he had not, and with an expression of satisfaction, he put the handkerchief back in his pocket once more. A few steps further on, upon the walk which stretches in front of the red and yellow and blue houses, the windows of which are brave with wares of many kinds, we found an oyster stand. Upon the little tables were displayed piles of oysters in their shells, and flasks of vinegar. When we passed by the oyster stand, as the fish appeared fresh and appetizing, I said to the orange fisher, "If you cared for anything to eat except fruit, I might ask you to have some oysters with me." His black eyes glistened, and we sat down together to eat our oysters. The merchant opened them for us while we waited. He started to bring us vinegar, but my companion stopped him with an imperious gesture. He opened his bag carefully and triumphantly produced a lemon. The lemon, having been in close contact with the bit of coal, might have passed for black itself, but my guest took out his handkerchief and wiped it off. Then he cut the fruit and offered me half, but I like oysters without other flavor, so I declined with thanks. After our luncheon, we went back to the quay. The orange fisher asked me for a cigarette and lighted it with a match which he had in another pocket of his coat. Then, the cigarette between his lips, puffing rings toward the sky like a man, the little creature threw himself down on the ground and, with his eyes fixed upon the statue of Notre Dame de la Garde, took the very pose of the boy who is the most beautiful ornament of the Brussels Tower. He did not lose a line of the attitude, and seemed very proud of the fact, and apparently desired to play the part exactly. Upon the following day, Josephine met Ms. Gaston Leroux once more upon the quay, and the man handed him a newspaper which he carried in his hand. The boy read the article pointed out to him, and the journalist gave him a bright new sous piece. Rouletabille made no difficulties about accepting it, and seemed to even find the gift a natural one. "I take your money," he said to Gaston Leroux, "because we are collaborators." With his 100 sous he bought himself a fine new bootblack's box and installed himself in business opposite the Breguet. For 2 years he polished the boots of those who came to eat the traditional bouillabaisse at this hostelry. When he was not at work, he would sit on his box and read. With the feeling of ownership which his box and his business had brought him, ambition had entered his mind. He had received too good an education and had been too well instructed in rudimentary things not to understand that if he did not himself finish what others had begun for him, he would be deprived of the best chance which he had of making for himself a place in the world. His customers grew interested in the little bootblack, who always had on his box some work of history or mathematics, and a harness maker became so attached to him that he took him into his shop. Soon Rouletabille was promoted to the dignity of working in leather and was able to save. At the age of 16 years, having a little money in his pocket, he took the train for Paris. What did he intend to do there? To look for the lady in black. Not one day had passed without his having thought of the mysterious visitor to the parlor of the boarding school, and, although no one had ever told him that she lived in Paris, he was persuaded that no other city in the world was worthy to contain a lady who wore so sweet a perfume. And then his little schoolmates, who had been able to see her form when she glided out of the parlor, had often said, "See, the Parisienne is here again today." It would have been difficult to exactly define the ideas in Rouletabille's head, and perhaps he himself scarcely knew what they were. His longing was merely to see the lady in black, to watch her reverently at a distance as a devotee watches the image of a saint. Would he dare to speak to her? The importance of the accusation of theft which had been brought against him had only grown greater in Rouletabille's imagination as time had gone by, and he believed that it would always be a barrier between himself and the lady in black, which he had not the right to try to throw down. Perhaps, even but come what might, He longed to see her. That was the only thing of which he was sure. As soon as he reached the capital, he looked up Monsieur Gaston Leroux and recalled himself to the latter's memory, telling him that, although he felt no particular liking for the life, which he considered rather a lazy one for a man who liked to be up and doing, he had decided to become a journalist, and he fairly demanded that his old acquaintance should at once give him a trial as a reporter. Leroux tried to turn the youth from his project. At last, tired of his persistent requests, the editor said, "Well, my lad, since you have nothing special to do just now, go and find the left foot of the body in the Rue Oberkampf." And with these words, Ms. Leroux turned away, leaving poor Rouletabille standing there with half a dozen young reporters tittering around him. But the boy was not daunted in the least. He searched through the files of the paper and found out that the Epoque was offering a large reward to the person who would bring to its office the foot which was missing from the mutilated body of a woman, which had been found in the Rue Oberkampf. The rest we know. In The Mystery of the Yellow Room, I have told how Rouletabille succeeded on this occasion, and in what manner there revealed itself to him his own singular calling, that of always beginning to reason a matter out from the point where others had finished. I have told, too, by what chance he was led one evening to the Élysée, where he inhaled as he passed by the perfume of the lady in black. He realized then that it was M.L.L.E. Stangerson who had been his visitor at the school, and for whom he had been seeking so long. What more need I add? Why speak of the sensations which his knowledge as to the wearer of the perfume aroused in the heart of Rouletabille during the events at the Glandier, and above all after his trip to America? They may be easily guessed. How simple a thing now to understand his hesitations and his whims. The proofs brought by him from Cincinnati in regard to the child of the woman who had been Jean Roussel's wife had been sufficiently explicit to awaken in his mind a suspicion that he himself might be that child, but not enough so to render him certain of the fact. However, his instinct drew him so strongly to the professor's daughter that he could scarcely resist his longing to throw himself into her arms and press her to his heart and cry out to her, "You are my mother! You are my mother!" And he fled from her presence, just as he had fled from the vestry on the day of her wedding, in order that there should not escape from him any sign of the secret tenderness that had burned in his breast through so many long years. For horrible thoughts dwelt in his mind. Suppose he were to make himself known to her, and she were to repulse him, cast him off, turn from him in horror from him, the little thief of the boarding school, the son of Roussel Ballmeyer, the heir of the crimes of Larsan. Suppose she were to order him to get out of her sight, never to come near her again, nor to breathe the same air which brought back to him, whenever he came near her, the perfume of the lady in black. Ah, how he had fought, on account of these frightful visions, to restrain himself from yielding to the almost overwhelming impulse to ask each time that he came near her, "Is it you? Are you the lady in black?" As to her, she had seemed fond of him from the first, but doubtless that was because of the Glandier affair. If she were really the lady in black, she must believe that the child whom he had been was dead, and if it were not she, if by some fatality which set at naught both his instincts and his powers of reasoning, it were not she, could he, through any imprudence, risk having her discover that he had fled from the school at EU under ban as a thief? No, not that. She had often said to him, "Where were you brought up, my boy? What school did you attend when you were a child?" And he had replied, "I was in school at Bordeaux." He might as well have answered, "At Pekin." However, this torture could not last always, he told himself. If it were she, he would know how to say things to her that must open her heart. Anything would be better than to be sure that she was not the lady in black, but some stranger who had never held him to her heart. But he must be certain beyond any doubt, and he knew how to place himself in the presence of his memories of the lady in black, just as a dog is sure of finding its master. The simile which presented itself quite naturally to his imagination was simply that of following the scent. And this led us, under the circumstances which I have narrated, to Tripot and to EU. However, it is by no means certain that decisive results would have been gained from this expedition, at least in the eyes of a third person, like myself, had it not been for the influence of the odor. If the letter from Mathilde, which I had handed to Rouletabille in the train, had not suddenly, with its faint, sweet perfume, brought to us directly the evidence which we were seeking. I have never read this letter. It is a document so sacred in the eyes of my friend that other eyes will never behold it. But I know that the gentle reproaches which it contained for the boy's rudeness and lack of confidence in the writer had been so tender that Rouletabille could no longer deceive himself, even if the daughter of Professor Stangerson had not concluded the note with a final sentence, through which throbbed the heart of a despairing mother, and which said that the interest which she felt in him arose less from the services he had rendered her than because of the memories which she had of a little boy, the son of a friend whom she had loved very dearly, and who had killed himself like a little man with a broken heart at the age of 9 years, and whom Rouletabille greatly resembled. Chapter 5. Panic. Dijon-Macon-Lyons. Certainly the boy could not be sleeping all this time. I called him softly and he did not reply, but I would have wagered my hand that he was not sleeping. What was he planning? How quiet he was! What could it be that had given him such a strange calmness? I seemed to see him again as he had been in the parlor, suddenly standing erect as he said, "Let us go on," in that voice so composed and tranquil and resolute. Go on to whom? Toward what was he resolved to go? Toward her, evidently, who was in danger, and who could be rescued only by him, toward her who was his mother, and who did not know it. It is a secret which must remain between you and me. That child is dead to the whole world, except to us two. That was his decision, taken almost in a single moment, never to reveal himself to her. And the poor child had come to seek the certainty that she was indeed the lady in black, only to have the right to speak to her. In the very moment that the assurance which he sought was his, he had determined to forget it. He condemned himself to endless silence. Poor little hero soul, which had understood that the lady in black, who had such dire need of his help, would have shrunk from a safety bought by the warfare of a son against his father. Where might not such warfare lead? To what bloody conflict? Everything must be expected, no matter how terrible, and Rouletabille must have his hands free to fight to the death for the lady in black. The boy was so quiet that I could not even hear him breathing. I leaned over him, his eyes were open. "Do you know what I have been thinking of?" he said. "Of the dispatch that came to us from Bourg and was signed Darzac, and the other dispatch which came from Valence and was signed Stangerson. And the more I think of them, the stranger they seem to me. At Bourg, M. and M. Darzac were not with M. Stangerson, who left them at Dijon. Besides, the dispatch says, we are going to rejoin M. Stangerson. But the Stangerson dispatch proves that M. Stangerson, who had continued on his journey toward Marseille, is again with the Darzacs. The Darzacs might have rejoined M. Stangerson on the way to Marseille, but if that were so, the professor must have stopped on the road. Why was this? He did not expect to do so. At the train he said, "Tomorrow at 10 o'clock I shall be at Mentone. Look at the hour that the dispatch was sent from Valence, and then we'll look in the timetable and find out the hour at which M. Stangerson would have passed through Valence if he had not stopped upon the journey." We consulted the timetable. M. Stangerson should have passed through Valence at o'clock in the morning, and the dispatch was sent at o'clock. It had therefore been sent by M. Stangerson while he was continuing on the trip which he had planned. At that moment he must have been with M. and Mem Darzac. Still poring over the timetable, we endeavored to solve the mystery of this re-encounter. M. Stangerson had left the Darzacs at Dijon, where the whole party had arrived at 27 minutes after 6 o'clock in the evening. The professor had then taken the train which leaves Dijon at 8 minutes past 7, and had arrived at Lyons at 4 minutes after 10 and at Valence at 47 minutes after midnight. During the same time the Darzacs, leaving Dijon at 7 o'clock, continued on their way to Modane, and by way of Saint-Amour reached Bourg at 3 minutes past 9 in the evening. On the train, which was scheduled to leave at 8 minutes past 9, M. Darzac's dispatch was sent from Bourg, and had left the telegraph office at the station at 9:28. The Darzaks, therefore, must have left their train at Bourg and remained there, or it might have happened that the train was late. In any case, we must seek the reason for M. Darzak's telegram somewhere between Dijon and Bourg, after the departure of M. Stangerson. One might even go further and say between Luhens and Bourg, for the train stops at Luhens, and if anything had happened before he reached there at 8 o'clock, it is altogether likely that Monsieur Darzak would have sent his message from that station. Finally, seeking the correspondence between Bourg and Lyons, we reasoned that Monsieur Darzak must have sent his wire from Bourg 1 minute before leaving for Lyons by the train. But this train reached Lyons at o'clock, while M. Stangerson's train reached Lyons at. After changing their plans and leaving the train at Bourg, M. and Mem. Darzak must have rejoined M. Stangerson at Lyons, which they reached 1 minute before him. Now, what had upset their plans? We could only think of the most terrible hypotheses, every one of which, alas, had as its basis the reappearance of Larsan. The fact which gave the greatest colour to this idea was the desire expressed by each of our friends not to frighten anyone. Mrs. Darzak in his message, Mme. Darzak in hers, had not endeavoured to conceal the gravity of the situation. As to M. Stangerson, we asked ourselves whether he had been made aware of the new developments, whatever they might be. Having thus approximately settled the question of time and distance, Rouletabille invited me to profit by the luxurious accommodations which the International Sleeping Car Company places at the disposal of those who wish to sleep while on a journey, and he himself set me the example by making as careful a night toilet as he would have done in his own room at his hotel. A quarter of an hour later he was snoring, but I believed the snores to be feigned. At any rate, I could not sleep. At Avignon, Rouletabille jumped up from his cot, hastily donned his trousers and coat, and rushed out to the refreshment rooms to get a cup of chocolate. I was not hungry. From Avignon to Marseille, in our anxiety and suspense, neither of us desired to talk, and the journey was continued almost in silence. But at the sight of the city in which he had led such a checkered existence, Rouletabille, doubtless to keep from showing the emotion which he felt, and to lighten the heaviness of both our hearts as we drew near our journey's end, began to tell funny stories, in the narration of which, however, he did not seem to find the least amusement. I scarcely heard what he was saying, and at last we reached Toulon. What a trip, and it might have been so beautiful. Ordinarily, it is always with an almost boyish enthusiasm that I come within sight of this marvellous country, with its azure shores, like a bit of dreamland or a corner of paradise after the horrible departure from Paris in the snow and rain and darkness and dampness and dirt. With what joy that night, had things been otherwise, would I have set my foot upon the quay, sure of finding the glorious friend who would be waiting for me in the morning at the end of those 2 iron rails. The wonderful southern sun. When we left Toulon, our impatience became extreme, and at Cannes we were scarcely surprised at all to see M. Darzak upon the platform of the station, anxiously looking for us. He could scarcely have received the dispatch which Rouletabille had sent him from Dijon, announcing the hour at which we would reach Menton. Having arrived there with Mme. Darzak and M. Stangerson, the day before at 10 o'clock in the morning, he must have left Menton almost at once, and have come to meet us at Cannes, for we could understand from his dispatch that he had something to say to us in confidence. His face looked worn and sad. Somehow it frightened us only to look at him. "Trouble?" questioned Rouletabille briefly. "No, not yet," was the reply. "God be praised," exclaimed Rouletabille, having a deep sigh. "We have come in time." Mr. Darzak said simply, "I thank you for coming," and he pressed both our hands in silence, following us into our compartment in which we locked ourselves, taking care to draw the curtains and so isolate ourselves completely. When we were comfortably settled, and the train had begun to move on, our friend spoke again. His voice trembled so that he could scarcely utter the words. "Well," he said, "he is not dead." "We suspected it," interrupted Rouletabille. "But are you sure?" "I have seen him as surely as I have seen you." "And has Mme. Darzak seen him?" "Alas, yes. but it is necessary that we should use every means to make her believe that it was an illusion. I could not bear it if she were to lose her mind again, poor, innocent, wretched girl. Ah, my friends, what a fatality pursues us! What has this man come back to do to us? What does he want now?" I looked at Rouletabille. His face was even more full of grief than that of Ms. Darzac. The blow which he feared had fallen. He leaned back against the cushions as though he were going to faint. There was a brief pause, and then Ms. Darzac spoke again. "Listen, this man must disappear. He must be gotten rid of. We must go to him and ask what it is that he wants. If it is money, he may take all that I have. If he will not go, I shall kill him. It is very simple, after all. I think that would be the simplest way. Don't you think so too?" We could not answer. It was too pitiful. Rouletabille, overcoming his own feelings by a visible effort, engaged Mrs. Darzac in conversation, endeavoring to calm him, and asking him to tell us what had happened since his departure from Paris, and he told us that the event which had changed the face of his existence had taken place at Bourg, just as we had thought. 2 compartments of the sleeping car had been reserved by M. Darzac, and these compartments were joined by a little dressing room. In one had been placed the travelling bag with the toilet articles of Mum Darzac, and in the other the smaller packages. It was in the latter compartment that the Darzacs and Professor Stangerson had travelled from Paris to Dijon, where the 3 had left the train and had dined at the buffet. They had arrived at 6:27 o'clock, exactly on time, and M. Stangerson had left Dijon at 8 minutes after 7, and the Darzacs at just 7 o'clock. The professor had bidden adieu to his daughter and his son-in-law upon the platform of the station after dinner. M. and Mem. Darzac had returned to their compartment, the one in which the small parcels had been deposited, and remained at the window, chatting with the professor until the train started. As it steamed out of the station, the newly wedded pair looked back and waved their hands to M. Stangerson, who was still standing upon the platform, throwing kisses at them from the distance. From Dijon to Bourg, neither M. nor Memmi Darzac had occasion to enter the adjacent compartment where Memmi Darzac's night-bag had been placed. The door of this compartment, opening upon the vestibule, had been closed at Paris as soon as the baggage had been brought there. But the door had not been locked, either upon the outside with the key by the porter, nor on the inside with the bolt by the Darzacs. The curtain of the glass door had been drawn over the pane from the inside by M. Darzac in such a way that no one could look into the compartment from the corridor. But the curtain between the 2 compartments had not been drawn. All of these circumstances were brought out by the questions asked by Rouletabille of M. Darzac, and, although I could not understand his reasons for going into such minute detail, I give the facts in order to make the condition under which the journey of the Darzacs to Bourg and of M. Stangerson to Dijon was accomplished. When they reached Bourg, our travellers learned that, on account of an accident on the line at Coulouse, the train would be delayed for an hour and a half. M. and M. Darzac alighted and took a stroll on the platform. M. Darzac, while talking with his wife, mentioned the fact that he had forgotten to write some important letters before leaving Paris. Both entered the buffet, and M. Darzac asked for writing materials. Mathilde sat beside him for a few moments and then remarked that she would take a little walk through the station while he finished his letters. "Very well," replied M. Darzac. "As soon as I have finished, I will join you." From that point I will quote M. Darzac's own words. "I had finished writing," he said, "and I arose to go and look for Mathilde, when I saw her approaching the buffet, pallid and trembling. As soon as she perceived me, she uttered a shriek and threw herself into my arms. 'Oh, my God!' she cried. 'Oh, my God!' It seemed impossible for her to utter any other words. She was shaking from head to foot. I tried to calm her. I assured her that she had nothing to fear when I was with her, and I strove as gently and patiently as I could to draw from her the cause of her sudden terror. I made her sit down, for her limbs seemed too weak to support her, and I begged her to take some restorative, but she told me that she could not even swallow a drop of water. Her teeth chattered as though she had an ague. At length she was able to speak, and she told me, interrupting herself at almost every other word, and looking about her as though she expected to encounter something which she dreaded, that she had started to walk about the station, as she had said she intended to do, but that she had not dared to go far, lest I should finish my writing and look for her. Then she went through the station and out upon the platform. She decided to come back to the buffet when she noticed through the lighted windows of the cars the sleeping car porters, who were making up the bed in a berth near our own. She remembered immediately that her night traveling bag, in which she had put her jewels, was standing unlocked, and she decided to go and lock it up without delay, not because she suspected the honesty of the employees, but through a natural instinct of prudence on a journey. She entered the car, walked down the corridor, and came to the glass door of the compartment which had been reserved for her, and which neither of us had entered since leaving Paris. She opened the door and instantly uttered a cry of horror. No one heard her, for there was no one in that part of the car, and a train which passed at that moment drowned the sound of her voice with the clamour of the locomotive. What had happened to alarm her? The most terrible, ghastly, monstrous thing that the imagination could devise. Within the compartment, the little door opening upon the dressing cabinet was half drawn toward the interior of the section, cutting off diagonally the view of whoever might enter. This little door was ornamented by a mirror. There, in the glass, Mathilde beheld the face of Larsan. She flung herself backward, shrieking for help, and fled so precipitately that, in leaping down from the platform of the car, she fell on her knees in the train shed. Regaining her feet with difficulty, she dragged herself toward the buffet, which she reached in the condition which I have described. When she had told me these things, my first care was to try to convince her that she was laboring under some hideous delusion, partly because I prayed that this might be the case, and that the horrible thing which she believed had not happened, but mainly because I felt that it was my duty, if I wished to prevent Mathilde from going mad, to make her think that she must have been mistaken. Wasn't Larsan dead and buried? As I soothed her thus, I really believed what I said, and I continued to reassure her until there remained no doubt in my mind, at least, that what she had seen was merely a phantom, conjured up by fear and imagination. Naturally, I wished to make an investigation for myself, and I offered to accompany Mathilde at once to the compartment in order to prove to her that she had been the victim of an hallucination. She was bitterly opposed to the idea, crying out that neither she nor I must ever enter the compartment again, and not only that, but she refused to continue our journey that night. She said all these things in little halting phrases. She could hardly breathe, and it caused me the most intense pain to look at her and listen to her. The more I told her that such an apparition was an impossibility, the more she insisted that it was a reality. I tried to remind her of how seldom she had seen Larsan while the events at the Glandier were going on, which was true, and to persuade her that she could not be certain that it was his face which she had beheld, and not that of someone who might resemble him. She replied that she remembered Larsan's face perfectly, that it had appeared before her twice under such circumstances as would impress it indelibly upon her memory. Even if she were to live for a century, once during the strange scene in the gallery, and again at the moment when they came into her sick room to place me under arrest. And then, now that she knew who Larsan was, it was not only the features of the Secret Service agent that she had recognized, but the dreaded countenance of the man who had not ceased pursuing her for so many years. She cried out that she could swear on her life and on mine that she had seen Ballmeyer, that Ballmeyer was alive in the glass, with the smooth face of Larsan and his high, bald forehead. She clung to me, crouching upon the ground like a helpless wild animal, as though she feared a separation yet more terrible than the others. She drew me from the buffet where, fortunately, we had been entirely alone, out upon the platform, and then, suddenly, she released my arm, and hiding her face in her hands, rushed into the superintendent's office. The man was as alarmed as myself when he saw the poor soul, and I could only repeat under my breath to myself, "She is going mad again. She will lose her reason." I explained to the superintendent that my wife had been frightened at something she fancied that she had seen while alone in our compartment, and I begged him to keep her in his office while I went myself to discover what it was that she had seen. "And then, my friends," continued Robert Darzac, his voice beginning to tremble, "I left the superintendent's office, But I had no sooner gotten out of the room than I went back and slammed the door behind me. My face must have looked strange enough, to judge from the expression of the superintendent's face when I reappeared. But there was reason for it. I, too, had seen Larsan. My wife had had no illusion. Larsan was there in the station upon the platform outside that door. Robert Darzac paused for an instant, as though the remembrance overcame him. He passed his hand over his forehead, heaved a sigh, and resumed. He was there in front of the superintendent's door, standing under a gas jet. Evidently he expected us and was waiting for us, for, extraordinarily enough, he made no effort to hide himself. On the contrary, anyone would have declared that he had stationed himself there for the express purpose of being seen. The gesture which had made me close the door upon this apparition was purely instinctive. When I opened it again, intending to walk straight up to the miserable wretch, he had disappeared. The superintendent must have thought that he had fallen in with two lunatics. Mathilde was staring at me, her great eyes wide open, speechless, as though she were a somnambulist. In a moment, however, she came back to herself sufficiently to ask me whether it were far from Bourg to Lyons, and what was the next train which would take us there. At the same time, she begged me to give orders about our baggage, and asked me to accede to her desire to rejoin her father as soon as possible. I could see no other means of calming her, and far from making any objection to the new project, I immediately entered into her plans. Besides, now that I had seen Larsan with my own eyes, yes, with my own eyes, I knew well that the long honeymoon trip which we had planned must be given up, and my dear boy, went on M. Darzac, turning to Rouletabille, I became possessed with the idea that we were running the risk of some mysterious and fantastic danger, from which you alone could rescue us, if it were not already too late. Matilda was grateful to me for the readiness with which I fell in with her wish to join her father, and she thanked me fervently when I told her that in a few minutes we would be on board the 9 train, which reaches Lyons at about 10 o'clock, and when we consulted the timetable, we discovered that we would overtake M. Stangerson himself at that point. Mathilde showed as much gratitude toward me as though I were personally responsible for this lucky chance. She had regained her composure to a certain extent when the 9 o'clock train arrived in the station, but at the moment that we boarded the train, as we rapidly crossed the platform and passed beneath the gas jet where I had seen Larsan, I felt her arm trembling in my own. I looked around, but could not see any sign of our enemy. I asked her whether she had seen anything, and she made no reply. Her agitation seemed to increase, however, and she begged me not to take her into a private car, but to enter a car the berths of which were already 2/3 filled with passengers. Under pretext of making some inquiries about the baggage, I left her for an instant and went to the telegraph office, where I sent the telegram to you. I said nothing to Mathilde of this dispatch, because I continued to assure her that her eyes must have deceived her, and because on no account did I wish her to believe that I placed any faith in such a resurrection. When my wife opened her travelling bag, she found that no one had touched her jewels. The few words which we exchanged concerning the secret were in relation to the necessity for concealing it from M. Stangerson, to whom it might have dealt a mortal blow. I will pass over his amazement when he beheld us upon the platform of the station at Lyons. Mathilde explained to him that on account of a serious accident which had closed the line at Culoz, we had decided, since a change of plans had to be made, that we would join him, and to spend a few days with him at the home of Arthur Rance and his young wife, as we had before been entreated to do by this faithful friend of ours. At this time it might be well for me to interrupt M. Darzac's narrative to recall to the memory of the reader of The Mystery of the Yellow Room the fact that Miss Arthur William Rance had for many years cherished a hopeless devotion for M.L.E. Stangerson, but had at last overcome it and married a beautiful American girl who knew nothing of the mysterious adventures of the professor's daughter. After the affair at the Glandier, and while Melee, Stangerson was still a patient in a private asylum near Paris, where the treatment restored her to health and reason. We heard one fine day that M. Arthur William Rance was about to wed the niece of an old professor of geology at the Academy of Science in Philadelphia. Those who had known of his luckless passion for Mathilde and had gauged its depths by the excess with which it was displayed, for it had seemed at one time to rob the man of sense and reason and turn him into a maniac. Such persons, I say, believed that Rance was marrying in desperation and prophesied little happiness for the union. Stories were told that the match, which was a good one for Arthur Rance, for Miss Edith Prescott was rich, had been brought about in a rather singular fashion. But these are stories which I may tell at some future time. You will learn then by what chain of circumstances the Rances had been led to locate at Roches Rouges in the old castle on the peninsula of Hercules, of which they had become the owners the preceding autumn. But at present I must give place to Mr. Darzac, who continued his story as follows. When we had given these explanations to M. Stangerson, my wife and I saw that he seemed to understand very little of what we had said, and that, instead of being glad to have us with him again, he appeared very mournful. Mathilde tried in vain to seem happy. Her father saw that something had happened since we had left him which we were concealing from him. Mathilde began to talk of the ceremony of the morning, and in that way the conversation came around to you, my young friend, and again M. Darzac addressed himself to Rouletabille, and I took the occasion to say to M. Stangerson that since your vacation was just beginning at the time that we were all going to Mentone, you might be pleased with an invitation that would give you the chance of spending your holiday in our society. There was, I said, plenty of room at Roches Rouges, and I was certain that Monsieur Arthur Rance and his bride would extend to you a cordial welcome. While I was speaking, Mathilde looked gratefully at me and pressed my hand tenderly with an effusion which showed me what gladness she was experiencing at the proposition. Thus it happened that when we reached Valence, I had M. Stangerson write the dispatch which you must have received. All night long we did not sleep. While her father rested in his compartments next to ours, Mathilde opened my travelling bag and took out my revolver. She requested me to put it in my overcoat pocket, saying, "If he should attack us, you must defend yourself." Ah, what a night we passed! We kept silence, each attempting to deceive the other into the belief that we were resting, our eyes closed, with the light burning full force, for we did not dare to sit in the darkness. The doors of our compartment were locked and bolted, but yet every moment we dreaded to see his face appear. When we heard a step in the corridor, our hearts beat wildly. We seemed to recognize it, and Mathilde had put a cover over the mirror, for fear of glancing toward it and seeing the reflection of that face again. Had he followed us? Could we have been mistaken? Would we escape from him? Had he gone on to Culos on the train which we had left? Could we hope for any such good fortune? For my own part, I did not believe that we could. And she, ah, how my heart bled for her, wrapped in a silence like that of death, sitting there in her corner. I knew how she was weighed down by despair and agony, how far more unhappy she was even than myself, because of the misery which it seemed to be her lot to bring upon those whom she loved most dearly. I longed to console her, to comfort her, but I found no words, and when once I attempted to speak, she made a gesture so full of misery and desolation that I realized that I would be far kinder if I kept silence. Then, like her, I closed my eyes. This was Monsieur Darzac's story, although I have shortened it in a certain degree. We felt, Rouletabille and myself, that the narrative was so important that we both resolved on arriving at Mentone, that we would write it down from memory as faithfully as possible. We did as we agreed, and where our versions did not agree, or halted a little, we submitted them to M. Darzac, who made a few unimportant changes, after which the story read just as I have given it here. The rest of the journey taken by the Darzacs and M. Stangerson presented no incident worthy of note. At the station of Mentone Garavan, they found M. Arthur Rance, who was astonished at beholding the bride and bridegroom. But when he was told that they intended to spend a few days with him, and to accept the invitation which Mrs. Darzac under various pretexts had always declined, he was delighted, and declared that his wife would be as glad as himself. He was pleased, too, to learn that Rouletabille might soon join the party, Arthur Rance had not, even after his marriage to Miss Edith Prescott, been able to overcome the extreme reserve with which Darzac had always treated him. When, during his last trip to San Remo, the young professor of the Sorbonne had been urged in passing to make a visit at the Chateau Hercules, he had made his excuses in the most ceremonious manner. But when he met Rance in the station at Menton-Garavan, Darzac greeted him most cordially and complimented him upon his appearance, saying that the air of the country seemed to agree with him perfectly. We have seen how the apparition of Larsan in the station at Bourg had overthrown all the plans of and Darzac, and had completely overwhelmed them both with grief and consternation, and had made them turn to the Rance's home as to a refuge, casting them, figuratively speaking, into the arms of these people who were not especially congenial to them, but whom they believed to be honest, loyal, and willing to protect them. We know that Stangerson, to whom nothing had been told of what had occurred, was beginning to suspect something, and we know that all three of the party had called Rouletabille to their aid. It was a veritable panic, and so far as Darzac was concerned, the terror which he felt was increased by news brought to us by Arthur Rance when he met us at Nice. But before this there had occurred a little incident which I cannot pass by in silence. As soon as we reached the Nice station, I had jumped from the train and hurried into the telegraph office to ask whether there was any message for me. A dispatch was handed to me, and without opening it, I went back to Darzac and Rouletabille. "Read this," I said to the young reporter. Rouletabille opened the envelope and read, "Brignoles has not been away from Paris since April 3rd. This is an absolute certainty." Rouletabille looked at me for a moment and then said, "Well, what does this amount to now that you have it? What did you suspect anyway?" "It was at Dijon," I rejoined, vexed at the attitude of the lad toward the affair, that the idea came to me that Brignoles might be in some way concerned in the misfortunes that seemed to be crowding upon us, and of which warning was given by the telegrams that you received. I wired one of my friends to make inquiries for me in regard to the movements of the fellow during the last few days. I was anxious to learn whether he had left Paris. "Well," said Rouletabille, "you have your inquiries answered. Are you willing to admit now that Brignoles is not and has never been Larsan in disguise?" "I never thought of any such thing as that," I exclaimed with some vexation, for I suspected that Rouletabille was laughing at me. The truth was that the idea, absurd as it was, had actually entered my mind. "Will you never stop thinking ill of poor Brignoles?" asked Darzac with a sad smile at me. "He is quiet and shy, I grant you, but he is a good lad just the same." "That's where we differ," I retorted, and I retired to my own corner of the railway carriage. In general, my personal intuitions in regard to things were poor enough guides compared to the wonderful insight of Rouletabille, but in this case, we were to receive proof, only a few days later, that even if the personality of Brignoles were not another of Larsan's disguises, the laboratory assistant was nevertheless a miserable wretch. And this time both Darzac and Rouletabille begged my pardon and paid their respects to my despised intuitions. But there is no use of anticipating. If I mention this incident here, it is for the purpose of showing to how great an extent I was haunted by the image of Larsan, hiding under some new form, and lurking unknown among us. Dear heaven, Larsan had so often proved his talent, I may even say his genius in this respect, that I felt that he was quite capable of defying us now, and of mingling with us while we thought that he was a stranger or, perhaps, even a friend. I was soon to change my ideas, however, and to believe that this time Ballmeyer had altered his usual tactics, and the unexpected arrival of Arthur Rance was to go far in leading me to this opinion. Instead of hiding himself, the bandit was showing himself openly, at least to some of us, with an audacity that staggered belief. After all, what had he to fear in this part of the country? He was well aware that neither Mrs. Darzac nor his wife would be likely to denounce him, nor, consequently, would their friends do so. His bold revelation of his presence seemed to have but one end in view, that of ruining the happiness of the couple, who had believed that his death had opened the way for their marriage. But an objection arose to that conjecture. Why should he have chosen such a means of vengeance? Would it not have been a better plan to let himself be seen before the marriage had taken place? He would certainly have prevented it by so doing. Yes, but in that case he would have found it necessary to appear in his own person in Paris. But when had any thought of danger or risk been able to deter Larsen from an undertaking upon which he had determined? Who dared affirm that he knew of one such case? But now let me tell you of the news brought by Arthur Rance when he joined the three of us on the train at Nice. Rance, of course, knew nothing of what had happened at Bourg, nothing of the appearing of Larsan to Mem Darzac on the train and to her husband in the station, but he brought alarming tidings. If we had retained the slightest hope that we had lost Larsan on the road to Koulos, Rance's words obliterated it, for he, too, had seen the man whom we so feared face to face, and he had come to warn us before we reached his home, so that we might decide upon some plan of action. When we were about to return home after having taken you to the station, said Rance to Darzac, after the train had pulled out, your wife, M. Stangerson, and myself thought that we would leave the carriage for a little while and take a stroll on the promenade walk. M. Stangerson gave his arm to his daughter. I was at the right of M. Stangerson, who therefore was walking between the two of us. Suddenly, as we paused for a moment near a sort of public garden to let a tramcar pass, I brushed against a man who said to me, "I beg your pardon, sir." The sound of the voice made me tremble, and I knew as well beforehand as I did when I raised my head that it was Larsen. The voice was the voice I had heard at the Court of Assizes. He cast a long, calm look upon the three of us. I do not know how I was able to restrain the exclamation which rose to my lips, how I kept from crying aloud his miserable name. Happily, M. Stangerson and Mem Darzac had not seen him, and I hurried them rapidly away. I made them walk around the garden and listen to the music in the park, and then we returned to where the carriage was waiting. Upon the sidewalk in front of the station, there was Larsen again. I do not know, I cannot understand how M. Stangerson and Mem Darzac could have helped but see him. Are you sure that they did not see him? Interrupted Robert Darzac. Absolutely sure. I feigned a sudden attack of illness. We got into the carriage and ordered the coachman to drive as fast as he could. The man was still standing on the sidewalk, staring after us with his cold, cruel eyes when we drove away. "And are you certain that my wife did not see him?" repeated Darzac, who was growing more and more agitated. "Certain, I assure you." "But good God, Ms. Darzac," interposed Rouletabille, "how long do you think you can deceive your wife as to the fact that Larsen has reappeared and that she actually saw him? If you imagine that you can keep her in ignorance for very long, you are greatly mistaken." "But," replied Darzac, "while we were ending our journey, the idea that she had been the victim of a delusion seemed to grow in her mind, and by the time we reached Garavan she seemed to be quite calm." "At the time you reached Garavan," said Rouletabille quietly, "your wife sent me the telegram I am going to ask you to read," and the reporter held out to M. Darzac the paper which bore the two words, "Save us." M. Darzac read it with the blood seeming to die away from his face as we looked at him. "She will go mad again," was all that he said. That was what he dreaded, all of us, and, strangely enough, when we arrived at the station of Mentone-Garavan, and found M. Stangerson and Mem Darzac, who were awaiting us in spite of the promise which the professor had made to Arthur Rance not to leave Roches Rouges nor allow his daughter to do so until we came, for reasons which their host said he would tell them later, not being able to invent them on the spur of the moment. It was with a phrase which seemed the echo of our terror that Mem Darzac greeted Rouletabille. As soon as she perceived the young man, she rushed toward him, and it seemed to us that she was making a great effort not to throw her arms around him. I saw that her spirit was clinging to him as a shipwrecked sailor grips at the hand which is stretched out to save him from drowning, and I heard the words that she whispered to him, "I know that I am going mad." As to Rouletabille, I may have seen his face as pale before, but I had never seen it look like that of a man stricken with his death blow. Chapter 6. The Fort of Hercules. When he alights at the caravan station, whatever may be the season of the year in which he visits that enchanted country, the traveller might almost fancy himself in the garden of Hesperides, whose golden apples excited the desire of the conqueror of the Nemean lion. I might not perhaps, however, have recalled to mind the son of Jupiter and Alcmene merely because of the numerous lemon and orange trees which in the balmy air let their ripened fruit hang heavily on their boughs, if everything about the scene had not spoken of his mythological glories and his fabled promenade upon these fair shores. You remember how the Phoenicians, in transporting their peanuts to the shadow of the rocks, which were one day to become the abode of the Grimaldi, gave to the little port in which they anchored, and to other natural features all along the shore, a mountain, a cape, and an islet, the name of Hercules, whom they looked upon as their god, the name which they have always retained. But I like to fancy that the Phoenicians found the name here already, and indeed if the divinities, fatigued by the white dust of the roads of Hellas, went to seek for a marvellous spot, warm and perfumed, to rest after their strenuous adventures, they could not have found a more beautiful scene. The gods, to my mind, were the first tourists of the Riviera. The garden of the Hesperides was nowhere else, and Hercules had made the place ready for his Olympian comrades by destroying the evil dragon with 100 heads, who wanted to keep the azure shore for himself, all alone. And I am not at all certain that the bones of the ancient elephant discovered a few years ago in the neighborhood of Roches Rouges were not those of the dragon himself, when, after alighting from the train, we came in silence to the bank of the sea. Our eyes were immediately struck by a dazzling silhouette of a castle standing upon the peninsula of Hercules, which the works accomplished on the frontier have, alas, nearly destroyed. The oblique rays of the sun which were falling upon the walls and the old square tower made the reflection of the tower glisten in the waters like a breastplate. The tower seemed to stand guard like an old sentinel over the Bay of Garavan, which lay before us like a blue lake of fire. And as we advanced nearer, the tower gleaming in the water seemed to grow longer. The sky behind us leaned toward the crest of the mountains. The promontories to the west were already wrapped in clouds at the approach of night, and by the time we crossed the threshold of the actual structure, the castle in the water was only a menacing shade. Upon the lower steps of the stairway which led up to one of the towers, we beheld a slender, charming figure. It was Arthur Rance's wife, who had been the beautiful and brilliant Edith Prescott. Certainly the bride of Lammermoor was not more pale on the day when the black-eyed stranger from Ravenswood first crossed her path. Oh, Edith! Ah, when one wishes to present a romantic figure in a medieval frame, the figure of a princess lost in dreams, plaintive and melancholy. One should not have such eyes, my lady, and your hair was as black as the raven's wing. Such colouring is not of the kind which one is used to attribute to the angels. Are you an angel, Edith? Is this gentle, plaintive little manner natural or acquired? Is the sweet expression that your face wears today an entirely truthful one? Pardon that I ask you all these questions, Edith, but when I beheld you for the first time, after having been entranced by the delicate harmony of your white figure standing motionless upon the stone stair, I followed the quick, lowering glance of your dark eyes in the direction of the daughter of Professor Stangerson, and it had a cruel look which accorded ill with the sweet tones of your voice and the bright smile on your lips. The voice of the young wife was her greatest charm, although the grace of her entire being was perfect. At the introductions, which were, of course, performed by her husband, she greeted us in the simplest and sweetest fashion imaginable, the fashion of the ideal hostess. Rouletabille and myself made an effort to tell her that we had intended to look for a stopping place in the village, instead of trespassing upon her hospitality. She made a delicious little grimace, lifted her shoulders with a gesture that was almost childish, said that our rooms were all ready for us, and changed the subject. Come, come, you haven't seen the chateau. You must see it, all of you. Oh, I will show you La Louve another time. It is the only gloomy corner in the place. It is horrible, so cold and dismal. It makes me shiver. But do you know I love to shiver? Oh, Monsieur Rouletabille, you'll tell me stories that will make me shiver some day, won't you? and chattering thus she glided in front of us in her white gown. She walked like an actress. She made a singularly pretty picture in this garden of the Orient, between the threatening old tower and the carved stone flowers of the ruined chapel. The vast court which we were crossing was so completely covered on every side with grass, shrubs, and foliage plants, with cactus and aloes, mountain laurel, wild roses and marguerites, that one might have sworn that an eternal spring had found its habitation in this enclosure, formerly the drilling ground of the chateau when the soldiers assembled in time of war. This court, through the help of the winds of heaven and the neglect of man, had naturally become a garden. A beautiful wild garden, in which one saw that the chatelaine had interfered as little as possible, and which she had in no way attempted to restore to the beaten track. Behind all this verdure and this wealth of bloom, one could see the most exquisite sight which could be imagined in dead architecture. Figure to yourself the perfect arches of Gothic brought up to the doors of the old Roman chapel, the pillars twined with climbing plants, rose geranium and vervain uniting their sweet perfume, and raising to the azure heavens their broken arch, which nothing seems to support. There is no longer a roof on the chapel, and there are no more walls. There remains of it only the bit of lace work in stone, which a miracle of equilibrium keeps suspended in the air. And at our left is the immense tower of the 12th century, which, Mimi Edith tells us, the natives call La Louve, and which nothing, neither time, nor man, nor peace, nor war, nor cannon, nor tempest has ever been able to destroy. It is just as it appeared when the Saracens, who sowed devastation in their wake, were able to make no headway in their attacks upon the Chateau of Hercules, just as it was seen by Salieri and his corsairs of Genoa, when, after they had seized the fort and the square tower and even the castle itself, it resisted attack, and its defenders held it until the arrival of the troops of the princes of Provence, who delivered them. It was there that Edith had chosen to have her own rooms, but while she spoke to us in her sweet, clear voice, I stopped looking at the objects around us to look at the people. Arthur Rance was gazing at Darzac when my eyes fell upon them, and Rouletabille seemed to be lost in thought, and far, far away from us all. Darzac and Stangerson were talking in low tones. The same thought was filling the minds of each one of these people, both those who kept silence and those who, if they spoke, were careful to say nothing which could give a clue to the thoughts. We reached the postern. "This is what we call the Gardener's Tower," said Edith childishly. "From this gate one may see all the fort and all the castle, both north and south. See," and she stretched her arms wide to emphasize her words, "every stone has its history. I'll tell them to you some day if you are good." "How gay Edith is," murmured her husband. I thought to myself that she was the only one who was gay in the party. We had passed through the postern and found ourselves in another court. Opposite us was the old donjon. Its appearance was more than impressive. It was high and square, and it was on account of its shape that it was known as the Square Tower, and, as this tower occupies the most important corner of the fortification, it was also known as the Corner Tower. It was the most extraordinary and the most important part of this agglomeration of defensive works. The walls were heavier and higher than those anywhere else, and halfway up they were still sealed with the Roman cement with which Caesar's own columns had welded together the stones. "That tower yonder, in the opposite corner," went on Edith, "is the Tower of Charles the Bold, so called because he was the duke who furnished the plans when it became necessary to transform the defences of the chateau, so as to make them resist the attacks of the artillery. Don't you think I am very learned? Old Bob has made this tower his study. It is too bad, for we might have a magnificent dining hall there, but I have never been able to refuse old Bob anything he wanted. Old Bob," she added with a charming smile, "is my uncle. That is the name he taught me to call him by when I was a little thing. He is not here just now. He went to Paris on the 5 o'clock train, but he will be back tomorrow. He is going to compare some of the anatomical specimens which he found at Roches Rouges with those in the Museum of Natural History in Paris. Ah, here is an oubliette," and she showed us in the center part of the second court a small shaft, which she called romantically an oubliette, and above which a eucalyptus tree, with its white blossoms and its leafless limbs, leaned like a woman over a fountain. Since we had entered the second court, we understood better, or at least I did, for Rouletabille, every moment more deeply lost in his own thoughts, seemed neither to see nor to hear the topographical plan of the Fort of Hercules, as this plan is of the greatest importance in the proper understanding of the incredible events which were to occur so soon after our arrival at Roches Rouges. I shall place at once before the eyes of the reader the general scheme of the buildings as it was traced later by Rouletabille and myself. The castle had been built in by the seigneurs of Mortola in order to isolate it completely from the land. They had not hesitated to make an island of the peninsula by cutting away the narrow isthmus which connected it with the mainland. Upon the mainland itself they had built a barricade in the form of a semicircular fortification designed to protect the approaches to the drawbridge and the two entrance towers. Not a trace of this fortification was left, and the isthmus, in the course of the centuries, had again resumed its old form. The drawbridge had been thrown down, and the trenches had filled up. The walls of the Chateau of Hercules followed the outline of the peninsula, which was that of an irregular hexagon. The walls were built upon the rocks, and the latter, in some places, extended over the waters in such a manner that a little ship might have taken shelter beneath them, fearing no enemy. While it was protected by this natural ceiling, this design of building was marvelously well adapted for defense, and gave the inmates of the fortress little reason to fear an attack, no matter from what quarter it might come. The fort was entered by way of the north gate, which guarded the two towers, A and A, connected by a passageway. These towers, which had suffered greatly during the last sieges of the Genoese, had been repaired to some slight extent some time afterward, and had, shortly before we came to Roches Rouges, been made habitable by Mrs. Rance, who used them as servants' quarters. The front of the tower served as the keeper's lodge. A little door opened in the side of the tower upon the passageway, and enabled anyone looking out to observe all those who came or went. A heavy double door of oak with bands of iron was no longer in use, its twin portals having stood for uncounted years open against the inner walls of the two towers. On account of the difficulty which had been experienced in managing them, and the entrance to the castle was only closed by a little gate which anyone might open at will. This entrance was the only one by which it was possible to get into the chateau. As I have said, in passing through this gate, one found himself in the first court, closed in on all sides by the walls and the towers. These walls were by no means as high as when they were built. The old high courtyards which connected the towers had been razed to the ground and replaced by a sort of circular boulevard, from which one mounted toward the first court by means of a little terrace. The boulevards were still crowned by a parapet, for the changes which I have described took place in the 15th century, at the time when every lord of the manor was obliged to consider the possibility of being obliged to meet an attack of artillery. As to the towers B, B, and B, which had for a considerable time longer preserved their uniformity and their first height, and the pointed roofs of which had been replaced by a platform designed to support the artillery. They had later been raised to the height of the boulevard parapets, and their shape seemed almost like that of a half-moon. These alterations had taken place in the 17th century, at the time of the construction of a modern castle, still known as the New Castle, although it had been in ruins for years when we first saw it. The new castle on the plan is at CC, upon the flat platform roofs of these old towers, roofs which were surrounded by a parapet. Palm trees had been planted, which had thriven ill, swept as they were by the sea winds and burned by the sun. When one leaned over the circular parapet which surrounded the whole domain, it seemed to him as though the chateau was still as completely closed in as it was in the days when the courtyards reached to the second stories of the old towers. La Louve, as I have said, had not been changed at all, but still reared its dark hulk against the blue waters of the Mediterranean, a strange, weird figure, looking thousands of years old. I have spoken also of the ruins of the chapel. The ancient commons shown on the map by W, near the parapet between B and B, had been transformed into the stables and the kitchens. I am describing now all the anterior portion of the Chateau of Hercules. One could only penetrate into the second enclosure through the postern indicated by H, which Mrs. Arthur Rance called the Tower of the Gardener, and which was actually only a pavilion, formerly defended by the Tower B and by another tower situated at C, and which had entirely disappeared at the time of the erection of the new castle shown at CC. A moat and a wall started from B to abut on I at the Tower of Charles the Bold, advancing at C in the form of a spur to the midst of the first court, and entirely isolating the court, which they completely closed in. The moat still exists, wide and deep, but the walls had been torn down all the length of the new castle, and replaced by the walls of the castle itself. A central door at D, now condemned, opened upon a bridge which had been thrown over the moat and which formerly permitted direct communication with the outer court, but this bridge had been torn down or was swallowed up in the waters, and as the windows of the castle, rising high above the moat, were still guarded by their heavy iron bars, one might readily believe that the inner court still remained as impenetrable as when it was entirely shut in by its enclosing walls at the time when the new castle did not exist. The pavement of the inner court, the court of Charles the Bold, as the old guidebooks of the country call it still, was a little higher than that of the outer court. The rocks formed there a very high seat, a natural pedestal of that colossal black column, the old castle, standing square and erect, as though it had been carved from a single block of stone, stretching its awesome shadow over the blue waters. One could only penetrate into the old castle designated by F by a little door K. The old inhabitants of the country never spoke of it except as the Square Tower, to distinguish it from the Round Tower, or the Tower of Charles the Bold, as they sometimes called the latter. A parapet similar to the one which closed in the outer court was built between the towers B, F and L, closing the inner court as firmly as the outer. We have seen that the Round Tower had been in years past torn down to half its former height, as it had been built by the Mortola according to plans drawn by Charles the Bold himself, to whom the seigneur had been of some service in the Helvetian War. This tower had a number of tiny chambers above, and an immense octagon chamber below. One descended into this chamber by a steep and narrow stairway. The ceiling of the octagon room was supported by 4 great cylindrical pillars, and from its walls opened 3 enormous embrasures for 3 enormous cannons. It was of this room that Memie, Edith, had wished to make a dining room, for it was in an admirable state of preservation, on account of the thickness of the walls, and the light could still penetrate through the great windows, which had been enlarged and made square, although they too were still guarded by barriers of iron. This tower, shown on the map at L, was the spot chosen by Memie, Edith's uncle, for a workshop and the abiding place of his collection. Its roof was a beautiful little garden, to which the mistress of the domain had transported fertile soil and wonderful plants and flowers. I have marked upon the map in grey all the portions of the buildings which Memie Edith had restored, improved, and put in shape for habitation. Of the chateau of the 17th century, known as the New Castle, they had only repaired 2 bedchambers on the first floor and a little sitting room for guests. It was to these that Rouletabille and myself were assigned, while M and Mem Robert Darzac were lodged in the Square Tower, of which I shall have to give a more special description. 2 rooms, the windows of which opened upon the balcony, were reserved in this Square Tower for old Bob, who slept there. M. Stangerson was upon the first floor of La Louve, in the rear of the suite occupied by the Rances. Mem. Edith herself showed us to our rooms. She made us cross over the sunken ceilings of ruined apartments, over broken railings and tumble-down walls. But here and there some mouldy hangings, a broken statue or a ragged bit of tapestry, bore witness to the ancient splendours of the new castle, born of the fantasies of some Mortola of the wonderful 17th century. But when we reached them, our little rooms recalled to us nothing of that magnificent past. They had been swept and garnished with a care that was almost touching, clean and hygienic, without carpets, hangings or upholstered chairs, furnished in the simplest of modern styles. They pleased us very much. As I have already said, the two sleeping rooms were separated by a little parlour. As I tied my cravat after dressing for dinner, I called Rouletabille to ask him if he were ready. There was no answer. I went into his room and discovered with surprise that he had already gone out. I went to the window of his room, which opened like my own upon the court of Charles the Bold. The court was empty, inhabited only by a large eucalyptus, the fragrance of which mounted to my nostrils. Above the parapet of the boulevard I saw the vast stretch of the silent waters. The blue of the sea had grown dark at the fall of evening, and the shades of night were visible on the horizon of the Italian shore, reaching already to the Point d'Ospedaletti. Not a sound, not a breath on the land or in the heavens. I have never yet noticed such a silence and such a complete repose of nature except at the moment which precedes the most violent storms and the unchaining of the elements. But now I felt that we had nothing of the sort to fear. The whole appearance of the night was of the calmest, most serene beauty. But what was that dark shadow? From whence had come that spectre which glided over the waters? Standing erect at the prow of a little boat which a fisherman was rowing, keeping rhythmic time with the two oars, I recognized the form of Larsan. Why should I try to deceive myself by saying even for one moment that I was wrong? He was only too easily to be recognized, and if those who beheld him should have had the slightest doubt as to his identity, he seemed to desire to set it entirely at rest by this open display of himself, utterly without disguise, as entirely convincing as though he had shouted aloud, "It is I!" Oh yes, it was he. It was the great Fred, as we used to call him when we looked upon him only as the wonderfully resourceful and brilliant Secret Service agent. The boat, silent, with its motionless statue at the prow, rode completely around the peninsula. It passed beneath the windows of the square tower and then directed its course to the shores of the Point de Garibaldi. And the man still stood erect, his arms folded, his face turned toward the tower, a diabolical apparition on the threshold of the night which slowly crept up behind him, enveloped him in its shades and carried him away. When he had vanished, I lowered my eyes and beheld two figures in the court of Charles the Bold. They were at the corner of the railing near the little door of the square tower. One of these forms, the taller, was supporting the other, and speaking in tones of entreaty. The smaller attempted to break away. One would have said that it wished to throw itself into the sea, and I heard the voice of Mem Darzac say, "Be careful, it is a gage of defiance which he has thrown down. You shall not leave me this evening." And then came Rouletabille's voice answering, "He must land upon the bank. Let me hurry to the bank." "What will you do there?" moaned Mathilde. "Whatever may be necessary." And then Mathilde spoke again, and her voice was terrible to hear. "I forbid you to touch that man." And I heard no more. I descended to the court, where I found Rouletabille alone, seated upon the edge of the oubliette. I spoke to him, but he did not answer. I felt no surprise, for this had often happened of late. I went on into the outer court, and I saw M. Darzac coming toward me, evidently in the greatest excitement. Before I came up to him, he called out, "Did you see him?" "Yes, I saw him," I replied. "And my wife, do you know whether she saw him?" "She saw him too. She was with Rouletabille when he passed." What bravado the creature showed! Robert Darzac was trembling like an aspen leaf from the shock which he had just experienced. He told me that as soon as he had caught sight of the boat and its passenger, he had rushed like a madman to the shore, but that before he had reached the Point de Garibaldi, the bark had disappeared as if by enchantment. But even before he finished speaking, Darzac left me and hurried away to seek Mathilde, dreading the thought of the state of mind in which he felt that he would find her. But he returned almost immediately, gloomy and grieved. The door of his wife's apartment was locked, and she had said to him that she wished to be alone for a while. "And Rouletabille?" I asked. "I have not seen him." We remained together upon the rampart, gazing at the night which had carried Larsan away. Robert Darzac was infinitely sorrowful. In order to change the direction of his thoughts, I asked him a few questions regarding the Rance household. Here is in substance the information which I succeeded in extracting from him little by little. After the trial at Versailles, Arthur Rance had returned to Philadelphia, and there, one evening, at a family dinner party, he had found himself seated beside a charming young girl who had interested him at once by a display of interest in literature and art, the like of which he had not often seen in his beautiful countrywomen. She was not in the least like the quick, independent, and audacious type of young women who are often found in America, nor was she of the fluffy ruffles variety so much in favor at present. Somewhat haughty in mien, yet gentle and melancholy, she at once recalled to the young man the heroines of Walter Scott, who he soon learned was her favorite author. From the first she attracted him strongly. How could this delicate little creature so quickly have impressed Arthur Rance, who had been madly in love with the majestic Mathilde? Of such are the mysteries of the heart. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, as you prefer, Arthur Rance had upon that evening so far forgotten himself as to drink considerably more wine than was good for him. He never realized what his offense had been, but he knew that he must have committed some frightful blunder or breach of politeness when Miss Edith, in a low voice and with heightened color, requested him not to address her again. Upon the morrow, Arthur Rance went to call on the young lady and entreated her pardon, swearing that he would never permit wine to pass his lips again. Arthur Rance had already known for some time Miss Prescott's uncle, the fine old man who still bore among his friends the nickname of Old Bob, which had been given him in his college days, and who was as celebrated for his adventures as an explorer as for his discoveries as a geologist. He seemed as gentle as a sheep, but he had hunted many a tiger through the pampas of South America. He had spent half his life south of the Rio among the Patagonians in seeking for the man of the tertiary period, or at least for his fossils, not as the anthropological relic or some other Pithecanthropus, approaching in a greater or less extent the race of monkeys, but as the real living man, stronger, more powerful than those who inhabit this planet in our own day, the man, to speak clearly, who must have been contemporaneous with the immense mammoths and mastodons which appeared upon the globe before the Quaternary epoch. He generally returned from these expeditions with closely filled notebooks and a respectable collection of tibias and femurs, which may or may not have belonged to the aboriginal man, and also with a rich display of skins of wild beasts, which showed that the spectacled old savant knew how to use more modern arms than the stone axe and bow and arrow. As soon as he was back in Philadelphia, he would dispose of his treasures either in his private cabinets or in those of the museum, and, opening his notebooks, would resume his lectures, amusing himself as he talked by making the splinters from the long pencils, which he was always sharpening but had never been seen to use, fly almost into the eyes of the students on the front benches. All these details were given me later by Arthur Rance himself. He had been one of Old Bob's pupils, but had not seen him in many years until he made the acquaintance of Miss Edith. If I have seemed to dwell too minutely on such apparently unimportant things, I have done so because, by quite a natural train of events, we were to make Old Bob's acquaintance at Roches Rouges. Miss Edith, upon the occasion when Arthur Rance had been presented to her and had forgotten himself on account of overindulgence in wine, had seemed somewhat more melancholy than she usually was, because she had received disquieting news of her uncle. The latter, for 4 years back, had been absent on a trip to Patagonia. In his last letter he had told his niece that he was ill, and that he feared that he should not live to see her again. One might be tempted to wonder why so tender-hearted a niece under such circumstances had not refrained from attending a dinner, no matter how quiet, but Miss Edith, during her uncle's many absences from home, had so frequently received such communications from him, and had afterward seen him return in such perfect health, that she could scarcely be blamed for not having remained at home to mourn that evening. 3 months later, however, having received another letter, she suddenly resolved to go all alone to South America and join her uncle. During those 3 months important events had transpired. Miss Edith had been touched by the remorse of Arthur Rance, and when Miss Prescott departed for Patagonia, no one was astonished to find that Old Bob's old pupil was going to accompany her, If the engagement was not officially announced, it was because the pair preferred to wait for the consent of the geologist. Miss Edith and Arthur Rance were met at St. Louis by the young woman's uncle. He was in excellent health and in a charming humor. Rance, who had not seen him in years, declared to him that he had grown younger, the easiest of compliments to pay and the pleasantest to receive. When his niece informed him of her engagement to this fine young fellow, the uncle manifested the greatest delight. The three returned to Philadelphia, where the wedding took place. Miss Edith had never been in France, and Arthur determined that their honeymoon should be spent there. And it was thus that they found, as will be told a little later, a scientific reason for locating in the neighborhood of Mentone, not exactly in France, but 100 meters from the frontier in Italy at Roches Rouges. The gong had sounded for dinner, and Arthur Rance was coming to look for us, so we repaired to La Louve in the lower hall of which we were to dine. When we were all assembled save old Bob, who, as has been mentioned, was absent, Mem Edith asked whether any of us had noticed a little boat which had made the circle of the fortress, and in which a man was standing erect. The man's strange attitude had struck her, she said. No one replied, and she added, "Oh, I know who it is, for I know the fisherman who rowed the boat. He is a great friend of old Bob." "Ah, then you know the fisherman, madame?" asked Rouletabille. "He comes to the castle sometimes to sell fish. The people around the village have given him an odd name, which I don't know how to say in their impossible patois, but I can translate it. They call him the Hangman of the Sea. A pretty name, isn't it?" Chapter 7, which tells of some precautions taken by Joseph Rouletabille to defend the fort of Hercules against the attack of an enemy. Rouletabille had not even the politeness to inquire into the explanation of this amazing sobriquet. He appeared to be plunged in the deepest meditation. A strange dinner, a strange castle, strange guests, all the graces and coquetries of Meme. Edith had no effect in awakening us to any semblance of life. There were two newly married pairs, four lovers, who ought to have been radiant with the joy of life, and to have made the hours pass gaily and happily. But the repast was one of the most gloomy at which I have ever been present. The spectre of Larsan hovered about our festivities, and it seemed almost as though the man whom we knew to be so near was actually among us. It is as well to say here that Professor Stangerson, since he had learned the cruel, the miserable truth, had not for one moment been able to free himself from the thought of it. I do not think that I am saying too much in declaring that the first victim of the affair at the Glandier, and the most unfortunate of all, was this good old man. He had lost everything, his faith in science, his love of work, and more bitter than all the rest, his belief in his daughter. His faith in her had been his religion. She had been such an object of joy and pride. He had thought of her for so many years as a Vestal Virgin, seeking, with him, the unknown in the world of higher things. He had been so marvelously dazzled with the thought of her angelic purity, and had believed that her reason for having remained unmarried was that she was unwilling to resign herself to any life which would withdraw her from science and her father, to both of which she had dedicated her existence. And while he was thinking of her almost with reverence, he discovered that the reason that his daughter refused to marry was because she was already the wife of Ballmeyer. The day in which Mathilde had decided to confess everything to her father and to tell him the story of the past, which must clear up the present with a tragic light to the eyes of the professor. Already warned by the mysteries of the Glandier, the day when, falling at his feet and embracing his knees, she had told him the story of her youth. Professor Stangerson had raised the form of his beloved child from the ground and had pressed her to his heart. He had placed a kiss of pardon on her brow. He had mingled his tears with the sobs of her whose fault had been so bitterly expiated, and he had sworn to her that she had never been more precious than since he had known how she had suffered. And by these words she was a little comforted, but he, when she left his presence, was another man, a man alone, all alone. Professor Stangerson had lost his daughter and his goddess. He had experienced only indifference in regard to her marriage to Robert Darzac, although the latter had been the best beloved of his pupils. In vain Mathilde, with the warmest tenderness, had endeavored to rekindle the old feeling in the heart of her father. She knew well that he had changed toward her, that his glance never dwelt upon her in the old fond way, and that his weary eyes were looking back into the past at an image which he had only dreamed was her own. And she knew, too, that when those eyes rested upon her, Mathilde Darzac, it was to see at her side, not the honored figure of a good man and tender husband, but the shadow, eternally living, eternally infamous, of the other, the man who had stolen his daughter. The professor could work no longer. The great secret of the dissolution of matter which he had promised to reveal to mankind had returned to the unknown from which for a moment the scientist had drawn it, and men will go on, repeating for centuries to come the imbecile phrase, "From nothing, nothing." The evening meal was rendered still more doleful by the setting in which it was served, the sombre hall, lighted by a Gothic lamp with old candelabra of wrought iron, and the walls of the fortress adorned with oriental tapestries, against which were ranged the old suits of armor dating back to the first Saracen invasion and the sieges of Dagobert. I looked at the members of the party, and it seemed to me that I was able to see reason enough for the general sadness. M. and Mem Darzac were seated beside each other. The mistress of the house had evidently not desired to separate a bridal pair whose union only dated back to yesterday. Of the two, I must say that the more unhappy-looking was, beyond a doubt, our friend, Robert. He never spoke one word. Mem Darzac joined to some extent in the conversation, exchanging now and then a few commonplaces with Arthur Rance. Is it necessary for me to add that at this time, after the scene between Rouletabille and Mathilde, which I had witnessed from my window, I expected to see her in a most wretched state, almost overcome by the vision of Larsan, which had surged up in front of her eyes? But no, on the contrary, I discovered a remarkable difference between the terrified aspect with which she had approached us at the station, for instance, and the easy, composed manner which was hers at present. One would have said that she had been relieved by the sight of the apparition, and when I expressed my opinion to Rouletabille later in the evening, I discovered that he shared it, and he explained the reason for Mathilde's change of manner in the simplest possible fashion. The unhappy woman had dreaded nothing so much as the thought that she was going mad, and the certainty that she had not been the victim of a mental delusion, cruel as that certainty was, had served to make her a little more calm. She preferred to fight even against the living Larsan than against a phantom. In the first interview which she had had with Rouletabille in the square tower, while I was dressing for dinner, she had, my young friend told me, been completely possessed by the dread that insanity was coming upon her. Rouletabille, in telling me of this interview, acknowledged to me that he had taken altogether different means to calm Mathilde from those which Robert Darzac had employed. That is, he made no effort to conceal from her that her eyes had seen clearly and had seen Frederic Larsan. When she was told that Robert Darzac had only denied the truth to her because he feared for its effect upon her, and that he had been the first to telegraph to Rouletabille to come to their aid, she heaved a sigh so long and so deep that it was almost a sob. She took Rouletabille's hands in her own and covered them with kisses, just as a mother kisses the hands of her little child. Evidently she was instinctively drawn toward the youth by all the mysterious forces of maternal affection, in spite of the fact that she had every reason to believe that her child had died years before. It was just at this point that the two had first noticed through the window of the tower the form of Frederic Larsan standing erect in the boat. At first both had remained stupefied, motionless and mute at the sight. Then a cry of rage escaped from the agonized heart of Rouletabille, and he longed to pursue the man and reckon with him face to face. I have told how Mathilde held him back, clinging to him upon the parapet. In her mind, apparently, horrible as was this resurrection of Larsan, it was less horrible than the continual and supernatural resurrection of a Larsan who had no existence save in her own diseased brain. She no longer saw Larsan everywhere around her. She saw him in the flesh as he was. At one moment trembling with nervousness, the next gentle and composed, now patient, and in another instant impatient, Mathilde, even while conversing with Arthur Rance, showed for her husband the most charming and sweetest solicitude imaginable. She was attentive to him at every moment, serving him herself and smiling gently at him as she did so, watching him carefully, to be sure that he was not overtired and that the light did not strike too near his eyes. Robert thanked her for her cares, but seemed none the less frightfully unhappy, and his demeanour compelled me to recollect the fact that the resuscitation of Larsan would undoubtedly recall to Maman Darzac that before she was Mme Darzac, she had been Mem Jean Roussel Bolmeyer Larsan before God and herself, and even, so far as the transatlantic laws are concerned, before men as well. If the design of Larsan in showing himself had been to deal a frightful blow to a happiness which had yet scarcely begun, he had completely succeeded. And perhaps, as the historian of all parts of this strange affair, I ought to mention the fact that Mathilde had given Robert Darzac at once to understand that she did not regard herself as his wife, since the man to whom she had pledged herself in her early girlhood was still living. I have said that Mathilde Stangerson had been brought up in a very religious manner, not by her father, who cared little for such things, but by her female relatives, especially her old aunt in Cincinnati. The scientific studies which she had pursued with her father had in no wise impaired her faith, while the latter had taken care never to speak against religion to his daughter. She had preserved it, even in the deepest researches into the professor's theory of the creation. She said to him that no matter how plausibly he might prove that everything came from nothingness, that is to say, from the atmosphere, and returned to nothingness in the end, it remained to prove that that nothing, originating from nothing, had not been created by God. And, as she was a good Catholic, she believed that the Vicar of Christ on earth was the Pope. I might have perhaps passed over these religious beliefs of Mathilde in silence, if they had not had so strong an influence on the resolution which she had taken in regard to her second husband, when she discovered that her first husband was still alive. It had seemed to her that Larsan's death had been proven beyond the slightest doubt, and she had gone to her new husband as a widow with the approval of her confessor. And now she learned that in the sight of heaven she was not a widow but a bigamist. But, at all events, the catastrophe might not be irremediable, and she herself proposed to poor M. Darzac that the case should be propounded to the ecclesiastical courts of Rome for a settlement as quickly as possible. Thus it was that M. and Mem Robert Darzac, 48 hours after their marriage in the church of Saint Nicolas du Chardonnay, were separated by a gulf over which one could not and the other would not pass. The reader will comprehend from this brief explanation the mournful demeanour of Robert and the gentle sweetness displayed toward him by Mathilde. Without being entirely conversant with all these details on the evening of which I write, I nevertheless suspected most of them. Leaving the Darzacs, my eyes wandered to the neighbour of Meme Darzac, M.C. Arthur William Rance, and my thoughts were taking a new turn, when they were suddenly arrested by the butlers coming to say that Bernier, the concierge, requested to speak to M. Rouletabille. My friend arose, excused himself, and left the room. "What?" I cried. "The Berniers are no longer at the Glandier?" Readers of The Mystery of the Yellow Room will recall that these Berniers, the man and his wife, were the concierges of M. Stangerson at Sti, Geneviève des Bois. I have told in that work how Rouletabille had had them set at liberty when they were accused of complicity in the attempt made at the Pavillon de la Chênaie. Their gratitude to the young reporter on this account had been of the greatest, and Rouletabille had been, ever since, the object of their devotion. M. Stangerson replied to my exclamation by informing me that all the servants had left the Glandier at the time that he himself had abandoned it. As the Rances had need of concierges for the Fort of Hercules, the professor had been glad to send them his faithful domestics, of whom he had never had reason to complain except for one slight infraction of the game laws, which had turned out most unfortunately for them. Now they were lodged in one of the towers of the postern, where they kept the gate, and from which they admitted those who entered and dismissed those who wished to go out of the fort. Rouletabille had not appeared in the least astonished when the butler announced that Bernier wished to say a word to him, and from that fact I drew the conclusion that he must be already aware of his presence at Rochers Rouges. So I discovered, without being very greatly surprised at it, that Rouletabille had made excellent use of the few minutes during which I believed him to be in his room, and which I had given up to my toilet and to chatting with M. Darzac. The unexpected exit of Rouletabille sent a chill to my heart and seemed to spread a general sensation of alarm throughout the company. Every one of us who was in the secret asked himself whether this summons had not something to do with some important event connected with the return of Larsan. Meme Darzac was very restless, and because Mathilde showed herself to be disturbed and nervous, I fancied that Monsieur Arthur Rance thought that it behooved him to display some little anxiety. And it may be as well to say at this point that Miss Arthur Rance and his wife were not aware of the whole of the unfortunate story of Professor Stangerson's daughter. It had seemed useless to inform them of the fact of Mathilde's secret marriage to Jean Roussel, afterward known as Larsan. That was something which concerned only the family, but they were fully aware Arthur Rance from having been mixed up in the Glandier business, and his wife from what he had told her of the way in which the Secret Service agent had pursued the young woman who was now Mum Darzac. The crimes of Larsan were explained in the eyes of Arthur Rance by a mad passion for Mathilde, and this was by no means surprising to the young American who had been for so long in love with her himself, and who perceived in all of Larsan's acts merely the indications of an insane and hopeless love. As to Mem Edith, I soon found out why the events which had transpired at the Glandier had not seemed so simple to her when they were related to her as they had to her husband. For her to share his opinions on the subject, it would have been necessary for her to have seen Mathilde with eyes as enthusiastic as those of Arthur Rance, and on the contrary. Her thoughts, which I had good opportunities to read without her suspecting it, ran about in this way. But what on earth is there about this woman which could inspire such an insane passion, lasting for years and years in the heart of any man? Here is a woman for whose sake a detective officer becomes a murderer, for whom a temperate man becomes a drunkard, and for whom an innocent man permits himself to be pronounced guilty of a felony. What is there about her more than there is about myself, who owe my husband to the fact that she refused him before he ever saw me? What is the charm about her? She isn't even young, and yet even now my husband forgets all about me while he is looking at her. That is what I read in Edith's eyes as she watched her husband gazing at Mathilde. Ah, those black eyes of the gentle, languid Edith, I am congratulating myself upon the explanations which I have made to the reader. It is as well that he should know the sentiments which dwelt in the heart of each one concerned at the moment when all were about to have their own parts to play in the strange and awful drama which was already drawing near in the shadow which enveloped the fort of Hercules. As yet I have said nothing of old Bob nor of Prince Galich, but never fear, their turn will come. I have taken as a rule in the narration of this affair to paint things and people as nearly as possible as they appeared to me in the development of events. Thus the reader will pass through all the phases of the tragedy as we ourselves pass through them: anguish and peace, mysteries and their unravelling, misunderstanding and comprehension. If the light breaks upon the mind of the reader before the hour when it broke upon mine, so much the better. As he will be conversant with the same circumstances, neither more nor less, which came under our observation, he will prove to himself, if he solves the mystery before it is revealed to him, that he possesses a brain worthy to rank with that of Rouletabille. We finished our repast without our young friend having reappeared, and we arose from the table without having mentioned to each other any of the thoughts which troubled us. Mathilde immediately asked me where I thought Rouletabille had gone. As she left the dining room and I walked with her as far as the entrance to the fort, Monsieur Darzac and Mem Edith followed us. M. Stangerson had bidden us good night. Arthur Rance, who had disappeared for a moment, joined us while we were at the passageway. The night was clear, and the moon shone brightly. Someone had lighted the lanterns in the archway, however, in spite of the fact that their rays were not needed for seeing. As we passed beneath the arch, we heard Rouletabille speaking, as though he were encouraging those whom he addressed. "Come on, one more effort," he cried, and the voice which answered him was husky and panting, like that of a sailor who was working with his fellows to bring his bark into port. Finally, a great tumult filled our ears. It was the two portals of the immense iron doors, which were being closed for the first time in more than 100 years. Edith looked astonished at the act of her guest, and asked what had happened to the gate, which had always served in place of the doors since she had been mistress of the place. But Arthur Rance caught her arm, and she seemed to understand that he was impressing upon her that she must keep silence. But that did not keep her from exclaiming in a not too well-pleased tone, "Really, anyone would think that we expected to undergo a siege." But Rouletabille beckoned our group into the garden and announced to us in a jesting tone that if any of us had any desire to make a trip to the village, we must give it up for that evening, for the order had gone forth, and no one could leave the chateau or enter it. Père Jacques, he added, still pretending to jest, was charged with the carrying out of the command, and everyone knew that it was impossible to bribe the faithful old servitor. It was then that I learned for the first time that Père Jacques, whom I had known so well at the Glandier, had accompanied Professor Stangerson on his visit and was acting as his valet. That night he was sleeping in a tiny closet in La Louve, near his master's bedroom, but Rouletabille had changed that, and it was Père Jacques who took the place of the concierges in the tower, marked A. "But where are the Berniers?" cried Edith. "They are installed in the square tower, in the room on the left near the entrance. They are to act as caretakers of the square tower," replied Rouletabille. "But the square tower doesn't need any caretakers," exclaimed Edith, whose vexation was plainly visible. "That, madame," returned the young reporter, "is what we cannot be sure of." He made no further explanations, but he took Monsieur Arthur Rance to one side and informed him that he ought to tell his wife about the reappearance of Larsan. If there was to be the slightest chance of hiding the truth from Monsieur Stangerson, it could scarcely be accomplished without the aid and intelligence of Edith. And then, too, it would be as well, henceforward, for all of those in the Fort of Hercules to be prepared for everything and surprised at nothing. The next act of Rouletabille was to make us walk across the court and place ourselves at the postern of the gardener. I have said that this postern H commanded the entrance to the inner court, but at that point the moat had been filled up a long time ago. Rouletabille, to our amazement, declared that the next day he intended to have the moat dug out and to replace the drawbridge. For the present, he busied himself with ordering the postern to be closed more securely by the servants of the chateau, by means of a sort of fortification built from the boards and bricks which had been used in the repairs of the chateau and which had not yet been taken away by the workmen. Thus the chateau was barricaded, and Rouletabille laughed softly to himself, for Edith, having been apprised by her husband of the facts of the case, made no further objection, but contented herself with smiling a little contemptuously at the timidity of her guests, who were transforming the old stronghold into an absolutely impenetrable spot, because they were afraid of just one man, all alone. But Edith did not know what manner of man this was. She had not lived through the mysteries of the Yellow Room. As to the others, Arthur Rance among them, they found it perfectly natural and reasonable that Rouletabille should fortify the place against that which was unknown and mysterious and invisible, and which plotted in the night, they knew not what, against the Fort of Hercules. At the newly fortified postern, Rouletabille had stationed no one, for he reserved that place that night for himself. From there he could obtain a complete view of both the inner and outer courts. It was a strategic point, which commanded a view of the whole chateau. One could reach the apartment of the Darzacs only after passing by Père Jacques in A, by Rouletabille at H, and by the Berniers, who guarded the square tower at the door marked K. The young man had decided that it would be better for those on guard not to retire that night. As we passed by the oubliette in the court of Charles the Bold, I saw by the light of the moon that someone had displaced the circular board which covered it. I saw also on the margin a flask attached to a cord. Rouletabille explained to me that he had wished to know if this old oubliette, which was really nothing but a well, corresponded with the sea, and that he had found that the water was clear and sweet, a proof that it had nothing to do with the Mediterranean. The young man walked for a few steps with M. Darzac, who immediately took leave of us and entered the square tower. M. Darzac and Arthur Rance, at the request of Rouletabille, remained with us. Some words of excuse addressed to Mem. Edith made her understand that she was being politely asked to retire, and she bade us good night with a nonchalant grace, flinging the words, "Good night, m'le captain," at Rouletabille over her shoulder as she passed him. When we were alone, we men, Rouletabille beckoned us toward the postern into the little room of the gardener, a dark, low-ceiled apartment, where we were surprised to find how easily we could see anything that passed nearby without being seen ourselves. There, Arthur Rance, Robert Darzac, Rouletabille, and myself, without even lighting a lamp, held our first council of war. In truth, I know not what other name to give to this reunion of frightened men, hidden behind the stones of this old fortress. "We may make our plans here in tranquility," began Rouletabille. "No one can hear us, and we shall not be surprised by anyone. If any person should attempt to pass the first gate which Jacques is guarding without the old man seeing him, we shall be immediately warned by the sentinel whom I have stationed in the very middle of the court, hidden in the ruins of the chapel. I have placed your gardener Matoni at that point, M. Rance. I believe from what I have been told that you can depend upon the man. Is not that your opinion?" I listened to Rouletabille with admiration. Edith was right. He had indeed constituted himself a captain, and he had not left one impregnable spot without defense, and had neglected nothing in his cogitations. I felt certain that he would never surrender, no matter on what terms, and that he would prefer death to capitulation, either for himself or for any of the rest of us. What a brave little commander he was, and indeed it seemed to me that he displayed more bravery in undertaking the defense of the fort of Hercules against Larsan than the lords of Mortola had shown in holding the castle, against 1,000 of the enemy, for they had fought merely against shot and shell and spears. And what had we to fight against? The darkness. Where was our enemy? Everywhere, and nowhere. We were able neither to see him, nor to know his whereabouts, nor to guess his designs, nor to take the offensive ourselves, ignorant as we were of where our blows might fall. There remained for us only to be on guard, to shut ourselves in, to watch, and to wait. Arthur Rance assured Rouletabille that he could answer for his gardener, Matoni, and our young man proceeded to explain to us in a general fashion the situation. He lit his pipe, took 3 or 4 puffs, and said, "Well, here we are. Can we hope that Larsan, after having so insolently flaunted himself before us at our very doors in order to defy us, will confine himself to such a platonic manifestation? Will he consider that he is accomplished enough in bringing trouble, terror, and consternation among the members of the besieged party in the garrison, and content with what he has done, will he go away? I hardly think so. First, because such a thing would be foreign to his character, for he loves a fight, and is never satisfied with a partial success. And secondly, because no one of us has the power to drive him off. Consider that he can do anything that he will to injure us, but that we can make no move against him save to defend ourselves if he strikes, provided we are able when it may suit him to do so. We have, of course, no hope of any help from outside, and he knows it well. That is what makes him so bold and audacious. Whom can we call to our aid? The authorities, suggested Arthur Rance. He spoke with some hesitation, for he felt that if this plan had not been entertained by Rouletabille, there must be some reason for it. The young reporter looked at his host with an air of pity, which was not entirely free from reproach, and he said in a chilly tone, which showed plainly to Arthur Rance how little value there was in his proposition, "You ought to understand, monsieur, that I did not save Larsan from French justice at Versailles to deliver him over to Italian justice at Rochers-Rouge." Arthur Rance, who was, as I have said, ignorant of the first marriage of Professor Stangerson's daughter, could not understand, as did the rest of us, the impossibility of revealing the existence of Larsan without stirring up, especially after the ceremony at Saint Nicolas du Chardonnay, the worst of scandals and the most dreadful of catastrophes. But certain inexplicable incidents of the trial at Versailles had impressed him sufficiently to make him realize that we dreaded above all things to bring again to the public mind what someone had called the mystery of M.L.A. Stangerson. He comprehended this on the evening of which I speak better than he had ever done before, and knew that Larsan must hold one of those terrible secrets on which life and honor depend, and with which the magistrates of the world can have no concern. M. Rance bowed to M. Robert Darzac without uttering a word, but the salute signified the declaration that M. Arthur Rance was ready to combat for the cause of Mathilde, whatever it might be, as a noble chevalier, who does not bother himself about the reason of the battle in the moment when he dies for his lady. At least I thus interpreted his gesture, and I felt certain that, in spite of his recent marriage, the American had by no means forgotten his old love. M. Darzac said, "This man must disappear, but in silence, whether we move him by our entreaties or bribe him or kill him. But the first condition of his disappearance is to keep the fact that he has reappeared at all a secret. Above all, and I am speaking of the heartfelt wish of Mem. Darzac as well as my own M., Stangerson must never know that we are menaced by the blows of this monster." "Darzac's wishes are commands," replied Rouletabille. "Miss Stangerson shall know nothing." We went on to discuss the situation in regard to the servants and to what one might expect from them. Happily, Père Jacques and the Berniers were already partly in the secret, and would be astonished at nothing. Matoni was devoted enough to render unquestioning obedience to Mme. Edith. The others did not count. Later there would be Walter, the servant of old Bob, but he had accompanied his master to Paris and would not return until he did. Rouletabille arose, exchanged through the window a signal with Bernier, who was standing erect upon the threshold of the square tower. Then he came back to us and sat down again. "Larsan probably is not far off," he said. "During dinner I made a tour of observation around the place. We possess at the North Gate a natural means of defense which is really marvelous, and which completely replaces the old fortifications of the chateau. We have there 50 paces away at the western shore the 2 frontier posts of the French and Italian revenue officers, whose untiring vigilance may be of the greatest assistance to us. Père Bernier is on the most friendly terms with these worthy people, and I am going with him to talk to them. The Italian customs officer speaks only Italian, but the French officer speaks both languages, as well as the patois of the country, and it is this man, whom Bernier tells me is called Michael, to whom I look to be of the greatest use to us. Through his means we have already learned that the 2 revenue posts are much interested in the strange maneuvers of the little boat, which belongs to Tullio, the fisherman, whom they call the hangman of the sea. Old Tullio is one of the former acquaintances of the customs men. He is the most skillful smuggler on the coast. He had with him this evening in his boat an individual whom the revenue officers had never seen. The boat, Tullio and the passenger, all disappeared at the Point de Garibaldi. I have been there with Père Bernier, and we found nothing, any more than M. Darzac, who visited the spot before us. However, Larsan must have landed. I have a presentiment of the fact. In any case, I am sure that Tullio's little boat is anchored near the Point de Garibaldi." "You are sure of that?" cried M. Darzac. "What reason have you for thinking so?" I demanded. "Bah!" exclaimed Rouletabille. "It left the marks of the keel in the sand on the bank, and when they anchored, they let fall a little lantern, which I picked up and which the revenue officers recognized as the one used by Tullio when he fishes in the waters on calm nights." "Larsan certainly landed," repeated Miss Darzac. "He is at Roches Rouges. In any case, if the boat has been left at Roches Rouges, he has not come back here," exclaimed Rouletabille. "The 2 revenue posts are situated upon the narrow road which leads from Roches Rouges to France, and are placed in such a manner that no one can pass by, whether by day or by night, without being seen. You know, besides that, the red rocks from which the village takes its name form a cul-de-sac, and that a sentinel is on guard in front of these rocks every 100 meters around the frontier. The sentinel passes between the rocks and the sea. The rocks are steep and form a terrace 60 meters high. That is true. said Arthur Rance, who had not recently spoken and who seemed greatly interested. "It is not easy to scale the rocks." "He will have hidden himself in the grottos," said Darzac. "There are some deep pockets in the terrace." "I thought of that," said Rouletabille, "and I went back alone to Roches Rouges after I left Père Bernier." "That was very imprudent," I said. "It was very prudent," corrected Rouletabille. "I had some things to say to Larsan which I did not wish a third party to hear. Well, I went back to Roches Rouges and called Larsan's name through all the caves." "You called him?" cried Arthur Rance. "Yes, I shouted into the gathering night. I waved my handkerchief as the soldiers waved their flag of truce. But whether it was that he heard me and saw my white flag or not, he did not answer." "Perhaps he was not there," I suggested. "Perhaps not, I don't know. I heard a noise in the grotto." "And you did not enter?" demanded Arthur Rance. "No," replied Rouletabille quietly. "But you do not think that it was because I was afraid of him, do you?" "Let us run," we all cried in one breath, rising at the same moment. "Let us go and finish up the business immediately." "I don't think that we shall ever have a better chance of meeting Larsan," said Arthur Rance. "We can do what we like with him at the bottom of Roches Rouges." Darzac and Arthur Rance were already starting off. I waited to see what Rouletabille would say. He calmed the two men with a gesture and begged them to be seated again. "It is necessary to remember," he said, "that Larsan would have acted exactly as he has done if he had wished to lure us tonight to the grotto of Roches Rouges. He has shown himself to us. He has landed almost under our eyes at the point of Garibaldi. He might as well have shouted under our windows. 'You know I am at Roches Rouges. I'll wait for you there.' He would have been neither more explicit or more eloquent. "You went to Roches Rouges," resumed Arthur Rance, "who I saw was deeply impressed with the arguments of Rouletabille, and he did not show himself. He hid himself, meditating on some horrible crime to be committed tonight. We must have him out of that grotto." "Doubtless," replied Rouletabille. "My promenade to Roches Rouges produced no result because I was all alone. But if we all go, I can assure you that we shall find some results on our return." "On our return?" echoed Darzac, who did not understand. "Yes," explained Rouletabille, "on our return to the chateau, where we have left Darzac all alone, and where perhaps we may not find her. Oh, of course," he added, as a general silence fell upon his companions. "It is only a hypothesis, but at this time we have no other means of reasoning than by hypothesis." We looked at each other, and this hypothesis overwhelmed us. Evidently, without Rouletabille, we should have committed a terrible blunder, and perhaps have been responsible for a terrible disaster. Rouletabille arose and continued thoughtfully, "You see, tonight there is nothing that we can do except to barricade ourselves. It is only a temporary barricade, for I want the place put in an absolutely unassailable state tomorrow. I've had the iron doors closed and Père Jacques is guarding them. I have stationed Matoni as sentinel at the chapel. I have established a barrier under the postern, the only vulnerable point of the inner court, and I will guard that myself. Père Bernier will watch all night at the door of the square tower, and Mère Bernier, who has a good pair of eyes and to whom I have given a spyglass, will remain until morning on the platform of the tower. Saint-Clair will station himself in the little palm-leaf pavilion upon the terrace of the round tower. From the height of this terrace he will watch as I do all the inner court and the boulevards and parapets. M. Rance and M. Darzac will go into the garden and walk until daylight, the one toward the boulevard on the west, the other toward the boulevard on the east, the two boulevards which are at the edge of the outer court near the sea. The vigil will be hard tonight because we are not yet organized. Tomorrow we shall draw up a set of rules for our little garrison, and a list of the trustworthy domestics upon whom we may depend with security. If there is one on the place who could come under the slightest suspicion, he must be dismissed at once. You will bring here to this cell all the arms which you can gather, rifles and revolvers. We will divide them among those who do guard duty. The sentinel is to draw upon every person who does not reply to who goes there and who is not recognized. There is no need of a password, it would be useless. Let the countersign be to utter one's name and to show one's face. Besides, it is only ourselves who have the right to pass. Beginning tomorrow morning, I will have raised at the inner entrance of the north gate the grating which until today formed its exterior entrance, the entrance which is closed henceforth by the iron doors, and in the daytime the commissaires can come as far as this grating with their provisions. They will place their wares in the little lodge in the tower, where I have stationed Père Jacques. At 7 o'clock every night, the iron doors will be closed. Tomorrow morning Arthur Rance will send for builders, masons, and carpenters. Every person on the place will be counted, and no one allowed under any pretext to pass the door of the second court. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone will be counted again, and the workpeople will be allowed to go out. In this one day the men must completely finish their work, which will consist of making a door for my postern, repairing a small breach in the wall which joins the new castle to the Tower of Charles the Bold, and another little break near the round Tower B in the plan, which defends the northeast corner of the outer court. After that, I shall be tranquil, and Mem Darzac, who is forbidden to leave the chateau under the new order, having been placed in security, I may attempt a sortie and enter seriously into the search for the camp of Larsan. Come, Rance, to arms. Bring me some weapons to pass around this evening. I have loaned my own revolver to Père Bernier, who is keeping guard before the door of Mem Darzac's apartments. Anyone not knowing of the events at the Glandier, who had heard the words spoken by Rouletabille, would have considered both him who spoke and us who listened to be beside ourselves. But, I repeat, if anyone had lived like myself through that terrible and mysterious time, he would have done what I did, loaded his revolver, and waited for dawn without uttering a word. Chapter, which contains some pages from the history of Jean Roussel Larsan. Ballmeyer. An hour later, we were all at our posts, passing along the parapets in the moonlight, keeping close watch upon the land, the sky and the water, and listening anxiously to the slightest sounds of the night, the sighing of the sea, and the voices of the birds, which began to sing at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Edith, who said that she could not sleep, came out and talked to Rouletabille at his postern. The lad called me, placed me in charge of his postern and of Mrs. Rance, and made his rounds. The fair Edith was in the most charming humour. She looked as fresh as a rose washed in dew, and she seemed to be greatly amused at the wan countenance of her husband, to whom she had brought out a glass of whisky. "It's the funniest thing I ever heard of," she exclaimed, clapping her tiny hands. "All of you keeping watch out here like this. How I wish I knew your Larsan. I'm sure I should adore him." I shuddered involuntarily at the words she uttered so lightly. Beyond a doubt, there do exist romantic little creatures who fear nothing, and who in their carelessness jest at fate. Ah, if the unhappy girl had only realized what was to come. I spent 2 delightful hours with Edith, during the greater part of which I related to her some facts regarding the history of Ballmeyer, and since this occasion presents itself, I will at this time relate to the reader, in historical order, if I may use an expression which perfectly interprets my meaning, the characteristics and circumstances in the career of Larsan Ballmeyer, some of which had been sufficient to make it doubtful whether he still lived at the time that he appeared to play so unexpected a part in The Mystery of the Yellow Room, as this man's powers will be seen to extend in the Perfume of the Lady in Black to heights which some may believe inaccessible. I judge it to be my duty to prepare the mind of the reader to admit in the end that I am only the transcriber of an affair, the like of which never has been known before, and that I have invented nothing. And moreover, Rouletabille, in the event that I might have the hardihood to add to such a wonderful and veracious history any rhetorical ornaments or exaggerations, would certainly contradict me and riddle my story as with bullets. The great interests at stake are such that the slightest exaggeration would assuredly entail the most terrible consequences, so that I shall keep strictly to the exact details of my narrative, even at the risk of making it seem a little dry and methodical. I will refer those who believe in actual records to the stenographic reports of the trial at Versailles. M. André Hesse and M. Henri Robert, who appeared for M. Robert Darzac, made admirable addresses to which the public may easily obtain access. And it must not be forgotten that before destiny had brought Larsan Ballmeyer and Joseph Rouletabille into contact, the elegantly mannered bandit had given considerable trouble to the authorities. We have only to open the files of the Gazette Les Tribunaux and to read the account of the day when Larsan was condemned by the Court of Assizes to 10 years at hard labor, to be assured on this score. Then one will understand that there is no need of inventing anything about a man concerning whom one can with truth relate such a history. And thus the reader, knowing the sort of man that he is, that is to say, his manner of working and his incredible audacity, will refrain from smiling because Joseph Rouletabille placed a drawbridge between Larsan Ballmeyer and Mathilde Darzac. M. Albert Bataille of Le Figaro, who has published an admirable work on criminal and civil causes, has devoted some interesting pages to Ballmeyer. Ballmeyer had a happy childhood and youth. He did not become a criminal as so many others have done because driven to evil doing by the hard blows of poverty and misery. The son of a rich broker in the Rue Mollet, he might have chosen any vocation that he desired, but his preferred calling was to lay hands upon the money of other people. At an early age he decided to become a swindler, just as another lad might have decided to become an engineer. His debut was a stroke of genius, and the history of it is almost incredible. Ballmeyer stole a letter addressed to his father containing a considerable sum of money. Then he took the train for Lyons, and from there wrote his parent as follows: "Monsieur, I am an old soldier, retired and with a Medal of Honor to show that I have served my country. My son, a post office clerk, has stolen in the mails a letter addressed to you and containing money to pay a gambling debt. I have called the members of the family together. In a few days we shall be able to raise the sum necessary to repay you. You are a father. Have pity upon a father. Do not bring me down in sorrow and shame to my grave." M. Ballmeyer willingly granted the petition. He is still waiting for his first remittance, or rather he has ceased to expect it, for the law apprised him 10 years ago of the identity of the culprit. Ballmeyer, relates M. Albert Bataille, seems to have received from nature all the gifts which go to make the successful swindler: a wonderful diversity, the talent of persuading new acquaintances to believe in him, the careful attention to the smallest details, the genius for completely disguising himself. He even took the precaution along this line of having his linen marked with different initials every time that he judged it expedient to change his name. But his strongest characteristic of all was his astonishing aptitude for evasion, for coquetting with fraud, for mocking at and defying justice. This was evinced in the malignant pleasure which he took in speaking of himself at parquet as among those who might have been guilty, knowing how little importance would be attached by the magistrate by the clues which he gave. This delight in jesting at the judges was apparent in every act of his life. While he was doing military duty, Ballmeyer stole his companion's box and accused the captain. He committed a theft of 40,000 francs from the Maison Furet, and immediately afterward denounced Monsieur Furet as having stolen it himself. The Furet affair remained for a long time celebrated among judicial records under the appellation of the coup of the telephone. Science, applied as an aid to knavery, has never given anything better. Ballmeyer appropriated a draft for 6,000 livres sterling from the messenger of Messrs. Furet brothers, who were note-brokers in the Rue Poissonnière, and who allowed him desk room in their offices. He went to the Rue Poissonnière, into the house of Monsieur Furet, and, imitating the voice of M. Edouard Furet, asked over the telephone of M. Cohen, a banker, whether he would be willing to discount the draft. M. Cohen replied in the affirmative, and 10 minutes later Ballmeyer, after having cut the telephone wire to prevent further communication and possible explanations, sent for the money by a companion named Rigaud, whom he had known not long before in the African battalion, where their common interests had made them useful to each other. Ballmeyer kept the lion's share for himself. Then he rushed to the court to denounce Rigaud, and, as I have said, M. Furet himself. A dramatic scene took place when accuser and accused were confronted with each other in the cabinet of M. Espierre, the judge of instruction who had charge of the affair. "You know, my dear Furet," said Ballmeyer to the amazed broker, I am heartbroken at being obliged to expose you, but you must tell the justice the truth. It is not an affair from which you need fear serious consequences. Why don't you confess? You needed 40,000 francs to pay a little debt incurred at the racetrack, and you intended to pay back the sum. It was you who telephoned. I, stammered Monsieur Edouard Furet, almost breathless with rage and astonishment. You may as well confess, said Ballmeyer. No one could mistake your voice. The bold thief was detected within 8 days and was caught, and the police furnished such a report upon him that M. Kruppy, then Attorney General, now Minister of Commerce, presented to M. Furet the most humble excuses of the Department of Justice. Rigaud was also tried and condemned to 20 years at hard labor. One might go on relating this kind of stories about Ballmeyer indefinitely. At that time, before he had entered upon the darker and more horrible pages of his career, he played a comedy. And what a comedy! It may be as well to give in detail the history of one of his escapes. Nothing could be more immensely comical than the adventure of the prisoner composing a long memorial during his trial for the sole purpose of hanging over the table of the judge, M. Villars, and of turning over the papers in order to obtain a glimpse of the formula of orders of discharge. When he was sent back to jail at Mazas, the fellow wrote a letter signed Villars, in which, according to the prescribed formula, M. Villars requested the superintendent of the prison to set the prisoner, Ballmeyer, at liberty without delay. But he had no paper of the kind used by the judge for such matters. However, so small a thing as that scarcely embarrassed Ballmeyer. He went back to the courthouse in the morning, hiding the letter in his sleeve, protested his innocence and feigning great indignation and anger. He picked up the seal that lay on the table and gesticulated with it in expressing his wrath, and he knocked the inkstand over on the blue trousers of his guard, while the poor fellow, surrounded by the inmates of the courtroom who condoled with him on his ill luck, was sadly sponging off his number one. Ballmeyer profited by the general diversion to apply a strong pressure of the stamp upon the order of discharge, and then began loudly excusing himself to the soldier. The trick succeeded. The thief made his way out amid the confusion, and negligently tossing the signed and sealed paper to the guards, remarked carelessly, "What is M. Villars thinking of to order me to carry his papers? Does he take me for his servant?" Then he went back to his seat. The guards picked up the paper, and one of them carried it to the warden at Mazas, to whom it was addressed. It was the order to set Ballmeyer at liberty without delay. The same night, Ballmeyer was free. This was his second escape. Arrested for the Furet affair, he had gotten away once by throwing pepper in the eyes of the guard who was taking him to the station. And that same evening he was present in evening dress at a first night at the Comédie Française. Prior to this, at the time when he had been sentenced by court-martial to 5 years' imprisonment because he had robbed his companion, he had made his way out of the Cherche Midi by having one of his comrades forge an order of release for him. A variation of the same plan had served him well once more, but one would never finish if one tried to relate all the amazing adventures of Ballmeyer, known at various times as the Count de Maupas, Vicomte de Drouet-Derion, Comte de Motteville, Comte de Bonneville, and under many other aliases, as an elegant man about town, setting the fashion. He frequented the summer resorts and watering places Biarritz, Aix-les-Bains, Luchon, losing in play at the club as much as 10,000 francs in one evening, surrounded by pretty women, who envied each other his attentions, for this fellow was extremely popular with the fair sex. In his regiment he had made a conquest happily platonic of the colonel's daughter. Do you know the type now? Well, it was with this man that Joseph Rouletabille was going to fight. I thought that morning that I had sufficiently informed MME, Edith, in regard to the personality of the bandit. She listened so silently that my attention was finally drawn to the fact that she had not uttered a remark in some time, and, bending down, I saw that she was fast asleep. This circumstance should not have given me a very good opinion of the little creature, but as I watched her sleeping face at my leisure, I felt springing up in my soul feelings which I later endeavored in vain to chase away from my mind. The night passed without any event. When the day dawned, I saluted it with a deep sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Rediscover did not permit me to retire until 8 o'clock in the morning. After he had settled on how matters should go on through the day, he was already in the midst of the workmen whom he had summoned, and who were laboring actively in repairing the breaches of the Tower B. The work was done so expeditiously and so promptly that the strong chateau of Hercules was soon sealed as hermetically close as it was possible for a building to be. Seated on a big boulder in the bright sunlight, Rediscover began to draw upon his notebook the plan which I have submitted to the reader, and he said to me while I, worn out with my vigil, was making absurd efforts to keep my eyes open, "You see, Saint-Clair, these people believe that I am fortifying the place to defend myself. Well, that is merely a small part of the truth, for I am fortifying the place because reason bids me do so. And, if I close up the breaches, it is less in order that Larsan cannot get in than for the sake of depriving my reason of any chance of accusing me of carelessness. For instance, I can never reason in a forest. How will you reason in a forest? There, reason flies away on every side. But in a closed-up chateau, my friend, it is like a sealed casket. If you are inside and are not insane, your reasoning powers must come back to you." "Yes, yes," I murmured sleepily, nodding. "That's it, your reason will come back to you." Well, never mind," answered Rediscover. "Go to bed, old fellow. You are walking in your sleep now." Chapter, in which old Bob unexpectedly arrives. When I heard a knock at my door about 11 o'clock in the morning, and the voice of Mere Bernier told me that Rediscover wanted me to get up, I threw my window wide open and looked out in delight. The bay was of an incomparable beauty, and the sea was so transparent that the rays of the sun pierced through it as they would have done through a mirror without quicksilver, so that one could perceive the rocks, the anemones and the moss in the sea bottom, just as if the waters had ceased to cover them and left them bared to the eye. The harmonious curve of the bank on the Mentone side enclosed the sea like a flowery frame. The villas of Garavan, white and rose, looked like fresh flowers which had blossomed overnight. The peninsula of Hercules was a bouquet which floated upon the waters and perfumed the old stones of the chateau. Never had nature appeared to me more sweet, more delightful, more exquisite, nor, above all, more worthy of being loved. The serene air, the beautiful shore, the balmy sea, the purple mountains, all this picture to which my northern senses were so little accustomed, evoked in my mind the thought of some tender, caressing human being. As these thoughts passed through my mind, I noticed a man who was lashing the sea. Oh, he gave it a box on the ear. I could have wept if I had been a poet. The miserable wretch appeared to be furiously angry. I could not understand what had excited his wrath in this tranquil spot. But he evidently felt that he had some serious cause for vexation, for he never ceased his blows. He was armed with an enormous cudgel, and standing erect in a tiny boat, into which a timid child might have feared to entrust its weight, he administered to the sea, with the fiercest splashings, such a castigation as provoked the mute indignation of some strangers who were standing on the shore. But as everyone under all circumstances dreads to mix himself in what is none of his affairs, these persons made no protest. What was it that could have so deeply excited the savage? Perhaps it might have been the very calm of the sea which, after having been for a moment disturbed by the insult of the madman, resumed its peaceful tranquillity. At this point, I was interrupted by the voice of Rediscover, who told me that breakfast was nearly ready. Rediscover appeared in the garb of a plasterer, his clothing showing plainly that he had been working in the fresh mortar. In one hand he held a foot rule, and in the other a file. I asked him whether he had seen the man who was beating the water, and he told me that it was Tullio who was frightening the fishes to drive them into his nets. It was for this reason, I realized, that Tullio had obtained the nickname of the Hangman of the Sea. Rediscover went on to tell me that he had asked Tullio that morning about the stranger whom he had rowed about in his boat the night before, and whom he had taken all around the peninsula of Hercules. Tullio had replied that he had no knowledge whatever of whom the man might be, that he was a crazy sort of fellow whom he had taken in as a passenger at Mentone. and who had given him 5 francs to land him at the point of Rochers Rouges. I dressed myself quickly and joined Rouletabille, who told me that we were to have a new guest at luncheon, in the person of Old Bob. We waited for a few moments for him to come to the table, and then, as he did not appear, we began our repast without him in the flowery frame of the round terrace of Charles the Bold. There was served to us a delicious bouillabaisse, smoking hot, which seemed to have drawn the best of their flavors from fishes of all species, and was tinted by a little vino del paese, and which, in the light and brightness of the daytime, contributed as much as all the precaution of Rouletabille toward making us feel serene and secure. In truth, we felt not the slightest fear of the dreaded Larsan under the beautiful sunshine of the brilliant heavens, whatever we may have felt in the pale gleam of the moon and stars. Ah, how forgetful and easily impressed human nature is, I am ashamed to say it, but we were feeling rather proud. I speak for Arthur Rance and myself, and also for Edith, whose romantic and languid nature was superficial, as such are likely to be, of the fact that we could smile and speak with scorn of our nocturnal vigils and of our armed guard upon the boulevards of the citadel, when old Bob made his appearance. And let me say it here, it was not this apparition which could have turned our thoughts toward anything dark or gloomy. I have rarely seen anything more droll than old Bob walking in the blinding sun of the springtime in the Midi, with a tall hat of black beaver, his black trousers, his black spectacles, his white hair and his rosy cheeks. Yes, we sat there and laughed in the tower of Charles the Bold, and old Bob laughed with us, for old Bob was as gay as a child. What was this old savant doing at the Chateau of Hercules? Perhaps this is as good a time as any to explain. How could he have made up his mind to quit his collections in America, and his work and his drawings and his museum in Philadelphia? For these reasons the reader will not have forgotten that M. Arthur Rance was already looked upon in his own country as the anthropologist of the future at the time when his unhappy infatuation for MLE Stangerson had weaned him away from his studies and made them almost distasteful to him. After his marriage to Miss Prescott, who was deeply interested in such matters, he felt that he could resume with pleasure his researches in the science of Gall and Lavater, but at the self-same time that they visited the azure shores in the autumn which preceded the events of this history, there was much discussion in regard to the new discoveries which M. Abeau had just made at Rochers Rouges. Julien, Rivière, Girardin, Delisot had come to the spot to work, and had succeeded in interesting the Institute and the Minister of Public Instruction in their discoveries. These discoveries soon created a profound sensation, for they proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that primeval man had lived in this spot before the glacial epoch. Without doubt, the proof of the existence of the man of the Quaternary epoch had been found long before. But this epoch, extending certainly 200,000 years into the past, was interesting in that it fixed the Quaternary epoch in the proper period. Learned men were always digging at Rochers Rouges, and they came upon surprise after surprise. However, the most beautiful of the grottos, the Barma Grande, as they called it in the countryside, had remained intact, for it was the private property of M. Abeau, who kept the restaurant of the grotto not far away on the seashore. M. Abeau was determined to dig in his own grotto himself, but now public report for the event had passed the bounds of the scientific world, and interested people generally said that in the Barma Grande there had been found extraordinary human bones, skeletons remarkably preserved by the ferruginous earth, contemporaneous with the mammoths of the beginning of the Quaternary epoch, or even of the end of the Tertiary epoch. Arthur Rance and his wife hastened to Mentone, and while the husband passed his days in antiquarian researches, going back 200,000 years, digging up with his own hands the humerus of the Barma Grande and measuring the skulls of his ancestors, his young wife seemed to experience an ever-renewed pleasure in rambling over the medieval ruins of an old fortress which reared its massive silhouette above a little peninsula, united to Rochers Rouges by a few crumbling stones. The most romantic legends were attached to this relic of the old Genoese wars, and it seemed to Edith pensively leaning from the highest terrace in the most beautiful scene in the world, that she was one of those noble demoiselles of ancient times whose romantic adventures she had so dearly loved to read in the pages of her favorite romances. The castle was for sale and the price was very reasonable. Arthur Rance purchased it, and by doing so made his wife the happiest of women. She sent for masons and furnishers, and within 3 months she had succeeded in transforming the old fortress into an exquisite nest of love, an ideal abode for a young person who revelled in the Lady of the Lake, or the Bride of Lammermoor. When Arthur Rance had found himself standing beside the last skeleton discovered in the Barma Grande, and knew that the Elephas Antiquus had come out of the same bed of earth, he was beside himself with enthusiasm, and his first impulse had been to telegraph to old Bob and tell him that it might be that someone had discovered, a few kilometers from Monte Carlo, the relics which the old savant had been seeking for so many years in the mountains of Patagonia. But the telegram never reached its destination, for old Bob, who had previously promised to join his nephew and niece after they had been married for a while, had already taken the steamer for Europe. Evidently report had already brought to him the story of the treasures of the Roches Rouges. A few days after the cable had been dispatched, he landed at Marseille and arrived at Menton, where he became the companion of Arthur Rance and his wife in the Chateau of Hercules, which his very presence seemed to fill with life and gaiety. The gaiety of old Bob appeared to us a little theatrical, but that feeling arose without doubt from the effects of our apprehensions of the evening before. The old Bob had the soul of a child. He was as much of a coquette as an old woman, that is to say, that his coquetries frequently changed their object. And having once for all adopted a garb of the most severe black coat, black waistcoat, black trousers, white hair and rosy cheeks, there was constantly attached to him the idea of complete harmony. It was in this professional uniform that old Bob had chased the tigers in the pampas, and this he wore at the present time, while he dug in the grottos of Roches Rouges in his search for the missing bone of the Elephas Antiquus. Mrs. Rance presented him to us, and he uttered a few polite phrases, after which he opened his wide mouth in a great hearty laugh. He was jubilant, and we were soon to learn the reason why. He had brought back from his visit to the Museum of Paris the certainty that the skeleton of the Barma Grande was no more ancient than the one which he had discovered in his last expedition to Terra del Fuego. All the Institute was of this opinion, and took for the basis of its reasonings the fact that the bone of the spine of the Elephas which old Bob had carried to Paris, and which the owner of the Barma Grande had loaned him after having declared to him that he had found it in the same bed of earth as the famous skeleton, that this spinal bone belonged, let us say, to an Elephas of the middle of the Quaternary period. Ah, it would have done your heart good to hear the joyous contempt with which old Bob spoke of the middle of the Quaternary period. At the very thought of a spinal bone of the middle of the Quaternary period, he laughed as heartily as though someone had told him the finest joke in the world. Could it be that in this day and age, a savant worthy of being dignified by the name could find anything to interest him in a skeleton of the middle of the Quaternary period? His own skeleton, or to be more exact, that which he had brought from Terra del Fuego, dated from the commencement of this period, and, in consequence, was older by 2,000 years, you hear? 2,000 years! And he was sure, because of this shoulder-blade having belonged to the cave bear, the shoulder-blade which he had found, he, old Bob, between the arms of his own skeleton. He said my own skeleton, in his enthusiasm, making no distinction between the living skeleton which he was carrying about under his black coat, his black trousers, his white hair and his rosy cheeks, and the prehistoric skeleton of Terra del Fuego. Therefore, my skeleton dates from the cave, but that of Bausraus, oh no, my children, at furthest from the epoch of the mammoth, and yet no from the rhinoceros with the cloven nostrils. Therefore one has nothing left to discover, ladies and gentlemen, in the period of the rhinoceros with the cleft nostrils. I swear it, upon the honor of old Bob. My skeleton comes from the Chelene epoch, as you say in France. Well, what are you laughing at? I am not even sure that the Elephas of Roches Rouges dates from the Mysterian epoch, And why not from the Silurian epoch, or yet from the Magdalenian epoch? No, that's too much. An Elephas antiquus from the Magdalenian epoch would be an impossibility. That Elephas will drive me mad. Ah, I shall die of joy. Poor Baus Raus. Medith had the unkindness to interrupt the jubilations of her uncle by announcing to him that Prince Galich, who had purchased the grotto of Romeo and Juliet at Roches Rouges, must have made some sensational discovery, for she had seen him, the very morning of old Bob's departure for Paris, passing by the Fort of Hercules, carrying under his arm a little box which he had touched as he went by, calling out to her, "See, Mrs. Rance, I have found a treasure." She said that she had asked him what the treasure was, but he had walked on laughing, with the remark that he would have a surprise for old Bob on his return. And later, she had heard that Prince Galich had declared that he had discovered the oldest skull in the history of the human race. Mrs. Rance had scarcely pronounced these last words when every vestige of gaiety fled from old Bob's face and manner. His eyes shot fire, and his voice was husky with passion as he exclaimed, "That is a lie, an infernal lie. The oldest skull in the history of the human race is old Bob's skull. Do you understand me? It is old Bob's skull." And he shouted out, "Matoni, Matoni, bring my trunk here at once." Almost as soon as the words were spoken, we saw Matoni crossing the court of Charles the Bold with old Bob's trunk on his shoulder. He obeyed the professor to the letter, and carried the trunk through the room and up to his master. Old Bob took his bunch of keys, got down on his knees, and opened the box. From this receptacle, which contained his clothing and piles of clean linen, neatly folded, he took a hat box, and from the hat box he drew out a skull, which he placed in the middle of the table among our coffee cups. "The oldest skull in the history of humanity," he echoed. "Here it is old Bob's skull. Look at it. Oh, I can tell you old Bob never goes anywhere without his skull." And he took up the frightful object and began to caress it, his eyes sparkling and his thick lips parting once more in a broad smile. "If you will represent to yourself that old Bob knew French only imperfectly and pronounced it like English, or Spanish he spoke Spanish like a native, you will see and hear the scene." Rouletabille and I were unable longer to control ourselves and nearly split our sides with laughter all the more, because old Bob every few moments would interrupt himself in the midst of a peal of merriment to demand of us what was the object of our mirth. His wrath was almost as funny as his mirth, and even Mem Darzac could not refrain from laughter, for in truth old Bob with his oldest skull of the human race was a droll sight to see. I must acknowledge, too, that a skull 200,000 years old is not such an unpleasant sight as one might expect it to be, especially when, like this one, it has all its teeth. Suddenly old Bob grew serious. He lifted the skull in his right hand and placed the forefinger of the left hand upon the forehead of his ancestor. When one looks at the skull from above, one notices very clearly a pentagonal formation which is due to the notable development of the parietal bumps and the jutting out of the shell of the occipitals. The great breadth of the face comes from the exaggerated development of the zygomatic proportions. While in the head of the troglodytes of the Baus Raus, what do we find? I shall never know what it was that old Bob found in the head of the troglodytes, for I did not listen to him, but I looked at him, and I had no further inclination for laughter. Old Bob seemed to me terrifying, horrible, as false as the father of lies, with his counterfeit gaiety and his scientific jargon. My eyes remained fixed upon him as if they were fascinated. It seemed to me that I could see his hair move, just as a wig might do. One thought, the thought of Larsan, which never left me completely, seemed to expand until it filled my entire brain. I felt as if I must speak it out when all at once I felt an arm locked in mine, and I saw Rouletabille looking at me with an expression which I did not know how to read. "What is the matter, Sainclair?" whispered the lad anxiously. "My friend," I returned in a tone as low as his own, "I dare not tell you. You would make sport of me." He drew me away from the table, and we walked toward the West Boulevard. After he had looked closely on every side and made sure that no one was near us, he said, "No, Sainclair, no, I won't make sport of you, for you are in the right in seeing him everywhere around us. If he were not there a little while ago, he is perhaps there now. Ah, he is stronger than the stones. He is stronger than anything else in the world. I fear him less within than without, and I should be very glad if the stones which I have called to my aid in hindering his entrance shall aid me to hold him inside. For St. Clair, I feel that he is here. I pressed Rouletabille's hand, for, strange as it may seem, I shared the same impression. I felt that the eyes of Larsan were upon me. I could hear him breathe. When and how this sensation had first come over me I was unable to say, but it seemed to me that it had come with the appearance of old Bob. I said to Rouletabille, scarcely daring to put into words what was in my mind, "Old Bob?" He did not answer. At the end of a few moments he said, "Hold your left hand in your right for 5 minutes and then ask yourself, is it you, Larsan? And when you have replied to yourself, do not feel too sure, for he may perhaps have lied to you, and he may be in your own skin without your knowing it." With these words, Rouletabille left me alone in the West Boulevard. It was there that Père Jacques came to look for me. He brought me a telegram. Before reading it, I congratulated him on his appearance, for he showed no trace of the fact that, like all the rest of us, he had passed a sleepless night. But he informed me that the pleasure he experienced in seeing his dear mère, Mathilde, happy had made him 10 years younger. Then he tried to obtain from me some information in regard to the motives for the strange vigil of the night before, and the reason for the events which had occurred at the chateau since Rouletabille's arrival, and for the exceptional precautions which had been taken to prevent the entrance of any stranger. He added that if that monster, Larsan, were not dead, it would seem as if we dreaded his return. I told him that this was not the moment for explanations and reasoning, and that, as he was a worthy man, he ought, like all other soldiers, to observe the rules without seeking to understand them or to discuss them. He saluted me with a military gesture and started off, shaking his head. The old man was evidently puzzled, and it did not displease me at all that since he had the watch of the North Gate he had thought of Larsan. He also had narrowly escaped being one of Larsan's victims. He had not forgotten the fact. It would make him a better sentinel. I was not in much of a hurry to open the dispatch which Père Jacques had brought me, and in this I was wrong, for as soon as I cast my eyes over the words which it contained, I realized that it was of the deepest importance. My friend at Paris, whom I had requested to keep an eye upon Brignoles, sent me word that the said Brignoles had left Paris the evening before for the Midi. He had taken the train. My friend informed me that he had reason to believe that Brignoles had taken a ticket for Nice. What should Brignoles be doing in Nice? That was the question which I propounded to myself, and which I have since so often regretted that a foolish impulse of self-esteem kept me from putting to Rouletabille. The young reporter had made so much fun of me when I showed him the first dispatch which stated that Brignoles had not quitted Paris, that I resolved to tell him nothing about the one which announced his departure. Since Brignoles amounted to so little, in his opinion, I would not bother him with Brignoles, and I kept Brignoles to myself, all alone and so well, that when, assuming my most indifferent air, I rejoined Rouletabille in the court of Charles the Bold, I never mentioned the subject. Rouletabille was ready to fasten down with bars of iron the heavy circularly cut oak board which closed the opening to the oubliette, and he showed me that even if the shaft communicated with the sea, it would be impossible for anyone to succeed in an attempt to introduce himself into the chateau by this means, for the reason that he could not raise the board and would be driven to give up his plan. His brow was dripping with perspiration, his arms were bared, his collar thrown off, a heavy hammer was in his hand. It seemed to me that he was devoting considerable time and energy to a comparatively simple task, and, like a fool who does not see beyond the end of his own nose, I could not refrain from telling him so. How could I have helped guessing that the boy was voluntarily exerting himself beyond necessity, and that he was delivering himself up to all sorts of physical fatigue, in order to efface the memory of the grief which filled his poor heart? But no, I was only able to understand that half an hour later when I came upon him lying beside the ruins of the chapel, murmuring in his dreams the one word which betrayed the sorrow of his heart, mother. Rouletabille was dreaming of the lady in black. He dreamed, perhaps, that her arms were around him as in days gone by, when he was a little fellow and came into the school parlor, flushed and breathless with running. I waited beside him for a moment, asking myself nervously if I ought to leave him in there, or whether there was any danger of anyone else passing by and discovering his secret. But after having relieved his overcharged heart with that one word, the lad left nothing more to be heard except his heavy breathing. He was completely exhausted. I believe that it was the first time that the boy had really slept since we had come from Paris. I profited by his slumbers to leave the chateau without informing anyone of my intention, and soon, my dispatch in my pocket, I took the train for Nice. On the way I chanced to read this item on the first page of the Petit Nicois. Professor Stangerson has arrived at Garavan, where he will spend a few weeks with M. Arthur Rance, the recent purchaser of the fort of Hercules, who, aided by the beautiful Mame, Arthur Rance, will dispense the most gracious hospitality to his friends in this fine old medieval stronghold. As we go to press, we learn that Professor Stangerson's daughter, whose marriage to M. Robert Darzac has just taken place in Paris, has also arrived at the fort of Hercules with her husband, the brilliant young professor of La Sorbonne. These new guests descend upon us from the north at the time when strangers usually leave us. How wise they are! There is no more beautiful springtime in the world than that of the azure shore. At Nice, hidden behind the blinds of a buffet, I awaited the arrival of the train from Paris, by which Brignoles was due to arrive, and the next moment I saw him alighting from a car. Ah, how my heart beat! For I knew that there must be some strange reason for this journey of which he had not informed M. Darzac beforehand. And I knew that the trip was a secret one, when I saw that Brignoles was trying to avoid observation, was bending his head as he hurried along, gliding rapidly as a pickpocket among the passengers, so that he was soon lost to sight. But I was behind him. He jumped into a closed hack, and I hastily got into another closed just as tightly. At the Place Massena, he left his carriage and turned toward the Jetée Promenade, where he took another cab. I still followed him. These maneuvers seemed to me more and more ambiguous. Finally, Brignoles' carriage came out upon the Road de la Corniche, and I directed my coachman to take the same way. The numerous windings of this road, its accentuated curves, permitted me to see without being seen. I had promised my coachman a large tip if he helped me to keep in sight of my quarry, and he did his very best. Finally, we reached the Beaulieu railway station, where I was astonished to see Brignoles' carriage stop, and the man himself get out, pay the driver, and enter the waiting room. He was going to take the train. For what purpose? If I should attempt to get into the same car as he, would he not be certain to see me in this little station, or on the almost deserted platform? But I decided to try it anyway. If he were to see me, I could get out of the difficulty by feigning surprise at his presence, and by sticking to him until I was sure of what he was going to do in this part of the world. But luck was with me, and Brignoles did not see me. He got into a passenger coach which was bound for the Italian frontier. I realized that all his movements were bringing him nearer to the fort of Hercules. I got in the car behind his and watched from my window all the travelers who got out at every station. Brignoles did not get off until we reached Mentone. He certainly had some reason for reaching there by a different train than the one from Paris, and at an hour when there was little chance of his seeing any acquaintances at the station, I saw him alight. He had turned up the collar of his overcoat and pulled his hat down over his eyes. He cast a stealthy glance around the quay, and then, as if reassured, mingled with the other passengers. Once outside the train shed, he got into a shabby old stagecoach which was standing by the sidewalk. I watched him from the corner of the waiting room. What was he doing here, and where was he going in that rackety old vehicle? I inquired of an employee, who told me that that carriage was the stage to Sospel. Sospel is a picturesque little city lost between the last counterforts of the Alps 2 hours and a half from Mentone by coach. No railroad passes through there. It is one of the most retired and quietest corners of France. the most dreaded by revenue officers and by the alpine hunters. But the road which leads to it is one of the most beautiful in the world, for in order to reach Suspense, it is necessary to wind through I do not know how many mountain passes, to climb countless precipices, and to follow, until one reaches Castillon, the deep and narrow valley of Carré, as wild as a field in Judea, but covered with luxuriant herbage, bright with beautiful flowers, fertile and beautiful with the shimmering gold of its forests of olive trees, which descend from the heights to the clear bed of the stream by the terraces of a giant staircase formed by nature. I had been at Suspense a few years previously with a party of English tourists in an immense carriage drawn by 8 horses, and I had brought from the trip a remembrance of vertigo which came over my mind in the future every time the name was mentioned. Why was Brignoli's going to Suspense? I must find out. The diligence was crowded, and had already started on its way with a loud noise of creaking springs and of shaking window panes. I hired a carriage from the station, and in a few moments I, too, was climbing over the rocks to the valley of Carré. How I regretted not having spoken of my telegram to Rediscover. The strange behavior of Brignoli's would have given him ideas useful and reasonable, while, for my part, I had not the slightest idea of how to reason. I only knew how to follow this Brignoli's as a dog follows his master, or a policeman follows his quarry by the clues which he finds. And yet, had I followed them well, these clues? It was at the moment that I felt certain that nothing in the world in regard to this man's movements could be small enough to escape me that I made a formidable discovery. I had let the diligence keep a little way in advance, a precaution which I deemed necessary, and I reached Castillon 10 minutes later than Brignoli's. Castillon is at the highest point of the road between Menton and Suspense. My driver asked my permission to let his horse rest for a moment, and while he watered the beast, I descended from the carriage and, at the entrance of a tunnel through which it was necessary to pass to reach the opposite turn of the mountain, I beheld Brignoli's and Frederic Larsan. I stood staring at them, my feet as helpless as though they had taken root in the soil. I could not utter a sound nor make a gesture. Upon my honor, I was completely stupefied by the revelation. Then I recovered my wits, and at the same time felt myself overwhelmed by a feeling of horror for Brignoli's, and by a feeling of admiration for my own intuition in regard to him. I had known from the start. I had been the only one to guess that the companionship of this devil of a Brignoli's had been of the gravest danger to Robert Darzac. If they would have listened to me, the professor of La Sorbonne would have gotten rid of the creature's presence long ago. Brignoli's, the tool of Larsan, the accomplice of Larsan. What a discovery! Why, I had known all along that those accidents in the laboratory had not happened by chance. They would believe me now. I had seen with my own eyes Larsan and Brignoli's talking and consulting together at the entrance of the Castillon tunnel. I had seen them, but where were they gone now? For I saw them no longer. They must be in the tunnel. I hastened my steps, leaving my coachman behind me, and reached the tunnel in a few moments, drawing my revolver from my pocket. My state of mind was beyond description. What would Rediscover say when I told him all about my adventure? It was I who had discovered Brignoli's and Larsan. But where were they? I walked through the dark tunnel. No Larsan, no Brignoli's. I looked down the road which descends toward Suspense. Not a living creature. But upon my left, toward ancient Castillon, it seemed to me that I could perceive 2 forms that hastened. They disappeared. I ran after them. I arrived at the ruins. I stopped. Who could say that those 2 figures were not lying in wait for me behind a wall? The old Castillon was no longer inhabited, and for a good reason. It had been entirely ruined, destroyed by the earthquake. Nothing of it remained but a few piles of stone and a few mural windows, gently covered with dust by time, some headless statues, a few isolated pillars which remained standing upright, spared by the shock, and leaning sorrowfully toward the earth, melancholy at having nothing to support. What a silence there was all around me. With 1,000 precautions I searched through the ruins, contemplating with horror the depth of the crevices which the earthquake had opened in the rocks. One of these in particular seemed to be a shaft without a bottom, and as I leaned above it, hanging on to an olive tree to keep from falling in, I was almost swept into the abyss by a gust of wind. I felt the draught on my face, and recoiled with a cry. An eagle darted out of the abyss, quick as a flash. He rose straight to the sun, and then I saw him descend toward me, and describe some menacing circles above my head, uttering savage shrieks, as though he reproached me for having come to trouble him in his realm of solitude and of death which the elements had given him. Had I been the victim of an illusion? I could no longer see my two shadows. Was I also the plaything of my imagination? When I stooped and picked up from the road a bit of letter paper which looked to me singularly like that which Robert Darzac used at La Sorbonne, upon this bit of paper I deciphered two syllables which I believed Brignoles had written. These syllables seemed to be the end of a word, the beginning of which was missing. All that it was possible to make out was bonnet. 2 hours later, I re-entered the fort of Hercules and told my story to Rouletabille, who placed the bit of paper in his portfolio and entreated me to be as silent as the grave in regard to my expedition. Astonished at having produced so different an effect from the one which I had anticipated at a discovery which I believed so important, I stared at Rouletabille. He turned his head away, but not quickly enough to hide from me that his eyes were filled with tears. "Rouletabille," I exclaimed, but again he motioned me not to speak. "Silence, Sainclair." I took his hand. It was burning with fever, and I thought that this agitation could not come entirely from his apprehensions in regard to Larsan. I reproached him with concealing from me what had passed between him and the lady in black, but, as often happened, he made me no answer, and turned away, heaving a deep sigh. They had waited dinner for me. It was late. The dinner was a dismal affair, in spite of the gaiety of old Bob. We scarcely attempted to hide the deep anxiety which froze our hearts. One would have said that each one of us was resigned to the blow which was threatening, and that we had lost hope that it might be averted. and Darzac ate nothing. Edith kept looking at me with a strange expression. At 10 o'clock I went to take up my station at the Tower of the Gardener, almost with relief. While I was in the little room where we had consulted together the night before, the lady in black and Rouletabille passed beneath the arch. The glimmer of the lantern fell on their faces. Madame Darzac appeared to me to be in a state of the greatest excitement. She was urging Rouletabille to something which I could not hear. The conversation between them looked like an argument, and I caught only one word of Rouletabille: "Thief!" The two entered the court of the bold. The lady in black stretched her arm toward the young man, but he did not see it, for he left her immediately and went toward his own room. She remained standing alone for a moment in the court, leaning against the trunk of the eucalyptus tree in an attitude of unutterable sadness. Then, with slow steps, she entered the square tower. It was now the 10th of April. The attack of the square tower occurred on the night between the 11th and 12th. Chapter: The events of the 11th of April. This attack took place under circumstances so mysterious and so inexplicable, to all appearances, under any reasonable hypothesis, that the reader will permit me, in order to make him comprehend the issue more fully, to dwell upon certain details in regard to the manner in which we spent our time on the 11th day of April, the morning. The day, almost from the rising of the sun, was intolerably hot, and the hours on guard were almost overpowering. The sun was as torrid as in the heart of Africa, and it would have blinded us to keep watch over the waters which burned like a sheet of steel, brought to a white heat, if we had not been furnished with eyeglasses of smoked glass, without which it is difficult to pass the season of departing winter in this part of the country. At 9 o'clock I came down from my room and went to the postern and entered the room which we had styled the Hall of Council to relieve Rouletabille of his guard. I had no time to say a single word to him before Darzac appeared, following almost upon my heels, and announcing that he had something very important to communicate to us. We inquired anxiously the cause of his agitation, and he replied that he intended to quit the fort of Hercules at once, taking his wife with him. This declaration left Rouletabille and myself dumb with surprise. I was the first to speak and endeavored to dissuade Darzac from even thinking of such an imprudence. Rouletabille frigidly inquired the reason for our friend's sudden resolution, and the latter replied by informing us of a scene which had occurred during the previous evening at the chateau, and which revealed to us in how difficult a position the Darzacs were placed by remaining at the Fort of Hercules. The story may be summed up in a few words, ma'am. Edith had had a nervous attack. We understood the reason at once, for there was no doubt in the mind of either Rouletabille or myself that Mrs. Rance's jealousy of Mère Darzac was increasing every hour, and that each act of courtesy performed by the husband toward the former object of his admiration was positively insupportable to his wife. The sounds of the fit of hysterics to which she had treated Rance and the words which she had spoken the night before had penetrated even through the heavy walls of La Louve, and Darzac, who was doing sentinel duty in the outer court, had been unable to help hearing some of the echoes of the young woman's anger. Rouletabille implored Darzac to endure the situation with fortitude, unpleasant as were the circumstances. He assured him that he agreed with his feeling that the stay of himself and Mère Darzac at the Fort of Hercules must be made as brief as possible. But he also assured him that the security of both depended in great measure on their remaining in their present quarters for the time being. A new struggle had been begun between them on the one side and Larsan on the other. If they were to go away, Larsan would know on the moment how to overtake them, and in a time and place that they expected him the least. Here they were forewarned, they were upon their guard, for they knew. Elsewhere they would be at the mercy of everything and every person that surrounded them, for they would not have the ramparts of the Fort of Hercules to defend them. Certainly this situation could not endure very long, but Rouletabille asked Darzac to wait 8 days longer, not a single one more. 8 days, said Columbus long ago, and I will give you a new world. Give me 8 days and I will deliver Larsan into your hands, was not what Rouletabille said, but it was what we knew that he was thinking. Darzac left us, shaking his head doubtfully. He was angrier than we had ever seen him. Rouletabille remarked, Darzac will not leave us, and Darzac will stay if she does, and he started off on his rounds. A few moments later I caught sight of Edith. She was charmingly dressed, with a simplicity which suited her marvelously. She smiled at me coquettishly, but her gaiety seemed a little forced as she jested at my new trade. I answered her, perhaps a little too quickly, that she was uncharitable in her jests, because she knew quite well that all the trouble which we were taking, and the careful watch which we were maintaining, might be the means, at any moment, of saving the sweetest of women from untold misery and danger. She looked at me mockingly and cried with a sharp little laugh, "Oh, surely the lady in black! She has you all under her spell." What a ringing laugh she had. At another time, rest assured, I would not have allowed anyone to speak so lightly of the lady in black, but this morning I had not the strength of mind to assert myself. On the contrary, I laughed too. "Perhaps there is a little truth in that speech," I returned. "My husband is crazy about her. I never would have believed that he could be so romantic. But then," she went on with a droll little sigh, "I am romantic too," and she turned upon me that same curious look which had disturbed me before. "Ah?" That was all that I could find to answer. "And therefore," she continued, "I take very great pleasure in the conversation of Prince Galich, who is more romantic than all the rest of you put together." Whereupon I asked her who was this Prince Galich of whom I had heard so much but had not yet seen. She told me that he was coming to luncheon, that she had invited him on our accounts, and she gave me a few particulars in regard to him, from which I learned that Prince Galich was one of the richest landholders in his own part of Russia, that portion called the Black Lands, fertile above all others and situated between the forests of the north and the steppes of the Midi. Fallen heir, at the age of 20, to one of the greatest of Muscovite estates, he had increased his patrimony by economical and intelligent management, of which no one would have believed a man so young to be capable, especially one who had heretofore had his hounds and his books as his principal objects in life. He was called a hermit, a miser, and a poet. He had inherited from his father a high position at court. He was a chamberlain to His Majesty, and, on account of the immense services rendered by the parent, the emperor was supposed to regard the son with a great deal of affection. He was at once as gentle as a woman and as strong as a Turk, in brief, a thorough Russian gentleman. I cannot tell why, but I felt a singular antipathy for the prince without ever having set eyes on him. His relations with the Rances were those of friendly neighborliness. Having purchased 2 years before the magnificent property whose hanging gardens, flowery terraces, and beautiful balconies had made it known at Garavan as the Garden of Babylon, he had had the opportunity to be of assistance to Edith when she had begun to make the outer court of the Chateau of Hercules into an exotic garden. He had presented her with certain plants which had revived, in some corners of the Fort of Hercules, a tropical vegetation hitherto scarcely known, except on the banks of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Rance sometimes invited the prince to dinner, and always after one of these functions the prince would send to his hostess a wonderful palm tree from Nineveh, or a cactus, fabled to have belonged to Semiramis. He declared that they cost him nothing. He had too many, he was tired of them, and he did not want them among his roses. Edith said that she was interested in the young Russian because he dedicated such beautiful verses to her. After he had repeated them in Russian, he would translate them into English, and he had even composed them in English for her and for her alone. Verses, the verses of a real poet, dedicated to Mem. Edith! This had so flattered her that she had requested the poet to compose English verses for her and translate them into Russian. This literary game greatly amused Mem Edith, but Arthur Rance cared for it not at all. The young anthropologist did not attempt to conceal that his feelings toward Prince Galich were not of the most friendly, and I felt assured that the traits which the husband disliked most heartily were those which the wife found most attractive in the Russian, for Rance had no use for verse-writing fellows, nor did he care for those who were quite so prudent in their expenditures. He could not understand how a poet could be something very like a miser. The prince kept no carriage nor motor car. He used the street cars and often did his own marketing, attended by his servant Ivan, who carried a basket for the provisions. And so, said Mrs. Edith, who had heard these details from the cook, he haggled over prices with the fishwife when there was only 2 sous between what she asked and what he offered. Strangely enough, this avariciousness did not seem in the least distasteful to Mem Edith, who appeared to consider it a mark of originality, and she finished by saying, "No one has ever set foot within his doors. He has never even invited us to come and see his gardens." "Isn't it beautifully fascinating?" demanded the young woman when she had completed her description. "Too beautifully fascinating," I replied. "You will see." I do not know why this answer should have displeased my hostess, but I could see that it did so. Edith turned away and left me, and I finished my guard duty, which was an hour and a half long. The first stroke of the luncheon bell sounded. I hurried to my room to bathe my hands and face and make a hasty toilet, and I mounted the steps of La Louve, rapidly fearing that I should be late. But I paused in the vestibule, amazed to hear the sound of music. Who, under the present circumstances, cared or dared to play a piano in the Fort of Hercules? And, hark! Someone was singing. It was a voice at once soft and sonorous, singing a strange song, which sounded now plaintive, now threatening. I know the song now by heart. I have often heard it since. Ah, reader, you too know it well, perhaps, if you have ever passed the frontiers of chill Lithuania, if you have ever entered the vast empires of the north. It is the song of the virgins who surround the traveler as he sails and destroy him without pity. It is the song that Sienkiewicz, one immortal day, made for Michel Vereshchizaka. Listen. If you approach the Swiss lakes at the hour of nightfall, the face turned toward the lake, the stars above your head, the stars beneath your feet, and 2 moons shining before your eyes, you shall see this plant that caresses the bank, the wives and daughters of the Swiss whom God has changed into flowers. They balance their forms above the abyss, their heads white like the moths, their leaves are green as the needle of the maize tipped with gold. Images of innocence during life, they have kept their virginal robe after death. They live in the shadow, and no blemish comes near them. Mortal hands dare not touch them. The Tsar and his guard one day made the attempt when, after having gathered the beautiful flowers, they wished to wreath their brows and adorn their swords with them. All those who had gathered the blossoms were smitten with great ill or struck with sudden death. When time would have effaced these things from the memory of the people, the memory of the punishment is preserved, and in perpetuating it, the flowers are still called the doom of the Tsars. Thus saying, the Lady of the Lake departed slowly. The lake opened for her the most profound of its depths, but the eye seeks in vain for the fair unknown whose face was born out of the mist and whose voice the traveller never heard again. These were the words, translated into our language, of the song which was sung by the soft yet resonant voice, while the piano played a weird accompaniment. I opened the door and found myself face to face with a young man who was standing. I heard the footsteps of Rance behind me, and the next moment she was introducing me to Prince Galich. The prince was of the type that one reads of in romances, handsome, pensive young man. His clear-cut and rather stern profile might have given a somewhat severe expression to his face if his eyes, as mild and clear as those of a child, and with an expression of perfect candor, had not told an altogether different story. They were framed in long black lashes, so black that they almost looked as though they had been touched with a pencil, and when one had noticed this peculiarity, one realized why it was that his countenance looked so strange. His skin was fresh and rosy, almost like that of a young girl. Such was my first impression of him, but I felt the prejudice which I had experienced before I saw him rise up in my heart again. But it seemed to me, in spite of this, that he was too young to be of any special importance. I could find nothing to say to this beautiful youth who chanted foreign poems. Edith smiled at my embarrassment, took my arm, which gave me great satisfaction, and led me away to walk in the perfumed gardens of the outer court, while we waited for the second bell for luncheon, which was to be served to us in the cabin of palm trees on the platform of the Tower of the Bold. The luncheon and what followed, a contagious terror spreads through our midst. At noon we seated ourselves at the table on the terrace of Charles the Bold, the view from which was incomparable. The palm leaves covered us with their grateful shade, for the heat of the earth and the heavens was so intense that our eyes would not have been able to endure the glare if we had not taken the precaution to put on the smoked spectacles of which I have spoken before. Those of us at the table were M. Stangerson, Mathilde, Old Bob, M. Darzac, M. Arthur Rance, Edith, Rouletabille, Prince Galich, and myself. Rouletabille, turning his back to the sea, concerned himself very little with his companions, and had placed himself in such a position that he could observe everything which transpired along the entire length of the fort. The servants were at their posts. Père Jacques was at the entrance gate, Montoni at the postern of the gardener, and the Berniers in the square tower before the door of the apartments occupied by M. and Mim. Darzac. The first part of the meal was rather silent. I looked at the others. We were rather a solemn sight to contemplate around a table spread for good cheer-mute, and turning upon each other our dark smoke glasses behind which it was as impossible to see our eyes as to read our thoughts. Prince Galich was the first to make a remark. He spoke politely to Rouletabille, mentioning the fame which the young reporter had won. This appeared to embarrass the lad a little, and he made a confused and rather ungracious reply. The prince did not seem to feel rebuffed, but went on to explain that he was particularly interested in the exploits of my friend for the reason that, as a subject of the Tsar, he knew that Rouletabille would shortly be sent to Russia. But the reporter replied that nothing had yet been decided, and that he would prefer to say nothing on the subject until he had received his directions from his paper. Whereupon the prince astonished us by drawing a newspaper from his pocket. It was a journal of his own country, from which he translated to us a few lines announcing the fact that Rouletabille was soon to be in St. Petersburg. There was occurring in that city, the prince went on to read to us, a series of events so strange and inexplicable in high governmental circles that, upon the advice of the chief of the Secret Service at Paris, the superintendent of police had decided to ask the Epoch to lend him the young reporter. Prince Galich had presented the affair so vividly that Rouletabille blushed to the roots of his hair as he replied dryly that he had never in the course of his short life done detective work, and that the chief of the secret service at Paris and the superintendent of police at St. Petersburg were two idiots. The prince showed his fine teeth in a hearty laugh, and it seemed to me that his laughter was not pleasant but cruel and savage. He seemed to be of Rouletabille's opinion in regard to the government officers, and, as if to prove the fact, he added, "It sounds good to hear anyone talk like that, for now one expects tasks of journalists which have nothing in the world to do with their profession." Rouletabille made no reply, and the subject was abandoned. Men. Edith arose from her chair, speaking ecstatically of the beauty of nature. But in her opinion, she declared, there was nothing more beautiful anywhere near than the gardens of Babylon. She added mischievously, "They seem so much more beautiful, because one may only see them from a distance." The attack was so direct that it seemed as though the prince must reply to it by an invitation, but he said nothing. Edith looked vexed, and a moment later said suddenly, "I'm not going to deceive you any longer, Prince. I have seen your gardens." "Indeed? And how was that?" inquired Galich, not losing his presence of mind for an instant. "Yes, I have been there, and I'll tell you all about it." And she related, while the prince listened with an air of cold imperturbability, the story of her visit to the gardens of Babylon. She had come upon them inadvertently from the rear, in climbing over a hillock which separated the gardens from the mountains. She had wandered from enchantment to enchantment, but without being in the least astonished. When she had walked upon the seashore, she had seen enough of the gardens of Babylon to prepare her for the marvels, the secrets of which she had so audaciously stolen. She had finally reached the edge of a little pond, black as ink, upon the bank of which she saw a great water lily, and a little old woman, with a long peaked chin. When they saw her, the water lily and the little old woman had fled away, the latter so light on her feet in running that she fairly skimmed over the ground. Edith had laughed and had called after her, "Madame, Madame!" But the little old woman had seemed only more terrified and had disappeared with her lily behind the barberry hedge. Edith had continued her stroll, but not quite so carelessly. Suddenly she had heard a rustle in the bushes and the strange cry which is made by wild birds when, surprised by the hunter, they escape from the prison of verdure in which they have hidden themselves. It was another little old woman, still more shriveled and wrinkled than the first, but heavier of build, and who carried her cane like a battle-axe. She vanished. That is to say, Edith lost sight of her in a turn of the path, and a third little old woman, leaning on two canes, appeared a little further on in the mysterious garden. She escaped behind the trunk of a giant eucalyptus tree, and she went so much the faster than she had done before, by running on her hands and knees so rapidly that it was amazing that she did not get all tangled up. Edith still went on, and at last she came to the marble steps of the villa with their climbing roses overhead. But the three little old women were standing guard on the highest step like three rooks on a branch, and they opened their threatening beaks from which escaped threatening sounds. It was then Edith's turn to flee. The little woman had related her adventure in a manner so charming and with such grace, borrowed as it was from the fairy tales of childhood, that I was enraptured and began to comprehend how certain women who have nothing natural about them can supplant in the heart of men those whose gifts are only those of nature. The prince did not seem in the least embarrassed by the little history. He said without a smile, "Those are my three fairy godmothers. They have never left me since the hour of my birth. I can neither work nor live without them. I can only leave them when they permit it, and they watch over my verse-making with a fierce jealousy." The prince had scarcely ceased giving us this fantastic explanation of the presence of the three old women in the gardens of Babylon, when Walter, old Bob's manservant, brought a dispatch to Rouletabille. The latter asked permission to open it and read aloud. "Return as soon as possible. We are waiting for you very anxiously. A magnificent assignment at St. Petersburg." This dispatch was signed by the editor-in-chief of the Epoch. "Well, what do you say to that, Monsieur Rouletabille?" demanded the prince. Will you admit now that I was pretty well informed?" The lady in black could not repress a sigh. "I shall not go to St. Petersburg," declared Rouletabille. "They will regret your decision at the court," said the prince. "I am certain of that. And allow me to say, young man, that you are missing a wonderful opportunity." The term young man seemed extremely displeasing to Rouletabille, who opened his lips as though to answer the prince, but closed them again to my great surprise without uttering a word. Galich went on, "You would have found an adventure worthy of your skill. One may hope for everything when one has been strong enough to unmask a Larsan." The word fell into the midst of us like a bombshell, and, as if by a common impulse, we took refuge behind our smoked glasses. The silence which followed was horrible. We sat as motionless as statues. Larsan! Why should this name, which we ourselves had so often pronounced within the last 48 hours and which represented a danger with which we were commencing to almost feel familiar, why, I say, should that name, spoken at that precise moment, have produced an effect upon us, which, speaking for myself, was like nothing ever felt before? It seemed to me as though I had been struck by a thunderbolt. An indefinable terror glided through my body. I longed to flee, but it seemed to me that if I were to stand up, my limbs would not be able to support me. The unbroken silence on every hand contributed to increase this indescribable state of hypnosis. Why did no one speak? Where had old Bob's gaiety vanished? He had scarcely uttered a word during the meal, and why did all the others sit so silent and so motionless behind their dark glasses? All at once, I turned my head and looked behind me. Then I understood, more by instinct than anything else, that I was the object of a common psychical attraction. Someone was looking at me. Two eyes were fixed upon me, weighing upon me. I could not see the eyes, and I did not know from where the glance fixed upon me came, but it was there. I knew it, and it was his glance. But there was no one behind me, nor at the right, nor the left, nor in front, except the people who were seated at the table, motionless behind their dark glasses. And then I knew that Larsan's eyes were glaring at me from behind a pair of those glasses. Ah! The dark glasses behind which were hidden Larsan's eyes. And then, all at once, the sensation passed. The eyes, doubtless, were turned away from me. I drew a long breath. Another sigh echoed my own. Was it from the breast of Rouletabille? Was it the lady in black who, perhaps, had at the same time as myself endured the weight of those piercing eyes? Old Bob spoke. "Prince, I do not believe that your last spinal bone goes any further back than the middle of the Quaternary period," and all the black spectacles turned in his direction. Rouletabille arose and made a sign to me. I hastened to the council room where he was waiting for me. As soon as I appeared, he closed the door and whispered, "Well, did you feel it too?" I felt smothered. I could scarcely articulate. "He was there at that table, unless we are going mad." There was a pause, and then I resumed, more calmly, "You know, Rouletabille, that it is quite possible that we are going mad. This phantasm of Larsan will land us all in a madhouse yet. We have been shut up here only 2 days and see the state we are in." Rouletabille interrupted me. No, I felt him. He is there. I could have touched him, but where, but when? Since I came into that room, I have known that it was not necessary for me to go further. I will not fall into his trap. I will not go and look for him outside the castle, even though I have seen him outside with my own eyes, even though you saw him with yours. All in a moment he seemed to grow perfectly calm, passed his hand across his eyebrows, lighted his pipe and said, as he had so often said before, in happier hours when his reasoning powers, which were yet ignorant of the ties which united him to the lady in black, were not disturbed by the tumult of his heart. "Let us reason it out." And he returned on the instant to that argument which had already served us, and which he repeated again and again to himself, in order that, he said, he should not be lured away by the outer appearance of things. Do not look for Larsan in that place where he reveals himself. Seek for him everywhere else where he hides himself. This he followed up with the supplementary argument. He never shows himself where he seems to be except to prevent us from seeing him where he really is. And he resumed, "Ah, the outer appearance of things. Look here, St. Clair." There are moments when, for the sake of reasoning clearly, I want to get rid of my eyes. Let us get rid of our eyes, St. Clair, for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, and perhaps we shall see more clearly. He seated himself, placed his pipe on the table, buried his face in his hands, and said, "Now, I have no eyes. Tell me, St. Clair, who is within these walls?" "What do I see within these walls?" I echoed stupidly. No, you have no eyes at all, you see nothing. Enumerate them without seeing, count them all. "There is first of all you and I said, understanding at last what he wished to reach. "Very well. Neither you nor I continued, "is Larsan." "Why?" "Why?" I echoed. "Yes, why? Tell me. You must give a reason why you believe so. I acknowledge that I am not Larsan. I am sure of that, for I am Rouletabille. But face to face with Rouletabille, tell me why you cannot be Larsan." "Because you saw him, idiot!" exclaimed Rouletabille, closing his eyes in with his clasped hands more firmly than before. "I have no eyes. I can't see anything." If Jerry, the croupier at Monte Carlo, had not seen the Comte de Maupas sit down at his table, he would have sworn that the man who picked up the cards was Ballmeyer. If Noblet at the Garrison had not found himself face to face one evening at the Troyons with a man whom he recognized as the Vicomte Drouet d'Eslon, he would have sworn that the man whom he came to arrest, and whom he did not arrest because he had seen him, was Ballmeyer. If Inspector Giraud, who knew the Comte de Motteville as well as you know me, had not seen him one afternoon at the race course at Longchamp, chatting with 2 of his friends, had not seen, I say, the Comte de Motteville, he would have arrested Ballmeyer. "Ah, you see, St. Clair," ejaculated the lad in a voice shaken with sobs. "My father was born before I was. One will have to be very strong and very shrewd to capture my father." The words were uttered so despairingly that the little force of reasoning I possessed vanished completely. I threw out my hands before me, a gesture which Rouletabille did not see, for he saw nothing. No, it isn't necessary to see any of them," he repeated. "Neither you, nor M. Stangerson, nor M. Darzac, nor Arthur Rance, nor Old Bob, nor Prince Galich. But we must know some good reason why each of these cannot be Larsan. Only when that is accomplished shall I be able to breathe freely behind these stone walls." There was no freedom in my breathing. We could hear, under the arch of the postern, the regular steps of Mattoni as he kept guard. "Well, how about the servants?" I asked with an effort. "Mattoni and the others." "I am absolutely certain that none of them was absent from the Fort of Hercules when Larsan appeared to Mamet, Darzac and to Miss Darzac at the railway station at Bourg. Own up, Rouletabille," I cried, "that you don't trouble yourself about them because none of their eyes were behind the black spectacles." Rouletabille tapped the ground impatiently with his foot and said, "Be quiet, please, St. Clair. You make me more nervous than my mother." This phrase, uttered in vexation, struck me strangely. I would have questioned Rouletabille in regard to the state of mind of the lady in black, but he resumed meditatively. "First, St. Clair is not Larsan, because St. Clair was at Treppeau with me while Larsan was at Bourg. Second, Professor Stangerson is not Larsan because he was on his way from Dijon to Lyons while Larsan was at Bourg. As a fact, reaching Lyons 1 minute before him, M. and Mme. Darzac saw him alight from the train. But all the others, if it is necessary to prove that they were not at Bourg at that moment, might be Larsan, for all of them might have been at Bourg. First, M. Darzac was there. Arthur Rance was away from home during the 2 days which preceded the arrival of the professor and of M. Darzac. He arrived at Mentone just in time to receive them. Edith herself informed me in reply to a few careless questions of mine that her husband had been absent those 2 days on business. Old Bob made his journey to Paris. Prince Galich was not seen at the grottos nor outside the gardens of Babylon. First, let us take Monsieur Darzac. "Rouletabille," I cried. "That is a sacrilege." "I know it. And it is a piece of the grossest stupidity. I know that too. But why?" "Because," I exclaimed, almost beside myself, "Larsan is a genius. We are aware he might be able to deceive a detective, a journalist, a reporter, and even a Rouletabille. He might even deceive a friend under some circumstances, I admit, but he could never deceive a daughter so far that she would take him for her father. That ought to reassure you as to Miss Stangerson. Nor would he deceive a woman to the point of taking him for her betrothed. And my friend, Mathilde Stangerson, knew M. Darzac and threw herself into his arms at the railway station. And she knew Larsan too, added Rouletabille coldly. Well, my dear fellow, your reasons are powerful, but as I do not know at present what form the genius of my father has assumed as a disguise, I prefer rather to bestow, for the sake of supposition, a personality on M. Robert Darzac, which I have never expected to fasten upon him, in order to base my argument against the possibility a little more solidly. If Robert Darzac were Larsan, Larsan would not have appeared on several occasions to Mathilde Stangerson, for it is the apparition of Larsan that has created a gulf between Mathilde Stangerson and Robert Darzac. Pshaw, I cried. Of what use are such vain reasonings when one has only to open his eyes? Open them, Rouletabille. He opened them. Upon whom? He asked with a trace of bitterness in his voice. Upon Prince Galich. Why not? Do you like him, this prince from the Black Lands who sings Lithuanian folk songs? No, replied Rouletabille, but he entertains Edith. And he smiled. I pressed his hand. He acted as though he had not felt the touch, but I knew that he did. Prince Galich is a nihilist, and I am not troubled over him in the least degree, he said tranquilly. Are you sure of it? Who told you? Bernier's wife, who knows one of the 3 old women whom Mrs. Edith told about at luncheon. I have made an investigation. She is the mother of one of the 3 men hanged at Kazan for the attempted assassination of the emperor. I have seen the photograph of the poor wretches. The other 2 old women are the other 2 mothers. There's nothing interesting about that. I could not refrain from a gesture of admiration. Ah, you haven't lost any time. Neither has he muttered. I folded my arms. And old Bob? I asked. No, dear boy, no, scoffed Rouletabille almost angrily. Not he either. You have noticed that he wears a wig, I suppose. Well, I assure you that when my father wears a wig it will fit him. He spoke so mechanically that I rose to leave him, thinking he had no more to say to me. He stopped me. Wait a minute, we have said nothing of Arthur Rance. Oh, he has not changed at all since we were at Glandier, I exclaimed. That is out of the question. Always the eyes. Take care of your eyes, St. Clair. And he put his hand on my shoulder for a moment as I turned away. Through my clothing I felt that his flesh was burning. He left the room and I remained for a moment where I stood, lost in thought. In thought of what? Of the fact that I had been wrong in saying that Arthur Rance had not changed at all. For one thing now, he wore a slight moustache, something very rarely seen in an American of his type. Next, his hair had grown longer with a lock falling over the forehead. And again, I had not seen him in 2 years, and everyone changes in 2 years. And again, Arthur Rance, who had used to drink heavily, now tasted only water. But then there was Edith. What about Edith? Ah, was I going insane, I too? Why do I say I too, like the lady in black, like Rouletabille? Did I believe that Rouletabille's brain was becoming slightly turned? Ah, the lady in black had us all under her spell. Because the lady in black lived in the perpetual fear of her memories, here were we all trembling with the same horror as she. Fear is as contagious as the cholera. How I spent my afternoon up to 5 o'clock. I profited by the fact that I was not on guard to go to my room for a little rest. But I slept badly and dreamed that old Bob, M. Rance and Edith had formed themselves into a band of brigands who had sworn death to Rouletabille and myself. And when I awakened under this pleasant impression and saw the old towers and the old chateau with their menacing walls rising before me, I came near thinking that my nightmare was real, and I said to myself half aloud, "It's a fine place in which we have taken refuge." I put my head out of the window. Mrs. Edith was walking in the court of the Bold, chatting carelessly with Rouletabille and twisting the stem of a beautiful rose between her pretty fingers. I went down immediately, but when I reached the court, I found no one there. I followed Rouletabille, whom I saw on his way to make his inspection of the square tower. I found him quite calm and entirely master of himself, and also, entirely the master of his eyes, which were not closed now but open wide and keenly on the watch for anything that might turn up. It was worthwhile to see the manner in which he looked at everything around him. Nothing escaped him, and the square tower, the abode of the lady in black, was the object of his constant surveillance. And at this point, it seems to me opportune, a few hours before the moment at which that most mysterious attack occurred, to present to the reader the interior plan of the inhabited story of the square tower, the story which was on a level with the court of Charles the Bold. When one entered the square tower by the only door K, one found himself in a large corridor which had previously formed a part of the guardroom. The guardroom had formerly taken up all the space at O, and O, and was shut in by walls of stone which still existed with their doors opening upon the other rooms of the old castle. It was Mrs. Arthur Rance who in this guardroom had had wooden partitions raised to make quite a large room which she wished to use for a bathroom. This room also was now surrounded by the two passages at right angles to each other. The door of the room which served as the lodge of the Berniers was situated at S. It was necessary to pass in front of this door to reach R, where was the only door affording admission to the apartment of the Darzacs. One or other of the Berniers was always in the lodge, and no one save themselves had a right to enter it. From this lodge one could easily see from a little window at Y the door V which opened off the suite of old Bob, when M and Mem Darzac were not in their apartment. The only key which opened the door R was in the keeping of the Berniers, and it was a special kind of key made purposely for the room, within the last 24 hours, in a place which no one but Rouletabille knew. The young reporter had let no one into the secret. Rouletabille would have wished that the watch which he had placed upon the rooms of the Darzacs might have been kept also upon those of old Bob, but the latter had opposed such an idea with an earnestness so comical that it was necessary to abandon it. Old Bob swore that he would not be treated like a prisoner, and he said that on no account would he give up the privilege of going and coming to his own rooms when he saw fit without asking the keys from the lodge keepers. His door must remain unlocked, so that he might go as many times as he liked to his rooms, whether it might be to his bedchamber or to his sitting-room in the Tower of Charles the Bold, without disturbing or worrying himself or anyone else. On account of his insistence, it was necessary to leave the door at K open. He demanded it, and Mamay. Edith upheld her uncle in so intense a manner and spoke so pertly to Rouletabille that he knew she was seeking to convey the idea that she believed that Rouletabille was treating old Bob with discourtesy at the instigation of Professor Stangerson's daughter. So he had not insisted on what he believed to be best, Edith had said with her lips pressed together in a narrow little line. But Monsieur Rouletabille, my uncle doesn't think that anyone is coming to carry him away. And Rouletabille had realized that there was nothing for him to do save to laugh with the old Bob over this absurd idea that one could be trying to steal as they would a pretty woman, the man who had the oldest skull in the world. And so he had laughed even louder than old Bob, but had imposed the condition that the door at K should be locked with a key after o'clock at night, and that the key should be left in the keeping of the Bernier, who would come and open it whenever anyone desired. Even this was against the inclination of old Bob, who sometimes worked very late in the Tower of Charles the Bold. But, nevertheless, he declared, he would submit to it, for he did not wish to have the appearance of opposing the worthy Monsieur Rouletabille, who had told him that he was afraid of robbers. For be it said in exculpation of old Bob that, if he lent himself so ungraciously to the defensive plans of our young friend, it was because it had not been judged expedient to inform him in regard to the resurrection of Larsan. He had, of course, heard of the extraordinary series of fatalities which had formerly occurred in the history of poor Melee Stangerson, but he was 1,000 miles from doubting that all her troubles had ceased long before she had become Mum Darzac. And then, too, old Bob was an egoist, like nearly all savants, happy because he possessed the oldest skull in the history of the human race. He could not conceive that the whole world did not revolve around his treasure. Rouletabille, after having politely inquired after the health of Mère Bernier, who was gathering up potatoes and putting them in a bag at her side, requested Père Bernier to open the door of the Darzac's room for us. This was the first time that I had entered the apartment. The atmosphere was almost freezing, and the whole place seemed to me cold and somber. The room, very large, was furnished with extreme simplicity, containing an oak bed and a toilet table which was placed at one of the two openings in the wall around which there had formerly been loopholes. So thick was the wall and so large the opening that this embrasure J formed a kind of little room beside the big one, and of this M, Darzac had made his dressing closet. The second window J was smaller. The two windows were fitted with bars of iron between which one could scarcely pass one's arm. The high bedstead had its back to the outer wall and had been drawn up against the partition of stone which separated M. Darzac's apartment from that of his wife. Opposite in the angle of the tower was a panel. In the center of the room was a reading table on which were some scientific books and writing materials, and there was an easy chair and 3 straight-back chairs. That was all. It would have been absolutely impossible for anyone to hide in this chamber, unless, of course, behind the panel. And then, too, Père and Mère Bernier had received orders to look every time they visited the room, both behind the panel and in the closet where M. Darzac hung his clothes, and Rouletabille himself, who, during the absence of the Darzacs, often came to cast his eye around this room, never neglected to search it thoroughly. He did so now, as I stood there. When we at length passed into the sleeping room of Mem Darzac, we were absolutely certain that we had left nothing behind us of which we did not know. As soon as we entered the room, Bernier, who had followed us, had taken care, as he always did, to draw the bolt which closed from the inside the only door by which the apartment communicated with the corridor. Mem Darzac's room was smaller than that of her husband, but it was bright and well lighted from the way that the windows were placed. As soon as we set foot over the threshold, I saw Rouletabille turn pale, and he turned to me and said, "Sainclair, do you perceive the perfume of the lady in black?" I did not. I perceived nothing at all. The window, barred, like all the others which looked out on the sea, was wide open, and a light breeze rustled the hangings which had been drawn in front of a set of hooks for gowns which had been placed in one corner. The other corner was occupied by the bed. The hooks were placed so high that the gowns and peignoirs which they held were covered by the hangings in front, scarcely more than halfway down, so that it would have been entirely out of the question for any person to conceal himself there without leaving his legs exposed to view from the knees to the feet. Nor would anyone have been able to hide in the corner where the portmanteaux and trunks were placed, although, nevertheless, Rouletabille examined it with the greatest care. There was no panel in this room. Toilet table, bureau, an easy chair, 2 other chairs, and the 4 walls between which there was no one but ourselves, as we could have sworn by all that we held most sacred. Rouletabille, after having looked under the bed, gave the signal for departure and motioned us from the room. He lingered for a moment, but no longer. Bernier locked the door with the tiny key which he put in his inside pocket and tightly buttoned his coat over it. We made the tour of the corridors, and also that of old Bob's apartment, which consisted of a bedroom and sitting room, as easy to examine and as incapable of hiding anyone as those of the Darzacs. No one was in the suite, which was furnished rather carelessly, the chief article noticeable being an almost empty bookcase with the doors standing open. When we left the room, Mère Bernier brought up her chair and placed it on the threshold where she could see clearly and still go on with her work, which seemed to be always that of paring potatoes. We entered the rooms occupied by the Berniers and found them like all the others. The other stories were inhabited and communicated with the ground floor by a little inner stairway which began at the angle O and ascended to the summit of the tower. A trapdoor in the ceiling of the Berniers' room closed this stairway. Rouletabille asked for a hammer and nails and nailed up the trapdoor, thus making the stairway unusable. One might say, in short and in fact, that nothing escaped Rouletabille, and that when we had made the rounds of the square tower we had left no one behind us save M. and Mem. Bernier. One would have said, too, that there could have been no human being in the apartment of the Darzacs before Bernier, a few minutes later, opened the door to M. Darzac himself, as I am now about to relate. It was about 5 minutes before 5 o'clock when, leaving Bernier in his corridor in front of the door of the Darzac's room, Rouletabille and myself found ourselves again in the Court of the Bold. At that moment we climbed to the platform of the ancient tower at B. We seated ourselves upon the parapet, our eyes looking down to the ground, attracted by the echoes of the Roches Rouges. At that moment we noticed upon the edge of the Barma Grande, which opened its mysterious mouth in the flaming face of Bausraus, the disturbed and wrathful countenance of old Bob. His shadow was the only dark thing about. The red cliffs rose from the waters with such a vivid radiance that one might have readily believed that they were still glowing with the same fires which are found in the interior of the earth. By what a prodigious anachronism it was that this modern scholar with his coat and hat in the height of fashion should be moving about, grotesque and ghoulish. In front of this cavern 300,000 years old, formed by the ardent lava, to serve as the first roof for the first family in the first days of the world. Why this sinister gravedigger in this beautiful corner of the earth? We could see him brandishing his skull as he had done at the table, and we could hear him laugh, laugh, laugh. Ah, his laughter made us ill even to think of it. It tore our ears and our hearts. From old Bob our attention was drawn to M. Darzac, who was coming through the postern of the gardener and crossing the Court of the Bold. He did not see us. Ah, he was not laughing. Rouletabille felt the deepest pity for him, for he saw that he was at the end of his endurance. In the afternoon, he had said to my friend, who now repeated the words to me, 8 days is too much. I do not believe that I can bear this torment for 8 days. And where would you go? Rouletabille had asked him. To Rome, he had replied. Evidently, Professor Stangerson's daughter would accompany him nowhere else, and Rouletabille believed that it was the idea that the Pope could arrange the affair which was driving him wild with grief. That had put the journey to Rome into the mind of poor M. Darzac. Poor M. Darzac. No, in truth, his face wore no smile. We followed him with our eyes to the door of the square tower. We could see from his looks that he could endure no more. His head was moodily bent toward the ground. His hands were in his pockets. He had the air of a man fatigued and disgusted with the whole world. Yes, with his hands buried in his pockets, he looked out of humor with everything. But patience! He will take his hands out of his pockets, and one will not smile at him always. I confess that I smiled. Well, M. Darzac, a little after this, gave me cause to experience the most frightful thrill of terror which could freeze human bones, and I did not smile then. M. Darzac went straight to the square tower, where of course he found Bernier, who opened the door for him, as Bernier had been keeping constant guard before the door of the room, as he had kept the key in his pocket, and as we had proven by our investigation that the place was empty when we had left it. We had established the fact that when M. Darzac entered his room, there could be no one else there. And this is the truth. Everything that I have said could have been sworn to after by each one of us. If I tell it to you before, it is that I am haunted by the mystery which lurks in the shadow and makes ready to reveal itself. At the moment that we saw M. Darzac go to his room, we heard a clock strike 5. What happened from 5 o'clock that night until the moment when the attack on the square tower began? Rouletabille and I remained, chatting, or rather trying to reason things out, upon the platform of the Tower B for another hour. Suddenly my friend struck me a little tap on the shoulder and exclaimed, "For my part, I think—" And then, without completing the sentence, he started for the square tower. I followed him. I was 1,000 miles from guessing what he thought. He thought of mere Bernier's bag of potatoes, which he emptied out on the white floor of the room to the great amazement of the good woman. Then, satisfied with this act, which evidently corresponded to the state of his mind, he returned with me to the Court of the Bold, while behind us we could hear Père Bernier laughing as he picked up the potatoes. As we reached the court, we saw the face of Mme. Darzac appearing for a moment at the window of the room occupied by her father on the first story of La Louve. The heat had become insupportable. We were threatened with a violent storm, and we believed that it would begin to lighten immediately. Ah, how much the storm would relieve us, we thought. The sea had a thick and heavy quietude, as though it had been saturated with oil. The sea was heavy, and the air was heavy, and our hearts were heavy. No one or nothing on the earth or in the heavens was lighter than old Bob, whose form had appeared again at the edge of the Barma Grande, and who was still moving around agitatedly. One would have said that he was dancing. No, he was making a speech. To whom? We leaned over the railing to see. There was apparently someone upon the strand to whom old Bob was addressing some long-winded scientific discourse, but the palm leaves hid his auditor from us. Finally the listener moved and advanced, and approached the Black Professor, as Rouletabille called him, and we saw that old Bob's congregation was composed of two persons. One was Edith. We could easily recognize her with her languishing graces, clinging like a vine to her husband's arm. To her husband's arm, but this was not her husband? Who then was the young man upon whom Edith was playing off so many pretty airs? Rouletabille turned around, looking for someone of whom to make inquiries, either Mattoni or Bernier. We saw Bernier upon the threshold of the door of the square tower, and Rouletabille beckoned him. Bernier approached, and his eye followed the direction indicated by Rouletabille's finger. "Who is that with Memrance?" asked the young reporter. "The young man?" responded Bernier without hesitation. "That is Prince Galich." Rouletabille and I looked at each other. It is true that we had never seen Prince Galich walking at a distance, but I would not have imagined that his manner of walking would be like this, and he had not seemed to me to be so tall. Rouletabille understood my thoughts, I knew. He shrugged his shoulders. "All right," he said to Bernier. "Thanks." And we continued to gaze at Mamie, Edith, and her prince. "I can only say one thing," said Bernier as he turned to leave us, "and that is that I don't care for this prince at all. He is too soft-spoken and too blond, and his eyes are too blue. They say that he is a Russian. That may be, but there are some who leave the country because they have to. But he comes and goes in a strange fashion, and takes no leave beforehand. The time before the last that he was invited here to luncheon, madame, and monsieur waited and waited for him, and dared not begin without him. Well, after an hour or two they received a wire, begging them to excuse him because he had missed the train. The dispatch was sent from Moscow, and Bernier, chuckling, returned to his vantage post. Our eyes remained fixed upon the beach.